started, I'm just going to read out the introduction. After the introduction, I am going to swap the chair with the vice chair for the minutes. That's because at the July meeting I declared a pecuniary interest in an item, and whilst I don't have that interest now, it's the right approach because there are elements in the minutes which relate to that. So let me just read out the official document. Good morning and welcome to the October meeting of the Planning Committee. Councillors and officers are reminded to put their mobile phones or electronic devices on silent if they have one near them, and those present in the room should face forward, speak directly into the microphones and not place papers or electronic devices between themselves and the microphone. Please would remote participants mute microphones when not speaking, as this will reduce feedback and background noise and save bandwidth to prevent loss of connection. Members of the Council joining us remotely should leave their cameras on, and officers leave their cameras on only for the agenda item that you are speaking to. Members of the public registered to speak for or against an application, and parish and town council representatives will be called to speak after the officers have presented the application. Members of the public will be asked to leave the meeting leave the virtual meeting once their item has been completed. Those attending physically clearly can stay. After each item has been presented, I will invite members present in the room to ask questions first. Those members joining us remotely will then be invited to speak, and they should indicate their wish to do so by raising their hand, the raise the hand facility. Only those members of the Planning Committee present in the room will be making decisions, and I will confirm the result verbally for the benefit of those watching the webcast. We are likely to stop at midday for a lunch break, and I will say that we have a number of items on the agenda today. A number of the items, literally 9 through 16, are call-ins of one kind or another, and are relatively not minor in terms of the applicants by any means, but they are smaller applications, and it is my intention, provided nobody has any serious objection, to limit those applications to 30 minutes. Many possibly won't take that time, but I think we just have to manage the time of the meeting today, and at that 30-minute mark I will ask for a proposal, and we will deal with any difficulties as they arise. So I'm going to swap chair at that moment. I shall be back in the meeting in a minute.
Morning, everybody. Here I am again. It seems a long time ago, but these are the minutes we amended on the 1st of September. I would seek your approval of those minutes with one small change, and you don't need to have it photocopied at all because it's a very small change, because the report says that the application proposals did meet the terms of Part E, and as we all know, it's Part 80E. So that's the change. So it should read, Councillor Gray said that the application proposals did meet the terms of 80E. And if you're happy with that, may I then sign the minutes? Agreed? Thank you very much. I must remember to sign them. I think that's the last job I've got to do. Thank you.
Good, let's progress. So, do we have any apologies, Julie, or absences or substitutes?
Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Gordon, and Councillor John Barnes is standing in as his substitute today.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any additional items?
No, there's none.
Okay. Withdrawn items?
No, there's none.
Okay, I will just point out at this point that item 15 on the agenda is, sorry, not item, sorry, that's incorrect. Lee Farm, item 12 on the agenda, Lee Farm. The applicant has asked, because we couldn't get into the site, those who were on the planning visits, has asked if we could defer this to the next meeting. It's absolutely the choice of the committee to do this, so we can just deal with that as we get to that, because that would require a vote to do that. So it's your choice to defer or not. They've asked to defer. They would give an extension, so we can deal with that as we get there. Disclosures of interest. Does anyone have any disclosures of interest? Yes, Councillor Madeley first, Barnes and Curtis. Councillor Madeley.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Barnes.
I have a personal and prejudicial interest on item 8, and I propose to withdraw from the chamber, even though it's not pecuniary, for the whole of the proceedings.
Right, thank you very much. Curtis, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. Where are we? RR 2022-219P, that's Glebelands at Catsfield. I'm a member of the Catsfield Parish Council.
Sorry, Councillor Barnes, can you just make it clear as to why you're declaring a P&P? Because you didn't actually say for the reason why.
Apologies through you to Julie. Chairman, I'm a director of the Rother District Council Housing Company, and as such have obviously a prejudicial interest.
Councillor Gray. And then...
I am a member of Bexhill Heritage.
Good. Councillor Drayson.
Likewise, Bexhill Heritage, item 7.
And not on the committee, but Councillor Quartel.
I'm a resident of the Bexhill Town Centre Conservation Area, and as such, I'm declaring an interest in item 10.
Thank you very much. Any more? Yes. Terry, did you? Councillor Byrne, do you have any interest to? No. You're not on the housing company. You're not on the house. Yeah, Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I declare an interest in item number 7 as a member of Bexhill Heritage.
Right, thank you very much. And I declare that earlier interest that's already recorded. Thank you very much. And that is going to take us, you've got the planning application list, and that's taking us to the first item. Now, the first item is Rother District Council offices, and I'm going to just to say one or two words before we start, as I'm sure everyone would expect me to. Firstly, you received a leaflet coming in. Sadly, you have to ignore that leaflet. When I say sadly, it's only because it's somebody who spent time doing that. But it is any submissions would have had to have come in by the appropriate time this week. And just to make that point clear, that you're not making a decision here as Rother District Councillors. You're making a decision as a local planning authority, and that is there is a clear distinction between the two. You're making decisions against the local plan and national policies, and it is simple as that. So please steer clear, absolutely, of the sort of discussions that you might have at a cabinet meeting or a full council meeting. You are wearing a different hat, and you are looking at this through the lenses of the planning authority only. And that might be sort of quite a harsh warning that I'm given, but it's very, very important that you make that distinction and that you stick to making policy decisions. And that is a good point to make throughout the meeting today, is that we had a very, very good training session, which I think most were able to attend by the Planning Advisory Service, which really focused on ensuring that you keep your minds on making policy-based decisions as opposed to the ones that might pull at the heartstrings a bit. So I make that point. And on that note, I'm going to move to ask the officer to present that application. Peter, are you with us? Thank you.
Good morning, Councillor. Thank you. My name is Peter Daycase. I'm the case officer on the scheme. I do apologise, I'm sitting behind you, but the front desk is fairly full, so I do apologise. Sarah, if we could have the presentation up on the screen, please. Thank you. My presentation is structured on reviewing the applicant's scheme and the proposals. I'm sure you have looked through their documentation. It is fairly extensive, so I will just give a brief outline of their proposals. I do know the applicant is here similarly, who will present more detail should that be required. I will then undertake the planning appraisal against which we reviewed the scheme against policy, and then I will set out our recommendations and any conditions that apply or would we recommend apply to the scheme. Up front, I do apologise to the two councillors for getting the ward area wrong. That has been amended. I do apologise and thank you for coming back to me so quickly. In order to present the full merits of the scheme and in recognising the due interest in this application, it is a fairly lengthy presentation. I do apologise. If at any time, Councillor Chairman, if you want me to speed up, I can do so. But I just feel that there is a certain amount of granularity in the scheme that we need to understand in order to make a rounded determination. So I do apologise. It's about 27 slides. Hold your hand up if you want me to go quicker, please. Thank you, Sarah. To orientate yourself, and I'm sure you know the site very well, but it is important just to recognise the red line boundary, which extends all the way up past the car park. On the slide, buildings 1 and 2 are the Town Hall and Council Chamber buildings. There are some extensions to that building. Number 3 is what I will call the Amherst Road building. It's the Job Centre Plus building. 5 and 6 are at the very back of the site. In the dogleg, they are the Autolec and garages at the back. And then you have right centre, number 2, are the 2 villa buildings. For simplicity's sake, I will be referring to the Town Hall, the Council Chamber, and the Annex building along Amherst Road simply as the Town Hall building for the presentation purposes. The site is close on half a hectare in extent, and it should be noted that there is a considerable fall across the site towards the Memorial Gardens and the Memorial and the Town Square. From the back of the site to the road, it's about a 3-metre fall across the site, and that is used in this application. Thank you, Sarah. The applicant, as part of the redevelopment of this site, is proposing various buildings are demolished, of which in the front are the 2 villa buildings. The external elements to the Town Hall, i.e. the ramp, the extension to the extension and the boiler room that are in the back of the building, the Autolac building and the garages at the very back, with works being undertaken to address potential further site contamination as they undertake those works. That's addressed in a condition, and make good while works are being undertaken to the retained heritage asset, which is the Town Hall and the Council Chamber buildings. And then substantial regrading to the back of the site to effectively allow the building to sit in the landscape and to create a new public courtyard. Thank you, Sarah. The proposal of the building, the 2 parts to the building. At the very centre of the scheme, and if I had a pointer, but I'm sure you'll know where it is the arrival lobby and the atria space, which is effectively the proposals for a new reception area, a welcome desk, dealing with security, and a cafe and wait space while people, guests, and the community enter the building. From that atria space, we then have on the right-hand side, the town hall building, which there will be some internal remedial works and configurations to the layout of that building to optimize that space. And then on the left-hand side is the new building, which runs to the very back of the site and encloses, which is now forming a new courtyard. The intent of the new building is office space and meeting rooms. I describe it as a two-core building. So at the very back of the site is a secondary core, which allows secondary access and escape, but also allows for the potential to subdivide the building should so be required to sublet space. At the very back of the site is a new car parking area, which will have electric vehicle parking and allows for disabled bays with easy access via ramps and a stair core and a lift core into the building from the back of the site. So we have recognized the need for both disabled access and elderly access to the back. The new building is part 3 and part 4 in building height, in stories, with the roof line being approximately 15.6 meters high to the top of the roof line. In totality, the new building plus the retained building represents about 4,300 square meters of development, of which 3,000 approximately is new build, which makes the provision for approximately 233 desk spaces or employment potential. As we move up the building, effectively the cores continue up through the building. It's office space at the first floor, but at the very back of the site you'll see some blocks in pink. Those are for the refuse storage and internal cycle storage for people who want to cycle to work or to visit the council buildings. And then to the front of the building, you will then see where the atria space is, there is a bridge link between the new building and the council chamber building, effectively coming through the door that you see behind you there. And then to the first floor of the town hall, you'll see that there is a certain amount of remedial work being undertaken to the kitchen area and the back office spaces to optimize those areas and bring them up to new building standards. If we go up another story, sorry, Sarah, thank you. We then see that the building begins to break up into smaller parts. At the back is a small additional office space that can be let out. And to the front of the building, we similarly have those cores going up and office space to both the back and to the front of the building, and reconfigured in the townhouse office space into the raft areas. Thank you, Sarah. And then the fourth floor is effectively an office space or an event space and conference space at the top with an external terrace. Behind that, the area in pink is the M&E service yard to the building, which is quite critical to the entire operations of the building. And at the back, that square box, you will see a whole array of little small boxes. Those are the proposed PV photovoltaic that will be placed on the roof to address part of their energy statement. The front of the building at this floor is set back from the remainder building so that effectively it doesn't dominate at that level. And then we've got the next level, effectively the front building at roof level. Currently, there are no proposals for PVs on that roof. The proposed elevations, this is taken from the town square, the Memorial Gardens. In terms of the architecture, you'll see some lines drawn across by the architect from the town hall into the new building, reflective of some of the horizontal layers of the town hall and the council chamber. We would argue in our review from a design point of view, it creates an ordered, rational design response, which in a way offsets the more detailed, granular design of the town hall and the chamber buildings. The proposed building is a fairly clean facade, but at a more detailed level, you will recognise that there is a subtlety in brick detail and tile detailing that enhances that fairly rigid building that you've got there. It's the attention to detail that is quite important, that it doesn't dominate against the town hall. The colours that they have chosen are reflective of the heritage asset and are supportive in terms of the bricks, the tiles and the window frames that they are proposing. The atria space, you can see, divides the two buildings to create a separation between the new building and the old building, allowing it some space to breathe, but quite importantly, identifies itself as the wayfinder into the building from looking outside. The lower image there is the back elevation of the new building, the elevation you would see from the courtyard. It's a clean design. I would suggest it's a polite response to its setting, that it's not trying to conflict with the town hall and the council chamber buildings. Sarah, thank you. The proposal, in effect, opens up views to the back of the building, which at present very few of the public actually see that side of the building. It removes some of the clutter in terms of the boiler room and the annexes to the building, and allows a redress of that entire facade of the town hall and the council chamber buildings. Importantly, which you might not see so clearly on this slide, by removing some of those extensions, the light quality back into the historic towns, the staircase that we've come up right now, will improve, allowing us to enjoy that space that's been created historically many years ago. The remainder of the facade, in terms of the treatment, there's a small remedial work in the middle section to the existing annex building that will replicate the proposals for the new building, so that there is some compatibility in design of the new builds that are proposed. Thank you, Sarah. The proposed landscaping works at the back of the site is a regraded car parking area, approximately 48 cars. I'll come back to parking numbers. The proposals for EV, electronic vehicle facilities in the back, and access to the bicycle store. There is a considerable height difference between that and the courtyard, so you'll see that there are a series of ramps, stairs and lifts to get down to the ground floor of the new building, walking through a proposed new landscape, public landscape courtyard. And then to the front of the building, effectively tidying up some of the forecourt, re-landscaping that with hard and soft landscaping, and potentially tying in to the East Sussex County Council proposals for the Memorial Gardens, which are proposed, the drawing on the right of that scheme. There is an ongoing discussion because that scheme has not yet been adopted by the county. I will come back to that issue later on. Thank you, Sarah. In terms of illustrative views, these are always indicative, but they do give an idea of, one, the scale, height and massing of the building, and the contextual setting in which this building is proposed. You'll see on the left-hand side is the Social Club, or the former Royal British Legion Club, which forms one of 4 villas that are strung along London Road and are existing within the site at present. At the far end, you can just see the cupola of the London and County Bank building, and effectively these buildings are part of a heritage setting to the Memorial Gardens. And at the back, you can see the rear parking, the central courtyards, and in front we have left, or the applicant has left, the Memorial Gardens as they are currently because of the discussions with the county on potential changes. Those potential changes could be that London Road is removed and effectively the council and the new building sits on a far broader civic space within the very heart of Bexhill. Thank you, Sarah. We've asked, in terms of understanding the impact of this building on the heritage assets, the applicants have submitted some 3D animated views of the building in context. This is the view as you come down Station Road and would turn into the Waitrose car park. You can just see the building in the background. It is small, I accept that, but it is an accurate visual representation were you to walk down that road. Thank you, Sarah. This is the view from what I call the townhouse, the townhouse pub corner, up against Sainsbury's, looking up across the Memorial Gardens to the existing building and the proposed building. You will notice that the Town Hall building and Council Chamber, they sit on an elevated position because there is a fall across the site right down to the Sainsbury's building. And of particular interest in assessing the harm of this building to the heritage asset, we were concerned about the fine detail of the roof profile of the townhouse building against the skyline, and that in any way would not be blocked out by this building. The applicant submitted further information, thank you, Sarah, to review that in terms of coming down Station Road, standing at the petrol station. That is the view you would see. So in that profile of the town hall buildings is retained against potentially still a blue skyline. At present, it's a rather cloudy skyline. But it's that fine detailing that we feel is very important to the setting of that building. Thank you, Sarah. In terms of our consultation, we've been out to consultation. I will note a comment against Historic England against our assessment, but at present they have submitted a letter that the building is under review for listing, but against this application, until that is determined, they have no comment to make. Against the lead local flood authority, there is a holding objection until certain information is submitted to discharge those conditions, but there are minor issues regarding flooding or flood address through a SUD system. We have received objections from Bexhill Heritage, which I believe are speaking today. Their objections deal with the quality of the building and the architecture, the impact of this building on the heritage setting of both the building and the surrounding town square, and the overall scale of the building. Those will be addressed again in our assessment. And we've had, in terms of letters of objection, we've had 21 letters of objection, some dealing with public expense and the cost of the project. That is not a planning consideration. Commentary about the need for the cafe and additional office space. That has been reviewed against the client's aspiration and their business case. Detrimental to the look of Bexhill Town Centre, that we address in terms of the heritage understanding, and changes to the road network, which are outside of this discussion because they fall to the county to resolve that issue. Thank you, Sarah. That effectively presents the applicant's documentation and from third parties objecting to the scheme. What I now present to you is the appraisal that we've undertaken as planning officers against planning policy to determine the scheme or make a recommendation about the scheme. The key issues for consideration deal with planning policy, the principle of development, heritage and conservation, design, environmental matters, and access. I think it's important that we just focus on the client's brief because to a certain extent the client has set out its own requirements of the objectives of this project, and we have further looked at those objectives against what they've presented and the evidence to ensure that effectively they are delivering on their commitments because we see some of those commitments as a public benefit in terms of appraising the scheme. Thank you, Sarah. I'm not going to read all the planning policy, but we have reviewed planning policy both in terms of the Rother local plan, the DAS 2019 planning policy, and the NPPF for compliance. I do note that the NPPF talks about sustainable development, and it has a further criteria in assessing what that means in terms of the economics, the social and the environmental objectives of the scheme. So that nuance of it's not just about the sustainable development, but the nuance of how you define sustainable is assessed in this scheme. In terms of planning policy, we note that the scheme is within a designated town centre, so you would expect in terms of the principle of height and massing would be supported by planning policy because of the planning designation. The scheme retains and strengthens, Sarah, you can pop one on. The scheme retains and strengthens the employment, the commercial and the community role of the town centre, and critically, looking at the carbon agenda, it is in a highly sustainable location in terms of access to the rail network and the bus network. And therefore, we have looked at the scheme and consider that the application accords with planning policy, and further that in terms of the deliverability of the schemes against the sustainability objectives, we agree that it concords with planning policy. In terms of the second point of appraisal, heritage and conservation, I accept that this is an emotional issue. Heritage is always an emotional issue. And therefore, the appraisal that we've had to undertake is far more granular than one would normally undertake. As a starting point, we need to recognise that at present, all buildings in the applicant's red line boundary are non-designated heritage assets. Having said that, we recognise that there is a holding letter to look at listing the building, and due recognition of that has informed our appraisal of the scheme. So while in planning terms at present the building is seen as a non-designated heritage asset, we assume it has significant heritage value and the scheme is assessed against that at the same time. Historic England are looking at the application for listing, and their decision will be made mid-November. We therefore consider that as a material consideration in our appraisal. We note that the building is not in a conservation area. The appraisal looked at the buildings in their entirety, but also in their singularity, and the applicant has submitted evidence on that basis. The proposals are that the town hall, i.e. the town hall and its 1930s extension along Amherst Road, the council chamber and the curtilage wall to the front of the building are identified as having heritage merit. That all other buildings, i.e. the two villas, the other extensions to the building cluster, and the buildings at the back of the site, the Autelec building and the garages, have limited to no heritage value and consequently could be taken down and demolished. Planning policy requires us, against the NPPF 199-204, to go through a stepped process of understanding how you would assess development against a heritage asset. We have undertaken that against understanding the scheme itself and the heritage significance of the scheme. I note that, as presently stated, the word significance is not defined in planning policy, but is clarified in test cases. And increasingly, that word significance is defined as evidential, aesthetic, and historic and community value. The applicant has assessed the heritage value of the scheme against those 4 finer points to come up with their conclusion and recommendations. We have assessed that against our own internal review and our own internal heritage and conservation officers. And our assessment is that the scheme in totality creates less than substantial harm to the heritage asset. We recognise that were it a non-designated or designated heritage asset, our assessment would be the same as less than substantial harm. The NPPF 202 then asks us to weigh up the harm being undertaken against the public benefit and weigh those two up against each other. And finally, NPPF 204 asks us that not only undertake an assessment of harm and the public benefit, but ensuring that there is a mechanism that protects the heritage items and is actually deliverable in terms of the planning application. Our assessment against the NPPF, advice from our own internal officers, and reviewing of the comments made by Bexhill Heritage, it is our considered opinion that the construction of the new building will have less than substantial harm to the setting of the retained town hall et al., i.e. the council chamber and the annex building, and that the cumulative impact will not seriously affect the key elements for which the town hall attains and retains its heritage value, and that the public benefit outweighs such effect as to be supported in planning policy. Sarah, thank you. The third point of assessment deals with design. Again, I note that design is subjective. There is informative guidance at national level in terms of the National Model Design Code, the National Design Guide. The NPPF talks about design quality, and our own internal policy, EN3, talks about design quality. There are between 10 and 8 different criteria against which one can assess the merits of design quality. I'm not going to read out those 10 criteria, but I have got them if councillors want me to list them. In reviewing the scheme against those criteria, and we have taken it down to assessing the remedial works being undertaken to the council chamber and the town hall building. And the new building we have broken up to 3 constituent parts because it is quite an extensive building. So we have looked at the back building up against the parking court, the intermediate building, and then the front building. And we have assessed them each individually and collectively against the 10 points of what is seen as the characteristics of good design. And our assessment against that is that the design, the layout and appearance, the application accords with the intent of good design as set out in NPPF Chapter 12, the National Design Guide, the National Model Design Code, and reference to paragraph NPPF 129 and Rother's own local plan policy EN3. Thank you, Sarah. In terms of environmental matters, the applicant has submitted documentation regarding land contamination, biodiversity, ecology, sustainability, resource management, noise, air quality, and understanding the impact that this scheme has on neighbouring and surrounding properties, and has effectively submitted their conclusions to that. In broad extent, most of those environmental issues reflect minimum effect on neighbouring properties. More importantly, and I think from the last time I attended the planning committee, the issue of an energy statement is coming to the fore. And it addresses the council's own climate emergency and environmental strategy. And we have assessed the scheme against the Council's own statement and against the requirements coming forward in terms of national legislation. Again, I have the figures to hand, should we want to delve into that. But effectively, the Town Hall and the Council chamber buildings, the proposals of works on both buildings, of retrofitting to address energy consumption, to make the building more energy efficient and address some of the fabric of the building, means that there is a potential of a 46% reduction in energy demand of the retained building. In terms of the new building, the operational energy demand complies and actually is below the suggested benchmark of the net zero carbon standards that are emerging. The current building operational energy demands are 27 kilowatts per annum. The benchmark is 35. The applicant proposes PV photovoltaics on the back building, the roof. There is a potential to explore that further, to use that energy created to offset some of their carbon emission. In terms of the overall scheme, the net site carbon emission for both the new and the old, 86% of that arising figure is attributed to the retained building, whereas the new building, the residual is a 14%. So it is, in terms of carbon efficiencies, there is still a shortfall. There is a net gap of 84,000 kilowatts, but the scheme goes a long way to addressing the carbon statement from the Council, not only in terms of the new build, but readdressing those issues within the fabric of the retained asset. Thank you, Sir. In terms of access, transport and highway safety, there is an overall reduction in car parking standards or car parking bays being provided. Currently there are 96. A scheme of this size would require 144. They are providing 48. Further, they are providing facilities to provide modal shift in 32 internal cycle storage, including changing and shower facilities, 6 disabled bays, and potentially working with the Council in terms of the Memorial Square scheme, informal parking to the front of the building at night time. This significant reduction is supported by the Council in terms of addressing carbon reduction and creating a strong modal shift in a highly sustainable location. And this would be addressed through a robust travel plan, which would be applicable to the applicant. Thank you, Sarah. In assessing the scheme against the client's own brief and reviewing it against both the objectives of the scheme and the harm done to the heritage asset, the public benefits as we define them and have assessed them are securing the capital works to enable the renovation of the Heritage Town Hall and to secure its long-term optimal viable use, which is a requirement under the PPPF 202. It is reducing the carbon footprint of the Town Hall, which is a commitment of the Council's policy and climate emergency statement. It is creating new office space to serve the District Council and its associated providers in delivering a service to the community and forms an employment creation and employment potential. It creates a rental commercial space to attract inward investment and create this as a commercial office destination. It's creating a community and event space to promote the civic nature of the building and the community value of the building. It is contributing to the setting of the Memorial Gardens, and it is using this investment to act as a catalyst to create market confidence in attracting private sector investment into the designated town centre to enable further regeneration. it is our considered opinion that the public benefits weigh favourably in determining and mitigating against the adverse effect on the heritage asset. Thank you, Sarah. In order to secure that heritage asset, we have had discussions with the applicant, and there is a very detailed condition regarding the heritage asset that they need to present to ourselves a scope of works of what is to be undertaken, both internally and externally to the heritage asset that is to be retained, against a cost plan which will be assessed, and a commitment of a capital sum as noted on the web page of circa £2 million to enable that work. I note that that work is both for the remedial work to the town hall, but also to ensure that this building's carbon footprint is seismically reduced from its present position. And there is a Section 184 agreement with highways in terms of how we access the public highways, specifically dealing with the memorial gardens. In terms of then the planning balance, in terms of planning policy, in short, we believe that this scheme accords with all planning policy within a designated town centre as identified in the local plan. In terms of heritage and conservation, it is considered that the public benefit outweighs any heritage harm, and consequently this application is supported. In terms of design, it accords with the policies of EN3, design quality, EN4, public realm, and we do note that in terms of our assessment, we make certain recommendations for amendments, which I will come to. In terms of environmental matters, we review and feel that the application accords with all policies and specifically addresses some of the objectives of the Council's climate emergency statement. In terms of access, it accords with policy, is supported by the County Council, and creates a fundamental modal shift to more sustainable forms of transport. It is considered, therefore, that the application accords with Rother's local plan, the development and site allocation plan, Section 30H, which deals with heritage, and the National Planning Policy Framework. In terms of your determination, we bring to your attention that we do note two items in terms of design and resolution that we set out as amendments for your determination. One, we feel that the fourth floor to the front building, to the front of the new building, there is, at very late notice, the M&E yard that comes to the back, which was that element that I highlighted as pink on the fourth floor, which to a certain extent remains unresolved by the architectural team in terms of what actually goes into that. Is it sufficient space? And we do not necessarily want to see flues and other elements sticking out above that element. We feel that that remains unresolved. Further, we believe that it doesn't read as a totality in the building and distracts from the rather simple, crisp form that the architects have endeavoured to attain for this building. The lower building is a fairly clean, ordered building, and we feel that that is highly appropriate, set off against the more visual interest of the heritage asset. And it is our opinion that the fourth floor, to a certain extent, in terms of the potential for clutter on the roof, distracts from the heritage merits of this building and specifically that skyline. And hence we are proposing an amendment to that scheme. We'll address how we do that. We also feel that to a certain extent we cannot determine the landscape proposals because there is still ongoing discussions with the county regarding the Memorial Square. I note that we had correspondence on the 15th of September with the council, and the comment came back that the council had consulted on two options as part of a wider scheme of London Road corridor, and that was undertaken in 2021. However, no decision has been undertaken in that regard, and therefore, to a certain extent, the landscape response to the front of the building can remain is unresolved because we do not know as the applicant what they are responding to. Are they responding to the circumstance that London Road remains, or are they responding to a circumstance where that road disappears and this building has the great potential to become part of a larger civic square? Those are the two amendments that we put out. In terms of our recommendation, I have, if you look at your notes, you'll see there is mention to section 184 on your notes for the recommendation. That, my apologies, that is taken out. Effectively, that is a county issue. It is not a condition issue, and therefore our recommendation is simply as follows. It is resolved to grant full planning subject to the satisfactory resolution of amendments, the two I talked about, and conditions through delegated authority. We have set out various conditions, which I'm sure you've seen. They are quite extensive because they deal with site establishment, demolition works, works to this heritage building, works during construction, and ongoing works and operational issues regarding the carbon issues that we talked about. In totality, we have discussed those conditions with the applicant, and there is broad agreement regarding those conditions. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I do apologise it was long, but you can see that in terms of the granularity of the scheme, we have assessed it under those conditions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was very detailed and very much appreciated. And so we're going to move on to the speakers, and the first one speaking against the application is Anthony Lightly from Bexhill Heritage. If I could ask you to come forward to the speakers' table. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Anthony, you have 5 minutes to speak. When you speak, you need to put the microphone on by pushing the button, but after you speak, members of the committee may wish to ask you questions, and unfortunately you have to sort of turn your microphone off when they're speaking. You have to do a bit of on-off thing, so it can be a little annoying, but unless you turn it on, the camera won't be on you, and if you don't turn it off, the other person won't be seen. So that makes sense. So whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning, councillors. I appear because David Beales, the Bexhill Heritage Planning Consultant, is unable to attend this morning. I am Tony Lightly, retired Chartered Building Surveyor. I was previously the founder and senior partner in a building surveying practice based in the City of York, where a significant amount of our work was undertaken requiring liaison with conservation officers, planning officers, architects and consultants, and I am experienced in undertaking redevelopment of sites in the historic core of the city, including new commercial buildings. In our submission regarding the application, Bexhill Heritage raised objection to the scheme for a number of material considerations: a failure to meet the criteria set down in paras 126, 130 and 134 of the National Planning Policy Framework, referred to hereafter as NPPF. Additionally, we drew attention to the failure to address the requirements of NPPF 2021, which is to ensure that beauty is a specific consideration of any development. The lack of beauty here is particularly ironic as the application is promoted by the Director of Place. The scheme fails to meet the requirements of Rother District Council's own local plan core strategy 2014 in respect of EN2, EN3 and BX1. The applicants themselves have stated that the Town Hall is, in their own opinion, a non-designated heritage asset, and have stated in para 105 of their submission, which in our opinion undervalues the heritage worth of the retained Town Hall and Council Chamber, that the proposed development will cause harm to the NDHA, and this is in conflict with NPPF 203. We can find no reference to any comments being sought or submitted by the conservation officers, as it appears that they have not been consulted, despite the applicant stating they consider the Town Hall to be an NDHA. This is puzzling, and I do hear the case officer's comments this morning. Bexhill Heritage set out a number of reasons why the design of the frontage block fails to meet the needs of the site and its surroundings. The proposal will create a dominant building on the frontage that would fail in all respects to meet the needs of the site and its surroundings, in that the bulk and height are excessive and dominate the historic buildings of Merritt and Town Hall Square. In our letter, we have entered into much more detail on this point, which letter has been sent to all members of Rother District Council. In his report to the committee, the case officer has failed to address the issues raised by Bexhill Heritage. There has not been a balanced consideration of the application, given the officer's proposal that the application be approved with a recommendation that the building be redesigned both as to height, bulk and scale. A further recommendation that the fenestration of the frontage be reconsidered leads only to a conclusion that neither the design, scale and bulk of the frontage building have been adequately considered, and a redesign is necessary before any decision is taken. Such amendments as are suggested will require full consideration of an application with full publicity and cannot be taken under a designated authority. Were the officer's recommendation to be adopted, it could be seen as an abusive process amounting to maladministration. Committee have three choices before them: to approve the application, that is, the building as it presently stands without amendment; to defer a decision to enable the proposal, including bulk height on the frontage, to be redesigned; or to refuse the application completely, allowing for a complete review of the whole proposal. Bexhill Heritage is not opposed to development of the whole site, but this needs to be compatible in design and scale with the retained building and the overall setting in the Town Hall Square, which with this present proposal is very much not the case. Given that the case officer makes clear in his own report that the proposal is not appropriate and therefore members could be minded to refuse the application, Bexhill Heritage, in its submission on the scheme, has suggested two sound reasons for refusal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Just keeping in mind our questions, you need to address the points raised by Mr. Lutley rather than go off into another direction. Do we have any questions? No questions. Yes, Councillor Byrne.
You said that your one of your preferred options would be to defer. Do you believe that the points you've raised could in fact be addressed and satisfied if we defer and then come back? So could these matters, with further consultation, you think, produce a scheme that would be acceptable to Bexhill Heritage?
The answer to that is yes. It is, as far as our concerns are necessary, it is fundamentally to address the design of the frontage building. The rear parts of the site we don't feel have the same impact. There would be consequences from our point of view of redesigning the front, which would impact on the back, because we believe that if you are to achieve the same level of space, then you are going to have to push some of that requirement into the rear part of the site. But that, I'm not the architect on this occasion, and I'll leave it to my experts here.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, can I just ask you, this is currently a four-storey building. Do you believe that a four-storey building can be acceptable in this site, or is that why you are advocating deferral while the design is reconsidered?
I think we have made it clear. We did at the consultation, the first consultation when we met with the design team, and I think it is clear from our objections that we feel that 4 stories is too much.
Any other questions? Councillor North.
You use the word beauty. You know, we all want buildings to be beautiful, But it's a terribly subjective term, isn't it? And I really wonder whether it's a very helpful term to apply to this particular redevelopment of the town hall.
I think probably the idea that beauty is in the eye of the beholder is probably more realistic. The national planning policy sets out this idea of beauty. I think they were struggling for a word, to be honest. It is subjective. I have to accept that. One man's meat is another man's poison. As far as we are concerned, we don't feel that the present scheme has enough beauty to complement the beauty that is already here. And yet I know people who think the town hall is awful. So it is totally subjective.
Right, Jack.
This is such an interesting debate in terms of beauty, etc. Could I ask you, in terms of your expertise, there are lots of examples, aren't there, of modern right up against heritage that's acceptable. In principle, do you accept, representing your organisation, do you accept that a modern design, as long as it's in your terms the right, not to have the scale and bulk, that a modern design could sit alongside the town hall?
I do. In fact, in my distant past, we've done exactly that. There is no reason why you can't put modern adjacent to historic. It's very hard work, I'll say that from the beginning, and it, again, can be a little bit subjective because there's always somebody who will say, well, I don't like it. But I think sometimes you have to be a little bit adventurous, and this building certainly isn't adventurous. And I have just come back from Scotland, and I happened to see a row of traditional Scottish houses, 4 stories high, and on the end of it was a completely new building. And I'd very nearly driven past it before I realised it was a completely new building, because the architect had taken the features of Scottish architect, the turret, the tower, and those sort of features, and incorporated them into his building, and it blended completely. But if you cut out what was there, you were looking at a completely new piece of architecture, and it can be done, but it is, and I know from my own personal experience, it's hard work.
Councillor Mear.
Yes, you've spoken about the bulk and massing of the proposed new frontage building, and I understand what you say about the height. Can you say anything about the frontage itself? It appears to be a little bit further forward than the existing town hall. Can you explain your views on that, please?
I'm trying to visualise the plan. I don't think, and I'm sure my colleagues here will confirm it, but I don't think it is in front of the line of the town hall and the council chamber.
I think we probably need to hold that question for later. Yeah? You can explore that later. We can explore that question later, Anthony. Yeah.
But as to the actual existing design, one of the principal things that I think that it falls down on is that it is absolutely a flat slab. It's a flat front, and if you look at the existing buildings, they are anything but a flat front.
Any further questions? Thank you very, very much for coming and speaking today. Next speaking, we have 3 people for the applicant. The planning consultant, Dale Mayhew, is up first, and I'm not sure if these three speakers are speaking or offering to answer questions, so we'll just see how we go.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would confirm the intention is for the three speakers. After me, there's an architect, and after that, sustainability engineer. So in terms of questions, I can deal with what I can, but if there are questions more appropriate to my colleagues, I will seek to defer to them if that's acceptable to you, sir. The application before you today reflects 12 months of work by the design team, and we're seeking to deliver a project that will bring a wide range of public benefits to the site, to the town of Bexhill, and to the wider Rother district. The main part of the town hall was built some 130 years ago. It's a reflection of the then civic pride of the growing town. And in the same way as the town hall delivered a step change in civic space, this application seeks to deliver a new, high-quality civic heart to Rother that is fit for the next generation. It will enable the District Council to meet the needs of local residents, other governmental organisations, and the wider community on a single site. It will act as a catalyst to bring enhanced confidence and investment in the town and the wider area. As you've heard, the application site is within the defined town centre of Bexhill, and all tiers of planning guidance support the use of such locations to provide key civic and employment floor space. Integral to the works are the protection of the existing town hall. The scheme will deliver the substantial investment needed to repair or refurbish the building and secure its long-term fit-for-purpose condition. The scheme architect will explain in more detail shortly how the collaborative approach to the scheme design has brought forward a building that we consider respects its setting. It seeks to respond to the aspirations of stakeholders, secure substantial key benefits, whilst substantively preserving the significance and the setting of the town hall. The scheme has been developed with sustainability at its absolute core. My colleague will explain in more detail shortly that the application can be considered an exemplar project in the district to move development towards net zero carbon. This includes the new building, but as you've also heard, it really goes a long way to decarbonise the existing town hall as well. The site is in a highly sustainable location in terms of its proximity to a wide range of public transport options. And the design does seek to encourage and facilitate access to the building by all members of the community, and that really does include the mobility impaired. Coupled with the prospective improvements to the memorial gardens that we've had full regard to, and as you've heard are still coming forward, the scheme presents an opportunity to improve the way in which the community are able to access the District Council civic space on this important town centre site. The scheme benefits align to key planning policies and the aspirations of your development plan. It reflects the overarching aim of the planning system to deliver sustainable development. And as you've heard, that comprises the three limbs of economic, social and environmental objectives. It will directly contribute to enhancing and building a competitive local economy, delivering a new high-quality office space and acting as a catalyst for inward investment. It will deliver a step-change improvement in civic space that enables the District Council to perform its vital functions to the benefit of the social cohesion of the district community. And it will deliver clear environmental benefits, both in the decarbonisation of the site to step change towards net zero carbon and the refurbishment and preservation of the town hall for the benefit of future generations. I do hope you feel able to support the application, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. If you have questions on design or sustainability, they would probably be better asked of the next two speakers, so just to help the process along. Does anyone have any questions for Dale? Yes, Councillor Barnes.
Probably is a question which we've more fairly addressed to the progenitors of this project, but you make quite a lot of sustainability in terms of transport patterns. But this is a building for Rother district. Roughly half the population do not live in the town. you talk about direct rail links. Can you explain how that direct rail link actually works for anything north of the town? How many of the bus routes originate in the north of Rother? And indeed, has any assessment been made of the use made of North Rother of this particular building?
I'm not sure that that's. I think the brief to the consultants was to work on this site, not to find an alternative site. So I'm not sure that's a very fair question for the applicant.
Chairman, the point is relevant to parking spaces. It's not relevant to. I mean, if one were starting all over again, I still think the logical place to put a headquarters is in where half the population live. But it's whether you've provided adequate parking spaces, because you're presuming an awful lot on direct bus and rail links that don't exist.
I think just ask the question about parking spaces, if that's your issue.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best to answer the question that's been put to me. In terms of the site itself, there are a number of users of the site and the way it's accessed. So take myself, just as an example today, that I'm coming here. I've been here many times. I confess today is the only time I haven't actually come by train. So I always try and visit using other than private modes of transport. Today I drove, and today I parked in the Wainwright car park and walked to the site here, which I found a perfectly acceptable thing to do. A bit rainy, but it was absolutely fine. And I think it's about that context. It's about looking at the opportunities where they exist for people to visit sites by something other than the car. There will absolutely and always be occasions where sites need to be accessed by car. For example, it can occur with people who are mobility impaired. And in that context, what we've looked to do with the scheme is to identify the sort of core where people will need to visit by car, make sure there's provision for those people, and to do so by making actually disabled spaces better. Many of the spaces here aren't actually up to mobility impaired standards, so we've stripped that back down and looked to make sure they're in the best location, they're fit in terms of the scale, and they actually get you the best access into the building. And then it's actually enabling access into the building itself on level or acceptable ramps. That's an integral part of it as well. And so it's where it is possible for people to access, not everyone must access by something other than the car. And the aim of the project is to, yes, deliver some parking on site where that's needed, but in other respects, put steps in place where there are ways of coming here other than car. And there is a commitment to a detailed travel plan that will, the way I always describe it is it's to facilitate the option. You can't always make someone behave in a certain way, but what you can do is you can make it easier for them to make that choice. And that's how we've always approached this project, in the way that we've looked at access, both coming here, but also in terms of access moving around the building as well.
Councillor Byrne.
Thanks, Chair. Is an environmental question relevant now or to the next speaker, do you feel? Let me put the question. You seem to have considered the environmental aspects of almost two separate buildings. I'm very surprised that you're not seeking to mitigate the carbon footprint, certainly in terms of heating, of this building by using some of the more modern techniques of the new building or the extended building. That's my first point, and I was a bit disappointed not to see some sort of integrated heating and, as I say, environmental performance plan, considering both buildings as one, not as two separate entities. Also, picking up Councillor Barnes' point, we're still very much in the throes of determining staff work patterns in terms of working from home and occupancy. Now, I know the plan is, your existing plan is quite light on detail for the layout of proposed office space. And I don't really see...
What's the question?
The question is, do you feel that you're going to make significant differences to the layout when we have finally resolved, we as an authority have resolved the pattern of working and the number of people you want to accommodate. I think what I'm really saying is these questions are large enough to really lean towards deferral. So I'm not really expecting an answer. I'm just wanting to assure myself that I haven't missed an answer.
Councillor Byrne, if it's not a question...
The question is, have I missed out on that detail, or is it in fact missing?
I think your point is one to have in the discussion, so if we could do that, that would be fine, but it certainly raises the issue. I need to answer it. Are there any other questions for Mr. Mayhew? I think you've probably got the easier task, so thank you very, very much. I think the hot seat is Peter, it's not really a time for you to do anything, but what would you like to say?
I don't know if it's appropriate, but just maybe because I was fairly short on some of the items. The applicant has put in an energy plan that deals with the old and the new building collectively.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tom Barker, and I suspect the seat's probably a lot warmer for you than it was for your colleague.
Thank you for having me. The scheme presented within this plan application is a culmination of extensive collaborative design and engaging with peer reviews, including Design South East, the local planning authority, Peter, and through public consultations. The design has evolved due to these engagement processes, responding to the key outcomes of key discussions, enriching the scheme as a result. The scheme looks to ensure that the existing town hall is protected and remains appropriate for future generations. As with all the district councils and all businesses, operations within the 21st century have altered significantly from 100 years ago. Within the development of this project, the team have looked at numerous facilities which have sought to achieve a similar aspiration through adaptation of existing alongside new developments. The scheme seeks to deliver this change in the requirements of civic floor space through the provision of facilities for the 21st century and through the refurbishment of the existing town hall building. In addition, investment into the existing town hall will ensure it does not fall into disrepair and remains fit for the future generations. A review of the existing facilities was carried out to ascertain if the buildings were fit for purpose. A key part of this was to review the villas for the possible and appropriate adaptation. The villas have, however, been heavily altered over time, and despite their age, it was found that they retain little significance of heritage due to these interventions. The retention of the villas would leave no practical way of delivering the council's aspirations for improved accessibility, improved transparency, and an openness to the public realm. The villas were deemed inappropriate for retention and adaptation in the design process when weighed against the benefits gained through the delivery of the scheme submitted. The scale of the new building has been designed to complement the town hall and surrounding context. Key viewpoints, as Peter indicated, were selected with the planning officer during the design development to assess the impact that the new building mass may have on the existing town hall and neighbouring buildings. The front element has been designed to sit in line with the existing town hall's ridge, and a top storey stepped back in response to the massing from those key viewpoints, as was indicated on the screen earlier. The organised floor plates have been designed to spread the mass and accommodation evenly through the site, whilst responding to key elements in the scheme, including the emergence of the courtyard design, which was a result of discussions with Design South East, who highlighted the importance of the provision of this external inward-facing space. The scale to the front of the building responds to the memorial gardens and the neighbouring commercial buildings, whilst the rear element reduces in scale, responding to the domestic properties to the north and to the Amherst Road building. The lightweight glazed link building provides a clear, bright entrance into the facilities with clear wayfinding, views right the way through from the front to the rear courtyards, and enables aspects of the existing town hall's side elevation to be reinstated and better revealed. This new entrance is clear from the approach, open and inviting, and helps to promote the active frontage into the public realm to match the council's aspirations. In addition to 2 new passenger lifts, this scheme provides level access around the building and ties the levels in with the existing town hall to improve access for all across all facilities. The external landscaping addresses the steep level changes across the site through the use of ramped paths, soft landscape banks and tiered seating. The materials and detail design proposed for the scheme have been developed to harmonise with the existing town hall building. The use of the red brick as a key material on the new building ties it in with the neighbouring context, whilst using contemporary details, including the continuations of the horizontal and vertical banding, to sit alongside but not conflict with the town hall or be pastiche. Similarly, other materials have been selected to reflect the dominant colour of the red clay whilst breaking up the facades. The top floor's materials of reflective metal were selected to reduce the visual impact by blending it in further with surroundings. The scheme presented in the application is designed to meet the high quality, bespoke architectural expectations of Rother District Council. The scheme will deliver fit-for-purpose spaces with extensive benefits for this generation and for future generations of the local and district community. We hope you will agree and support the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm sure you're going to have some questions. Who would like to ask a question? Yes, Councillor Meir.
Can I now ask the question which I asked the earlier speaker, which is the frontage of the new block forward of the existing town hall?
So on the ground floor, the building is set in line with the existing town hall building. The building line was developed to pick up on the building line of the villa sitting alongside, which is why we introduced a kink into the front building line. So on the ground floor, it's set at the same level, but to introduce to remove that flat slab effect that was discussed earlier. The gentleman from Bexhill Heritage, to remove that, we encourage the first and second floor to project slightly further out and create that kind of corner that you see in the building.
Yes, thank you. That would explain why I had difficulty in reading the plans as a complete amateur in these things. And could I say I do very much appreciate the magnitude of the task which you've undertaken and the amount of detail. I think also, did I see somewhere in the report that the officer would like the atrium pushed back a little bit into the building so as to expose the corner of the old building better? Is that right?
I believe it's been discussed. I guess I can talk about it from the reasoning we got to the point we're at. So we have set the atrium slightly set back from the rest of the building line. The atrium acts as kind of a glazed, lightweight connection element between the two. So to sensitively approach that coming together of the contemporary and the kind of historic side of it. The positioning of the atrium is to provide a kind of buffer zone, a lobby into the space before you for environmental purposes and for thermal comfort within the space within the reception area. So that's why it's positioned there, as well as not detracting from and interrupting the historic facade too much.
Yeah, Councillor John Barnes. Yeah.
I have two quite different questions, Chairman, if I can take them separately. The first is, can you say something about the materials used? And I notice on environmental considerations, you've done quite detailed operational costings. Have you also done lifetime costings on the materials used?
Sure. So lifetime costings haven't been carried out to the full extent. However, the selection of materials, but one of the reasons we chose to promote the red brick was because it ties in with the local context. Also, the selection of the material from is relevant to this area as well. So within the development of it, key considerations have been how we obtain the materials as well. That going further than that, within the design, early discussions were about the span of the building, so what materials are appropriate to incorporate into the primary structure to enable future adaptation of spaces, so that when we design spaces, it's not necessarily just for the design we're putting in place now, but that the building can continue to evolve and be developed into as and when required. We talk about this generation, but we also need to talk about future generations, and the design of the structural span is key to that discussion.
I just follow. How much concrete actually is in there apart from the concrete strips?
I don't have a number to that. Sorry.
Co-chair.
Is Tom the person to ask about decarbonisation? I'm sorry if you're not the person. My question is about the paragraph where it's talking about reducing, in this building, reducing up to 50%. And for us who are aiming 2030 for zero carbon, I thought up to 50%, and then there were conditions if. I wasn't convinced that could be done.
My colleague is going to follow on to talk about sustainability, so it might be worth leaving this conversation, this question for him. That's all right.
Mary Barnes.
Yes, thank you. The fourth floor appears to be probably the most contentious. At what point did you decide that it was necessary to put on the fourth floor, or what actually formed the decision to put the fourth floor on the building?
Thanks. The fourth floor has been discussed consistently throughout the whole project. We went through a significant design development process in consultation with many different people on what was appropriate in terms of the local context and setting and those key viewpoints. The fourth floor, to accommodate the fourth floor, we decided that it was appropriate to set it back. However, due to the setting facing the memorial gardens and the key views, we decided it was an appropriate location to have it and reveal that kind of roof terrace to the fourth floor as well. This enabled us to include the spatial requirements that we needed to achieve with the council's aspirations, but also reduce the scale to the north of the building, where the building enters the kind of gets closer to the domestic buildings to the north of the site, and also in context with Amherst Road.
Were you driven by the aspirations of the council to put on the fourth floor? I mean, I don't understand why those bits of the fourth floor couldn't have been included somewhere else on the site.
Sure. When we were assessing the design from an early point of view, we deemed that from the public realm and looking at those key viewpoints, that the addition of the fourth floor, or the inclusion of the fourth floor, actually enhances the setting that is provided there. It also allows for the external roof terrace to be provided on that space.
Councillor John Barnes.
I think my question follows on quite naturally from that of my wife. The car parking, you've made no effort to build over that, but you have a fourth floor on the front. You have actually a square building, whereas most of the buildings around the square, with the exception of the disastrous Sainsbury's building, tend to have pitch roofs with rooms in the roof. So this creates a very box-like effect coming forward with a fourth floor on top. And yet, unlike, say, a borough like Bournemouth...
What's the question, please?
Sorry, I'm coming to the question. Unlike a borough like Bournemouth, you haven't built over the car parks, which would actually give you much more horizontal space and horizontal use. Can I ask you why not?
This might be alluded to in colleagues' discussions as well, but building across a wider area, actually, from a sustainability point of view, will have a negative effect. One of the key things we look at at the start of the design process within sustainability is the form factor of the building. How do we make the building the best form factor alongside the aesthetics of it, but to accommodate it? By spreading it out, we create more of an external envelope, and therefore we reduce the sustainable approach to the building. There are also other considerations to that, including by building further into that car park space, it will promote issues with overlooking into residential properties.
Councillor Ganley.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Barker, thank you for your presentation. I think I understood you to mention the question of how you obtain the materials. If that is the case, if I'm right in my hearing, could you expand on that? Is there a difficulty in I'm sure there is in today's world, a difficulty in obtaining building materials, but is there a specific problem?
Sorry, I think your speaker's still on. There's no difficulty as far as I'm aware of obtaining building materials. What we're at a stage at is where we've, from an aesthetic point of view and also from a sustainability approach to it, selected materials that we think respond well to the local context, and also we believe and understand that we can look for to procure locally as much as possible. At this stage, that's where the detail in the design goes. Yeah.
Councillor Errington.
Hi, thank you. Just a very quick question. On the aerial view, you don't show any barrier on the roof terrace. So could you just confirm that the 3D view does actually show a clear glass barrier? So it won't actually change the look of the building because it's just glass. Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully there is a barrier on that aerial view. It's just concealed. What we have detailed currently is a kind of flat steel barrier. So it's not glass because for maintenance and also for building regs compliant, there's difficulties with glass. But we've detailed a kind of a flat powder coated barrier. The flat steels are so thin that probably they're not picked up in those aerial views.
So when you're looking between the third and fourth floor, with this at the moment, you can see through. The fourth floor is smaller, so that if you put these steel barriers up, you're not going to be able to have that looking through. Do you see what I mean?
Come back. It's very much kind of the steel flats are 10 mil at centres of about 100 mil, so they're very, very thin, and you can see through. We use it on numerous buildings, and it's a very robust way to have a light touch barrier that provides that safety that you require on those floors.
Yes, Councillor Madeley.
Chair. Just one thing strikes me. We talk about we have hope for less dominance of the new building. Why? I know you're talking about it being in line with the original building, but is there any reason why it couldn't be in line with the atrium, which is currently set back from both buildings? Thank you.
This was part of, again, a considerable part of the design development. Where do we position the new building as well? Typically, we quite often look at the building lines of existing buildings, and we use that as a good language to carry across within any kind of new design we provide adjacent to them, and it's a practice that we use over and over again. It also allows that light glazed connection to sit slightly back in that to provide that kind of buffer zone between the two.
Councillor Prochek.
This is sort of a general question, because I've been told that the REBA now are saying that you shouldn't demolish, that you should actually use existing buildings. And assuming that must have been a starting point, is actually look at the existing buildings to see if we could deliver on the brief.
Yeah, I did allude to it in kind of my 5 minutes, but it was very much a starting point for this project. We very much looked at the villas and in line with the client's aspirations and what could be done to retain or to refurbish. I'm sure you guys, everybody is aware of the villas, but one key issue is the level changes, the consistent level changes across the villas that obviously do not complement a civic town hall space where members of the public or kind of anybody using it might require level access throughout. Also, from a sustainability point of view, the villas were assessed from a very, very early point and were deemed to be very poor from a sustainability perspective. And then also, with the design development, our heritage consultant assessed the significance of the villas and weighed that up in the heritage impact assessment that was applied with the planning application as well. So yes, they were very much considered, and the public benefits to the scheme by providing an open, transparent frontage, by being able to provide an accessible level access for all, and by being able to significantly improve the sustainability performance of accommodation adjacent to the town hall was considered to outweigh the heritage of the villas.
I think I've got one final question for you. You talk about sustainability in terms of the building itself, and assessment has been done on the building that we currently sit in to reduce the carbon to the maximum level, if you like. And Councillor Byrne mentioned about why it wasn't done as a holistic project, if you like, although perhaps you have considered it in that way. It just seems to me that the building has been designed, the new building, and now it's been designed effectively in some sort of passive way. So it's a sort of passive energy as opposed to trying to actually go towards carbon neutrality. That's what it seems like, because there's no provision in the new building and there's not enough in the old building to provide the solar panels that you would need to actually drive whatever energy usage you have down towards zero. And it feels to me like we're in a position where there's a design which now has to be retrofitted, a new design which hasn't been built, which has to be retrofitted with something to actually achieve or go towards that aim which has been stated by the client of carbon neutrality. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's a very good question. What is the question? Why have you not presented a design which actually achieves that?
I'm sure my colleague can elaborate on this in a second as well. But we've always, sustainability has been at the forefront of this design development. We design buildings often to improve sustainability and have sustainability at the forefront. That does not always mean that a building will be completely carbon neutral in operation, but it means that you're significantly improving the operational performance of the facilities. Even kind of within passive house designs or kind of highly sustainable designs, even within highly sustainable designs, you'll still look to include PVs within those to offset some of the energy requirements of them. In terms of the new build and the existing building, there are two different approaches that need to be taken to achieve sustainable design through those two buildings, and the approach needs to be for the existing building. Obviously, needs to be sensitive to the character of the existing building as well. And again, I'm sure that will be elaborated on.
So your colleague described it as a building which was exemplar to net zero. Can you just explain exactly how you're delivering that? Well, he's the architect, so he designed the building.
Well, so a few considerations were taken at the early design. So we've mentioned form factor. So looking at how the form of the building will fit in with the character and the creation of the placemaking opportunities within the scheme and on the site. But form factor was a key part of it. We have looked at the orientation of the building and where glazing will be beneficial in terms of heat gains, as well as looked at thermal modelling in terms of heat loss from the building. Within the kind of walls, we have been in discussions and looked at kind of the thermal insulation of the building. So there's been constant discussions in the thermal modelling and the sustainability in terms of the thermal performance of the spaces as well, and achieving a high a really good U value, it's called, to those spaces. So it's all a lot of that is the early design is through kind of the form and the orientation and the placement of windows, and then going further than that, it's looking at the specification of the external envelope and the internal facilities as well.
Anyone have any further questions? Thank you very much. You've had quite a few questions to answer there, so very much appreciate you attending today. And lastly, we have Vince Chaplin, who's the sustainability consultant, who I'm sure is going to have a few questions.
Good morning, everyone. We are in a climate emergency and urgently need to reduce carbon emissions. Here in the UK, 49% of annual carbon emissions are attributed to buildings. In line with governmental strategy, the UK Green Building Council believe that all new builds must operate at net zero carbon by 2030, and all buildings must operate at net carbon zero by 2050. To achieve this, the path to net zero carbon requires a three-stage energy strategy approach. This approach has been at the core of the design team's strategy in developing the net zero carbon strategy of the Bexhill Town Hall. The first stage is to reduce operational energy use through design. This is achieved through passive design measures such as efficient fabric and shading to reduce heating and cooling demands, maximising natural daylight with automatic controls to reduce artificial lighting demand, and natural ventilation where feasible to reduce demand on heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems. The second stage is to ensure that the proposed heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems and lighting are of high efficiency, with all systems powered by electricity, a rapidly decarbonising energy source. The third stage is to use on-site renewable energy technologies such as PV, which reduce the amount of electricity the building needs to import from the national grid. The existing town hall building systems are highly inefficient, with a long-standing inefficient gas-fired heating system, energy-intensive lighting with manual controls, and poor building fabric, which leads to high heating demands and high carbon emissions. A decarbonisation analysis was conducted to review energy-efficient improvement measures that could feasibly be applied to the building to provide energy and carbon reductions. This involves step-by-step improvements that followed the three-stage energy strategy approach. A fabric-first approach was initially adopted, which included improving roof and wall insulation, upgrading windows, and reducing the air leakage rate of the building. This provided passive means to significantly reduce the heating demand, which is the main energy user of the building, as well as the main contributor to the building's overall carbon emissions. From here, lighting upgrades were included, as well as a hybrid heating system consisting of a highly efficient gas-fired boiler working in conjunction with a highly efficient electric air source heat pump. With all the feasible energy reduction improvements taken into consideration, all maintaining the heritage significance of the building, it was identified that the energy use and carbon emissions of the existing town hall could be reduced by over 50%, with carbon emissions continually reducing due to the ongoing decarbonisation of the grid, in line with the national net zero carbon strategy. The new office building, in contrast to the existing town hall, is an exemplar performer in terms of energy use and carbon emissions. It is predicted that it will use less than half of the energy demand of a typical new build town hall. This has been achieved by focusing on passive design as the primary means of reducing energy demand and carbon emissions. This includes using highly efficient building fabric, ensuring the building has a very low air leakage rate, and maximising natural daylight through careful consideration of the building's form. The new office building will exclusively use electricity as its energy source, using highly efficient air source heat pumps to provide space heating, cooling and hot water. Highly efficient lighting systems with automatic controls that include daylight sensors further reduce energy demands. Solar photovoltaic panels will accommodate the maximum amount of feasible roof space of the new office building, which will be used to offset carbon emissions from the energy demand of the building. The new office building, along with the retained areas of the existing town hall, are predicted to use nearly 50% less energy than the retained town hall as it is currently used. The national grid is rapidly decarbonising as more and more renewable energy projects come online and provide fossil-free electricity. With the new office building running entirely on electricity and with the retained existing town hall using more electricity for space heating, the development as a whole will decarbonise in line with the national grid, providing a path to net zero carbon emissions. The design of the scheme seeks to deliver a new civic space for the district of Rother in a building of high architectural quality that is an exemplar of sustainability. We hope you're able to support the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission today.
Thank you very, very much. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. Yes, Councillor John Bell.
Can I ask my question about materials again and lifetime costings? Councillor Prochak said quite rightly that the current imperative is not to fell buildings unnecessarily. I agree with you. I can't see how the existing villas could have been retained. They're not at all satisfactory. But it therefore becomes imperative that in the new building you use materials that are not going to create a bigger carbon problem than you solve in terms of your operational costs. So I'm wondering how you address the lifetime costing of this building.
Yeah, I'll be careful selection will be made to try and minimise the embodied carbon of the materials selected, while obviously trying to meet the means to reduce energy demands and carbon emissions. Does that answer your question?
Well, it says Sorry, Councillor Langland's identified quite a lot of concrete use at the last meeting. Can I take it you're reassessing that, or will concrete still be a major feature of this building?
It will still be a feature of the building for structural purposes, but careful consideration will be taken into account of the embodied carbon of the materials selected in line with current guidance. So that it has been factored in, and it will be as low as it possibly can and meet the building requirements at the same time.
Yes, Councillor Mary Barnes.
Could you just explain what happens when the weather is particularly inclement, i.e. very hot and very cold, and how an air source heat pump would react to that? You talked about the building being heated principally by electricity. What is the backup if the weather is inclement?
There is no backup as such. That air source heat pump will be sufficient enough to provide the necessary heating, cooling and ventilation for that building.
Comment was really what happens if the power goes off.
Sorry, I don't have a response for that.
I should just identify that Catherine Field, Councillor Field, has asked to speak. Normally I would probably make an exception, but because this is a Rother district application, I think I have to be very, very careful to allow members other than ward members to speak. I'm terribly sorry.
Thank you, and I am also the Cabinet Member for the Climate Emergency.
You are, but unfortunately you're a member of the District Council. And,
so I can't speak, you say?
No.
I can't ask about the south-facing glazing and the need for extra air conditioning?
I'm afraid not. No.
That's a shame. Because I would have done, had I been able to.
Normally, but because it's a Rother district application, I think we have to be terribly careful about non-ward members speaking, lead members included. Yes, Councillor Meir.
Purely by coincidence, and genuinely is coincidence, I was going to ask about the south-facing glazing. Is it special glass, or are there blinds, or is there anything to keep the heat of the sun out in summer? Obviously, you've considered all these things, judging by the rest of your presentation.
Sure, yeah, that was a consideration, and that was included in the modelling. So if there were any areas to be concerned about, that was raised, and the glazing specification will suit those spaces to avoid overheating.
Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. As with all projects, obviously, you were asked to build to a price, and a global consideration of the project was that the money available would be essentially generated by the use of the extra buildings.
I think, Councillor
Well,
Byrne,
there is a question. There is a
but
question.
it's
honestly.
not related to viability or budgets. Or
No,
anything
no,
like that.
it really is.
Okay,
It really
right.
is. Given that you were cost limited, are there any additional environmental mitigation facilities other than the heat source and insulation? Is there anything else you would have liked to put in had you had the money?
So yeah, we alluded to this in our report as to how you could kind of push forward the net zero strategy, and that would be to install more PV on other sites in the district. And we actually gave an indication of how many panels you would need to achieve on-site net zero. So yeah, we have explored that, and there are ways of doing that. And in an ideal world, we would put additional PV on additional sites to meet that requirement.
So you sort of have that in your back pocket should more revenue become available?
Absolutely. If there was an unlimited funds available, then yeah, there's a means to make that, to push forward the strategy and bring forward those meeting of those targets. So yeah.
So I have a question for you, which follows on from Councillor Burns. The first question is the answer is just a single number, and what is, setting this building aside, the old building and the PV panels that you're using to offset that, the new building, what is the net carbon usage of that building predicted? The new building. How many tonnes per annum?
Don't have the top of my head. I've got the site values, but it's very low. Against the new regulations, you're looking at.
It's a pretty critical number. It's just a single number. It's so many tonnes per annum, plus or minus.
Because we've looked at the sites as a whole, I've only got that figure to mind. But yeah,
in the report, it clearly states the usage of this building, current and future, and it has a specific number. I think it's 43 tonnes a year or something. No, 40, something like whatever the figure is, offset by the PV panels that are going to be planned. But it doesn't actually give any detail for the new building or the whole thing together, because it isolates this building. It doesn't give any figures for the new building. So what is the net figure for the new building?
I can give you the indication in energy use rather than carbon. So, for example, the retained existing town hall, so the bits that won't be demolished, you're looking at 128 kilowatt hours per metre squared. Through our decarbonisation analysis, we can reduce that to 57 kilowatt hours per metre squared.
That's the existing building.
That's existing building.
Now the new building.
The new building, you're looking at circa 22 kilowatt hours per metre squared. And national targets for a new build of that type is 35 kilowatt hours per metre squared. So we're achieving that quite well.
And what's the area of PV panels that you would use to achieve net zero, as mentioned to your answer to Councillor Byrne?
It would be, for the whole site, it would be an additional 293 panels.
What area do they take up?
I haven't got an exact figure, but if you consider that a solar panel is typically 1.7 by 1 metre. And if you could do the maths there. Well, times 273. So 293, sorry.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Project.
Thank you, and thank you for the information. I just want to check I've understood something correctly. Is that you think that we can reduce carbon use by 50%, up to 50%, but then you're relying on the fact that electricity supply is from renewable sources to get that figure down. Is that right?
Yeah, so when we do the model, when we do our modelling, we consider something called a carbon factor, and that basically determines the carbon emissions that the building is going to produce annually. That looks at the national grid figures, which takes into account all the different various energy sources that go into that. So there are obviously fossil fuels, renewables, nuclear, for example, and it comes to this one particular figure that's used. So year on year from here, as more renewables are coming online, that carbon factor is reducing and reducing and reducing. So therefore, your buildings, if they're entirely run by electricity, which the new build will be, they will benefit from that decarbonisation and be in line with that. And year on year, you'll have a reduction in carbon emissions until, we can meet that 2050 target from the government.
Can I just ask you, did you say that you would have an efficient gas boiler in here?
Yeah, there's a reason for that. So in order for an air source heat pump to be viable, an electric air source heat pump, your building has to be suitable enough to use it, basically, because it produces very low-grade heat, low-temperature heat. So your building needs to be very airtight and efficient. So trying to use an air source heat pump in a building like this, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't get you wouldn't get the comfortable temperatures that you require. So in order to meet that gap, you can have a hybrid system. So an air source heat pump, an electric air source heat pump running in conjunction with a backup boiler. So the backup boiler would basically make up any shortfall that's required.
Thought to be no new gas boilers.
To provide the heating necessary in this particular building, you would need a gas-fired boiler backup. Hopefully, it's the need to use it would be limited, but it would still need to be there to meet the comfort levels that are required in the building.
I think there was one final question, Councillor
Barnes. Yes, following on from Councillor Project, presumably you explored the possibility of making this hydrogen rather than gas.
Yes, we certainly did. So we initially looked at air source heat pumps, solely using air source heat pumps in the existing town hall here. But in order to do that, you would need very large heating emitters to enable that. And we're talking about essentially radiators the size of a whole wall to produce the heat that's required. And it's just not feasible in areas such as this, where you don't want a whacking great big radiator on the side of the wall. So in order to keep the radiators, the heating emitters that we already have in this space, we need to use a backup boiler to get the water up to heat, to produce the heat that's required.
It's the use of the word gas that is worrying Council Project. If it's convertible to hydrogen ultimately, that might actually meet the point.
Absolutely. I mean, if you could run it on hydrogen, then of course you're reducing your emissions significantly. If that's feasible, then that's a much better way to go.
Good. I think we want to finish the questions at that point. Thank you very, very much for coming and answering quite a series of questions. So thank you. And I'm going to move the meeting on. The two ward members, I'm sure, want to say something. Who wanted to go first? Did you want to go first or second? Councillor Courtell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be arguing for several reasons in favour of deferring this decision. My first point is not a material planning consideration. Our corporate plan states that we should place the customer at the centre of everything we do. That's why the Overview and Scrutiny Committee unanimously voted to have a 6-week consultation on all aspects of this project. It has yet to consider the results. Overview and Scrutiny Committee should review these results before a specific design is presented to this committee. So I think this has been a bit premature. It would seem that the applicant is choosing to overlook the views of our residents and stakeholders in presenting a detailed proposal now, and is overlooking the central tenet of Rother Council's corporate plan. I will now focus on material planning considerations. First, parking. It was mentioned that East Sussex County Council parking guidance requires 144 bays for this development. So we're reducing the bays provided from 96 to 48, a 50% cut. But we nevertheless plan to attract outside organisations into our office space. This might bode well for those councillors who think they can change human behaviour by providing fewer spaces. In reality, we are likely to be flooding neighbouring streets with cars, causing havoc locally. I fully support the realistic parts of Rother's climate change agenda, decarbonisation of buildings, which currently counts for 49% of all emissions, electrical vehicle charging points, to take 2 examples. But I think that cutting parking spaces to this extent is unrealistic. My next point is a design issue. The new build appears far too prominent, dwarfing the heritage asset. If it were to be set back a few feet, as Councillor Madeley suggested earlier, the heritage asset, the heritage building, would be more prominent. I would query whether the courtyard would feel a welcoming place, or will some of it feel bleak, lacking in sunshine and unwelcome? The Civic Hub is being promoted as attracting a range of services. Yet at the exhibition, a consultant to Rother Council informed me that the other public sector organisations would simply be hiring office space and not be customer facing to resolve our residents' issues. This will not enhance the experience of our residents. I cannot agree that Bexhill's shopping streets, apart from London Road, would be enhanced economically by this development. There's a railway line separating the shopping streets from the proposed civic centre, acting as a mini Berlin Wall. The layout does not welcome interaction. Finally, I would oppose delegating major decisions to the Director of Place and Climate Change that should be taken by councillors. So for several reasons, I would appeal to the Planning Committee to defer this decision.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cortell. Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I take a slightly different sort of approach to Councillor Cortell. My view as the local councillor is I would have put forward for approval, but I accept that probably the scheme will be deferred for some amendments to the design of the building, and I'm okay with that. But I'm going to, if you like, talk just about the principle of the development. So I've got several reasons why I agree with this. I think the new employment floor space of up to 60,000 square metres in the town centre is bringing new jobs to Central Ward. An economic analysis suggests that that's going to provide over 200 new jobs, and this will in turn bring and sustain new jobs in our local shops, our local supermarkets, and other businesses, for example, the Delaware Pavilion. My second argument is in favour is about accessibility for all. It's a matter of deep regret to me as a Rother District Councillor that our buildings do not currently comply with accessibility legislation. And if we had the very best accountant or the very best environmental health officer apply for a job at Rother, we could not accommodate them if they were a wheelchair user. And that is shocking. I will, the proposed design significantly reduces the council's carbon footprint. I dread to think what the council's fuel bill is going to be this winter. I've picked up cases in the town centre where businesses' fuel bills have gone up by 10 times. And I just dread to think how that is going to impact on our business. And finally, I think the principle of a community centre fit for the 21st century, providing better services for residents, more joined-up services for residents. And I've not been aware of the fact that there will not be a public-facing role for the other public services that will be based in the civic centre. So I can't confirm or deny that statement, but nobody has alluded that to me. And finally, I address, if you like, the elephant in the room, which is around the sort of overall appraisal of the project. And I know this is not a material planning issue, but I just want to raise the fact that doing nothing with this town hall is not an option. We have got to address some of the issues that have been raised about carbon footprints, about accessibility, and about long-term financial future of the council. So I would urge members not to turn this application down, not to vote against this application. I would vote to approve it with delegation, but if you want to defer it, but with a proposal to bring this project forward. It is really, really important that we have this planning permission on this land as a backup option, possibly to sell this land, produce a capital asset, which we can then use to relocate the town hall offices in a location probably that would be more acceptable to Councillor Barnes than... but as I say, I think this is a great scheme for Central Ward, and I think it's a great scheme for the council. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor Bayliss. It's some very useful points that you've made there. Mr. Hook has put his hand up to speak, and I'm afraid he can't speak. He is the applicant and has not registered to speak. So I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you that, but that's the case.
Chairman, I'm not here as an applicant.
I'm sorry, excuse
I'm
me,
here as
sorry.
the Director of Place and Climate Change.
Mr. Hook, I'm afraid you cannot speak. You may not speak. You are the applicant, and you cannot be in two positions at once. Sorry. That's finished. We have to conduct this meeting very clearly, with very clearly defined lines, and I don't want to have any criticism that a member of the council has been allowed to speak when clearly they are the driving applicant. Thank you. All right, so we're going to progress with the discussion. Just a slight twist on what we might normally do. What I'm going to ask for is for any questions that you specifically have to the officers first. So let's sort of clear up any specific questions you have about what the officer has presented and those details, and then we'll move into a discussion, yeah? If that's acceptable to everyone. Yes, Councillor Mary Barnes.
Chairman, I would like to find from Peter the travel plan to which he referred. Could we hear a bit more about that? Is that possible?
Yeah. Something specific you want to hear? It's got probably quite a big document.
Only, we talked about car parking, but I think there was an interesting reference to a travel plan. And I'd just like to, in broad terms, what does that include?
Yeah, let's see what he can do for us.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Councillor Barnes. As part of the reduction, a travel plan, there's a framework of a travel plan of, one, how you encourage the modal shift by providing cycle storage, accessibility, looking at the bus network and looking at the train network. It is in a framework at present. We will have to put the bones to that, but that is part of working with both the council and the county to effectively put a travel plan that's not just about the development itself, but an ongoing commitment by the council to implement that travel plan. So there are bones to a framework of that travel plan, but the details would come forward as part of resolving the conditions.
Does that give you enough? I think there's something more specific you want to get to. Do you want to try and get to it?
Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There was some reference made about Wainwright Road car park and sort of alternative parking places. I mean, this is in general chat. I mean, I haven't heard specifically. But when those 48 parking places are used, what happens then to people who turn up and can't park?
And I do not want to put words in the mouth of the applicants, but typically a transport plan or a travel plan would have a look about management and look at alternative locations where people can park in the town centre. But the driving force behind any travel plan is to encourage that modal shift to other forms of transport. It is integral not just in terms of carbon reduction, but private mobility creates pollution and affects the well-being. So it's part of that understanding of forcibly creating a modal shift. The travel plan in the short term naturally addresses where other people might park if the parking is full. It's part of a managed approach to mitigating travel.
Councillor Byrne, I think. Ganley, sorry, apologies.
Mr. Chairman, would the applicant care to join me at my house and walk up my road, which benefits from a 60-mile-per-hour speed limit, which is occasionally observed, diving into the bush brambles occasionally to avoid being run down by a car. So we'd walk up the road to the corner and go round the corner, walk up the road to the bus stop, where we would find a bus service which occasionally comes to my patch of the woods, very infrequently, and we would then go to Hastings, where no doubt we would find without any difficulty a bus or a train to take us to Bexhill. The whole process should take no more than a couple of hours. The current journey time is about half an hour. That's an invitation. I don't know if the applicant would care to do that.
Was that a question to the officer?
It was an invitation.
We'll figure that one out in a minute. Yes, any other questions for the officers? Yeah, Councillor Barnes.
I think it would be helpful, Chairman. It may be unfair to ask Peter, so somebody else may be able to supply the answer. We're told there is an alternative car park that is underused. How many spaces are there in that car park?
Well, what car park is that and how many? Wainwright Road, is it?
I do know that car park well because I walked past it on my way.
What's the answer?
It is a big car park and it's very underused.
Okay.
Sorry? Oh, 52 apparently. And it's a very short walk.
Okay. Councillor Mear.
Two questions, if I may, Chairman. The first one is about the heritage aspects. At the moment, this building is an unlisted heritage asset. If it were to be listed, would that make a significant difference to the acceptability of this scheme?
Councillor, thank you for that question, because I think it's quite a pertinent question. In terms of our appraisal, while in planning terms it is seen as a non-designated asset, we have weighed it up similarly if it were a designated asset, because we are conscious of the potential listing of the building. So we have undertaken due care in assessing it both as and as not. And in terms of the assessment of significance against harm versus public benefit, planning policy would concur that our appraisal that it is insignificant harm mitigated by public transport, whether it is therefore a non-designated heritage asset or a listed building, in our opinion, our conclusion would be the same.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I did have a second question, if that's all right. And the second one was, I think I and others have raised the question about the forward elevation of the new building projecting beyond the existing town hall. And it would be interesting to know how you address that in your assessment. And obviously you think it is acceptable, but perhaps you could reassure us. And I think the other part of that was, I think that you would like to expose the western flank a little more than is in the plans, and I think that's a matter which you were taking as a delegation. But that's all to do with the forward elevation.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think when we look at aerial photographs of montages, while they are very informative, the reality is, as people, we do not fly, but we walk. And therefore, there is always a distortion in that perception of how we see the building. I think if we recognise that coming down London Road, and we go past the social club, and you then have a clump of trees there, you actually come onto the square visually when you are partially past the new building already. And therefore, whether the building sits forward or back is, in a way, it's a design decision of, and it's a subjective decision. But I think we should rather see how this building allows for a comprehensive and retains the comprehensive review of the new building, the council chamber buildings, the town hall, and the bank building as a totality of buildings that read over different periods. And in no ways, whether that building projects or sets back, is it going to harm that totality of the heritage setting. In terms of the western flank, the wall behind you is effectively the one we're talking about. And I think it's about the sensitivity of how we intervene with the atria walls that needs a bit more resolve, but it can be done by condition of exactly where they place, because there are sensitivities about how you experience that facade in the atria coming forward. And that those are minor tweaks to ensure, have we got it absolutely right, that it complements the heritage value of that facade that we're about to expose. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question.
And I think it's important to just to remind everyone that we have to deal with the application in front of us. Unless you wanted to sort of put some condition on the delegation. I've got Councillor Madeley and Prochak and then Councillor Gray, but our lawyer has asked to speak, and I presume it's probably to do with the listing. So let's just deal with that first. Jaspreet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I actually wanted just to address the committee about the reference to a deferral. Now, it would make more sense because you would have to reconsult on any application that was presented that is different to what is in front of councillors today. From a process point of view, it makes more sense to either grant or refuse, not defer. If you were to defer, you are tantamount to saying that this scheme is not acceptable, but it creates a problem in relation to the consultation elements of the matter, because we would need to undertake that consultation again. So it's just something for councillors to think about. Fundamentally, either you're in favour of what's in front of you and you would like to grant, and you believe that you can grant, or you are not in favour of what's in front of you, in which case that scheme is not acceptable to this planning committee, and it would make more sense to refuse. So it's just to make sure that if councillors don't like this application, we go about the matter in a way that's correct in relation to process. Thank you.
I think
did you have a question specific to Jaspreet?
It's really Jaspreet who is heading us away from deferral. Are we allowed, nevertheless, to give outline
No,
without detail? We can't do that because
it's not an outline application.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I say, you have to deal with what's in front of you. So if this scheme is not acceptable for whatever reason, it is more appropriate to refuse it rather than defer to redesign, because it's not something that we wouldn't ask a third party who wasn't linked to this authority in any way to go away and redesign an application. We would refuse it in those circumstances.
Another question for Councillor Drayson to you, Jaspreet.
Sure.
Thank you, Jaspreet. It's just a question of how you feel paragraph 1.4 on big page 7 fits into what you've just said, because it's the officer himself is recommending that the applicant submit amended fourth floor plans, which doesn't seem to me to be something we can agree to today. If it's we're being asked to, from your point of view, we're being asked to support something we don't know what it's going to be.
The option we would have is that that paragraph in relation into the report itself, it's one of those situations where you can look at it two ways. I mean, it is borderline as to whether that condition itself or that proposed method of dealing with the kind of issue in discussion today would work and is workable. I mean, you can try. I think it's one of those things where it's not been tried before. And my advice, though, is that fundamentally it would make more sense to refuse, if you don't like what's in front of you, to allow a process to take place appropriately. I mean, there is a secondary issue, though, in respect to the fourth floor. It's not impossible for that to end up being a non-material amendment to the application generally. So if you're in favour of what's in front of you other than the fourth floor, there would be scope for the council to put in a non-material amendment in relation to that element of the scheme. But that's a matter we can discuss with the planning officers.
Councillor Ganley has a question for you, Jaspreet.
Jaspreet, you say that if we wish to defer, it would be preferable to refuse, because to defer would require another consultation. Would not a refusal and a new application require a new consultation?
They both would.
Both would?
They both would, yeah.
So
it's just for the sake of completeness, because ultimately, if you're not happy with what's in front of you today, effectively it's a point of consistency. If you wouldn't do the same thing for Joe Bloggs applying an application, presenting you with an application, really you shouldn't be treating a Rother District Council indifferently, because as you all know, and I'm sure it was referred to at your training, that fundamentally you can't redesign people's applications for them. You have to deal with what's in front of you, and that's also been said today.
I agree.
So fundamentally, it's a point of consistency that at some level you cannot be seen to be dealing with Rother District Council's applications in a way that we wouldn't treat third parties.
I understand. Deferral would suggest that a refusal would be better if deferral was recommended.
Thanks, Jaspreet. Just one question from myself on this point. There is a legal mechanism as part of this application. Presumably, that legal mechanism would need to be completed before a decision was issued.
Yes, that's correct. In relation to, do you mean in relation to the funds required to undertake the heritage aspects of it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. that would need to be completed before any decision notice could be issued. It's a matter of process, fundamentally.
Okay, so we've got a number of, thank you very much for that, Jaspreet. There's a number of people who are listed to speak. I'll just sort of add to that bit of discussion here. So, we're not down that, we haven't come to a point of somebody putting forward a proposal, but just to be clear, you could approve what's in front of you based on the recommendation. You could approve what's in front of you and not delegate those things which have been asked to delegate. And I think the point has been made about ensuring public scrutiny on what could be material changes, particularly in relation to the fourth floor treatment or not. You could refuse, and that's just a refusal for whatever reasons you decide. The primary discussion here is that of design with a subset of harm to the setting, although I'd be a little wary about the harm to the setting because a lot of work has been done there. There is the sustainability issue that you might consider hasn't been fully flushed out. Just beware if you defer, you're deferring for certain reasons, and those reasons, if those reasons are resolved when it comes back, you have already effectively approved in principle, and so you have accepted everything but those things you are deferring. Am I correct in saying that? Yes. And so you would then only be dealing with those deferred issues. So just be very aware of where your mind's going in the sense. I'm not directing you in any way to either solution. We haven't had enough discussion, but just keep all of those, the impact of any of those proposals to hand. I've got Chris Madeley next to speak. Chris. So Madeley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I'm back on parking. I'm looking at the design at the moment, which in the front of the entire town hall area and civic centre and everything else, there is a vast area of what I will call amenity space, and I think it shows 3 disabled parking bays. In front of the town hall, we've talked a lot about memorial gardens. So we have an amenity space within the gardens. Why can we not use the front area of the town hall still for parking, even if it's visitor parking? It seems a shame that we've had to open it up, take down the walls and refuse, except for disabled, access to the front area of the town hall. Can I ask, through the applicant, why this additional amenity space in front of the town hall?
For the officer to respond, yeah?
And thank you for your question. I think we recognise that there are various options for the front of the building, the forecourt, dependent on what the county come forward. At present, they are proposing a fairly extensive space where London Road is, which we could then offset in terms of providing additional parking to the front of the building. We don't know what the outcome of that discussion is, and hence the proposed amendment until that is resolved, because that then gives the applicant a fixed point against which they can respond and a look at addressing additional informal parking to the front of the building.
Councillor Prochak, I've got next.
Thank you, Chair. Question about the fourth floor. I mean, this has obviously come up again and again, and what the problem is, I think, is that it's delegated as an amendment to look at the fourth floor again. Maybe it's to take it away, I don't know. But I think what we're saying as a committee is that actually we'd like to see what you come up with and not just approve. So does that mean defer? Not sure. I mean, Jaspreet is advising if there's something we don't know or something we don't like, then we refuse. But I think this is all we're saying, is that we need to see this and understand what will be done.
So that speaks to the point I made before. If you are happy with the overall proposal and design, but not to delegate those issues, then you simply grant, but not with the delegation, to come back to those things. So that's one of your choices. Yeah, simple as that. It's a choice. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question. I think the plan is to rent out some of the accommodation to other organisations. I may have missed this, but do we know how much space is going to be rented out? And presumably it's all in the new building.
I'd have to say that I don't think that's a relevant planning consideration.
Oh, sorry.
It's sort of marginal in that maybe it's something to do with community use or broader use of the building, perhaps. Right. But if there's a simple answer, please. Yeah? There's a simple answer, please give it.
We know the applicant is in discussion with other community service providers. The final sums of square metres, it's not part of our planning consideration. It's more we looked at this is creating a central hub for different community services. Who they all are is not part of our consideration.
Councillor Errington.
Question to Peter. The parking spaces, presumably we've taken into consideration that a number of our services necessitate the officers to leave the building and come back, leave the building and come back, environmental health, planning officers. So if they're biking in and then they've got to go and to Robertsbridge or somewhere, so will we be increasing the use of perhaps pool cars so that people can use public transport to get here but know that they've got a car in the car park to go out and do? Because that would cut down, wouldn't it? Whereas if you say I'm a planning officer, I've got to drive. I've got 3 points and I'll make them really quick. So would that...
I think you're saying that that's helping offset the use of cars.
Yeah.
I think you're saying that is a case for offsetting the number of parking spaces. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The other point, and I'm really splitting hairs, and I apologise publicly to Peter. Bexhill Station is actually 500 metres from here. Whilst to me 100 metres, 500 metres isn't an issue, but to somebody in a wheelchair who's going to come perhaps on public transport or with a slight mobility issue, those extra 400 metres and the slope to get over the railway bridge would be an issue. So I think if we're doing any advertising about this, that figure really needs to be tested. Finally, the whole thing about the Memorial Gardens, the way I'm looking at it, the plan as it stands without the Memorial Gardens is one thing. With the Memorial Gardens, it's something completely different. And until I have to approve it based on what it's like at the moment, which we all know as we went on our site visit on Tuesday, crossing the road even to go to Sainsbury's is a nightmare. The Memorial Gardens would make it more accessible. We'd get more parking. You could have your coffee and you could actually take it into the gardens. So I can't see personally how I can make a decision until the situation with the Memorial Gardens is known, and I'm kind of think East Sussex won't go ahead with it. That's just a personal opinion. So the whole ambience, if you like, of it is going to change. So we need to be making sure we're making our decision based on a very big unknown if we're talking about what things look like, because we don't know what they're going to look like. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, two things. I do like the design, but I think it's too far forward, too overbearing, and the full floor is too much. So that's the building. And then the second one is the car park. I do think we need more spaces. I mean, I myself am a rural member. I come by my car and I have some mobility disabilities. And I wouldn't be able to walk from the station. So I think you need to increase the car spacing by a little bit, and you need to move this building back and take the full floor away. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barnes and Councillor Barnes. Just before you go on, it would be good to have a little bit more discussion on the design. I mean, there's been some discussion on the traffic management and parking and so forth, but the overall design as well, beyond the fourth floor issue. Yes, Councillor Barnes, if you don't mind taking Councillor Drayson first, because you've had a shot, and then we'll go.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairman. One of it is, I was going to say I generally support this application, but I have got, one of the problems is, to me, the appearance of the front of the new building. The officer in his presentation referred to the subtlety of the design. Indeed, I was surprised to see on his slide white window surrounds, because on all the ones online, they're dull brown wooden. and that white suddenly looked like it fitted with this town hall, but in the ones online, it doesn't. And I would rather echo the opinion of Bexhill Heritage in their report that it's a box-like structure with harsh edges and pays no attention to the delicacy of this building. It is just there. The other bit was about the fourth floor, but I think that's been done to death.
It's certainly a concern. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, I think we need to move to some discussion because looking at it, and I've got the view up from the Townhouse Pub corner, there is absolutely no doubt that from that angle, not necessarily from other angles, the new building dominates the town hall and minimises the impact of what is probably the most valuable building in the square and arguably one of the most valuable buildings in the town. It might be possible if it was stood behind the building line that would minimise both the impact of height and the box-like aspect of the new building. The fourth floor, frankly, looks a bolt-on, and not a very attractive bolt-on, if I may say so. I do understand the materials have been picked to try to blend into the sky, and I think that can be done. Indeed, I've seen buildings where that has been done. But it's not a very attractive view if it's as visible as that. And again, we are the prisoners of the artist's reconstruction. I think there's just too much uncertainty at this moment, Chairman, to go ahead. This is not an objection in principle. Were we looking at an outline with indicative drawings, I think I would be in favour of the outline. But this is a detailed set of drawings which we're being asked to approve, and there are large areas of uncertainty, to put it mildly. I've talked about the design of the building. I don't find it a particularly striking building, which is a pity, because I would want to enhance the square, which fundamentally is not a very distinguished square for the civic heart of Bexhill. So I'd prefer a building which is rather more striking, but is recessed rather than sitting apparently in front. I agree it's not really in front, but it does actually dominate one of the most important approaches currently, because we have no bridge over the railway from the bulk of the shopping area. You have to go a long way away up towards the station for the existing access to the square by bridge from the rest of the town. The other points I'll briefly summarise, because if we were to defer, I want them all very firmly on the board. Even with the additional car park of the underused one in the town, you are still well short of office requirements as required by the county council. You'd have about 90 rather than about 120 odd. And we've got to look to a future. We are a predominantly rural authority in terms of space, in terms of population, roughly evenly divided, in terms of councillors, roughly evenly divided. You're looking at the moment to minimise carbon use by minimising the use of diesel and petrol. But the future is going to be electric cars and hydrogen cars. And quite honestly, Councillor Ganley has sketched what it's like to get in from him. If I went down, and I have a mainline station, I could walk 1.5 miles to it, take that mainline train. Where do I end up? West Hastings, West St Leonards. Yeah. I then have to change, catch a train to Bexhill, and then walk down from the station another half mile to get to the town hall. I am not, frankly, going to change my habits, and yet half your population, roughly.
I think you sort of. I think we get the point.
Right.
I think it's been made pretty
point.
firmly.
The next point is obviously a lot depends on how we treat the Memorial Garden scheme and the town hall. Until that's resolved, I think to go into this amount of detail leads us down one of two blind alleys. I think it's quite clear that the Memorial Gardens thing needs to be resolved first. Either county is going to go ahead, in which case we need to design it in, or county is not going to go ahead. And I think county needs to make a bloody decision on this one, because it's absolutely crucial to this whole site whether the county is going to take that road out or not. Personally, I hope they do. I hope we will encourage them to do so. But to try and take a decision when we don't know the future there is very worrying. The last one is a very detailed one, but the figure we've picked for the legal agreement for maintaining and enhancing this building, I think relates to the original 15 million cost. That's now escalated quite considerably. The cost of actually refurbing this building and bringing it up to scratch will be a great deal more than 2 million.
Well,
So
I don't think you can make that judgment, but you could certainly question whether the amount was enough to put in a legal agreement.
I am not trying to put a figure in. I'm just suggesting that somebody needs to reassess that figure before we actually put that in as one of the conditions. I think the uncertainty is such that I am going reluctantly to say that while I approve of the scheme in principle, I do not actually agree with the detail, and therefore I must refuse.
Right, okay, well, that's point taken. Councillor Norton. I'm moving that, by the way. Oh, sorry. You are moving a refusal. Right, well, before I ask for any seconder, I'm going to just, there are a couple of people who want to speak. If you are proposing refusal, then I will have an adjournment to have an appropriate discussion with officers, yeah? Councillor Norton, then I've got Councillor Meir, and then Councillor
Can I just say, I want to make a general point, but can I just say that I quite like the fourth story. I like the way it blends into the sky. I think I like the idea of the glass as another material. I like the idea of the balcony and the viewpoint, giving you a sea view, and I think it makes the modern block less monolithic than otherwise, frankly. I have been very impressed by what I've heard today, and I certainly am moved to vote in favour. I think the development team have answered most of my reservations. At the moment, we have a moderately decorative neo-Jacobean town hall, which I don't think is a beautiful building, but it's a pleasant enough building, and it does meet the formal and ceremonial functions of the council, and we have lovely chambers like this in which to meet. But it is not functional, and we must not forget that the main purpose of this council is not the function we fulfil, but the function the officers fulfil. And they are living in squalor at the moment. This is desperately needed, this redevelopment. And quite honestly, if we're going to have a functional building, it's got to be a contemporary design. And I am not one of these people who condemn every contemporary design as carbuncles, as these lobbyists said as we came in this morning. The alternative to a contemporary design is another pastiche. And as the first speaker this morning reminded us, it is desperately difficult to design an attractive pastiche building, and it will be less practical if we were able to do it. So I am very much in favour of this, and I shall vote for it.
Thank you. Councillor Meir.
Chair, I agree entirely with Councillor Norton and have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in favour of deferral because I don't believe, as our legal advice said, we're being asked to approve this specific submission, and yet when you look at the delegated matters, it's anything but specific on several really key points, the fourth floor only being one of them. I think the lack of internal detail doesn't allow us to look at the lifts are fine for disabled access, but disabled access around the office space as it will be designed, even though we don't know what that is yet. So I just think there are too many unknowns, and I'd hate to think that we would throw the baby out with the bathwater by refusing, merely because there are too many unknowns. I really feel that the unknowns are a reason for deferral, albeit we've been advised legally this is not a good thing to do. Councillor Gandy said, how much more effort is there? And the answer was, well, not a lot. We've got to have another consultation, whichever we do. So I didn't see the disadvantage of deferral. I see massive advantage for deferral. And I think it would send the wrong signal to refuse when mostly we're in favour of a scheme, and probably this scheme with modifications. But I wouldn't like to delegate the important points that are raised here to officers. I really feel we should defer, and as you say, we have to defer for specific reasons, and then ask the applicant to come back with an answer to those reasons or to those objections. And in your estimation, Chairman, is that possible? Do we have enough specifics to defer properly and allow the report to come back?
Well, precisely as said before, you could defer, and the defer. You must be specific with the deferral. What are you deferring for? And if you're deferring to deal with those amendments, then when it came back, you would be approving or refusing against those amendments, not trying to backpedal to something else. So if you were dealing with those amendments, you are effectively accepting the overall design of the building, with the exception really of the fourth floor and the other things that are mentioned on those amendments. So that's the important point. Everybody has to understand. And yeah,
my point was that I don't think we have enough detail on some of those points to be able to take that decision at the moment.
Fine. Can I? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Clarify my position. The reason why I've gone for refusal rather than deferral is partly Jaspreet's point, but it's also, if you look at, and it's good to look at a view, if you look at the fourth floor, are we deciding to remove it or are we deciding to modify it? If you remove it, you're left with a building which frankly would not look right. So it seems the trouble with deferral is we're not quite clear what we're asking for at the moment. Do we want a fourth floor or are we against it? But if you remove the fourth floor, frankly, I think the building would need redesign. The other thing that we've not addressed at all is materials. I'm in favour of a modern building, but I would favour using timber where we can rather than concrete, and I would certainly want to see a lifetime costing before I approve that building.
Did you want to respond to some of those points before? I've got. Okay. And move ahead. Thank you.
Do you want me to go?
Polly, if you could ask your points.
Just very quickly, no, I was just supporting everything that Councillor Norton said, but to say for me, the most important thing is to reduce our carbon footprint. And I think this is the most exciting way to do this. We have made a commitment to reach carbon zero by 2030. We are almost at the end of 2022. Time is running out. And I do think we need to accept this as a very good way forward. And I would put forward approval.
So we have a motion for refusal first. Should that fail, then we will move to a motion for approval. That's subject. But although you didn't actually put forward a proposal for deferral, so if you were, that would have to be third on the list. Nobody's got a second. Sorry, apologies. My apologies. There is no seconder for anything at the moment. But before anyone does anything else, I'm going to hear from the officer. Thank you. Just to respond. No, I'm sorry, Paul. There's no option to speak now.
Thank you, Councillor. Just picking up on certain items. I woke up at 4:30 this morning to be here. And part of that is a commitment to reducing my own personal carbon footprint and using public transport. It is inconvenient. I'm 60. Getting up at that time is inconvenient. But if we want to make a difference, and your council has set out an emergency statement about carbon neutrality, then we all have to accept that. And why I raise that issue is a carpool or similar systems of looking at controlled parking zones and mitigating, creating a conscious change in choice, means that people start using the buses more, the buses become more economic, and effectively pain leads to benefits for the entire community. And that's what part of the travel plan is all about, and part of reducing the council's commitment to carbon footprint. So in terms of the pool car, it's one of the things that can be explored in a travel plan. In terms of disabled access, I think I'm very conscious that when you walk in this building, in terms of disabled access, it's almost an impossibility. And I think to a certain extent that puts people with both hidden and invisible disabilities at a disadvantage to engage with the council. And this is a building that offers the opportunity, not only in the new building of making it accessible, but ensuring that the town hall and the chamber is also accessible. And that, I think, is about part of the democratic process. So when you talked about the route from the railway station, then we need to look at that as a council. It's not part of this application, but I can tell you, as part of the application, understanding all forms of mobility, not just abled mobility, has been very clearly addressed within the scheme. The Memorial Gardens is problematic. As of this week, I was still in contact with the council, or with the county, to ask about, is there any progress? And the answer is, they don't know. So one of the outcomes of today could be that we simply say the front of the building, as presented, is a way forward, and we approve it without amendments, subject to a phasing that should there be changes that the council or the county propose, we can re-engage at looking at that. Because we have to make a decision on the front, but at present, we are beholden by a third party who might not make a decision. And that is not democratic to our applicant. They need a resolution. If it is, we simply keep it as it is until, and it comes in as a separate application to the front of the building, that might be a route forward in terms of whether we refuse the scheme or we defer the scheme. I want to just clarify a point in terms of the parking, because the county have approved the reduction. So it's not that we counter to their parking standards. They have looked at the scheme, and on the basis that they say this is a highly sustainable location, they have agreed that the parking reduction, the bay numbers, is acceptable in terms of their policy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, could I just ask Julie, do I need to declare an interest as the applicant and a member of East Sussex County Council?
Well, you're not speaking, so not really.
In that case, I'd like to declare a personal interest as a member of East Sussex County Council for this item and the next. Thank you.
Would you like to say anything else, Catherine Field?
No, I think I've said enough, thank you.
I'm giving you the opportunity. This is the last opportunity. Speak. I have. Sorry about that little intervention. There's a few more to speak, but Councillor Prochak.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind members that we're talking about something that we hope is going to last more than 100 years, and Councillor Barnes and Councillor Ganley won't be worried about how they get to Bexhill. Neither will you. Oh, yes, very good. Or myself, indeed, or myself. I don't know what order you're going to take these proposals in. Nobody's got seconder at the moment. Yet. I would like to put on the table a deferment for the 2 amendments, and they're on page 41 for your information. The officers themselves have recommended these amendments. So if I'm saying deferment, I'm just saying that these 2 amendments come back. Whether the hard and soft landscaping comes back as can't be done now will be up to the County Council and Peter's patience.
So you're seconding deferral, is that what you're saying?
Has it been moved?
It's been moved. Yes, it was. It was moved by... You didn't let it.
You didn't let it. We hadn't sorted out the other second.
No, I haven't got a second.
We haven't had a second.
Could I have a seconder for deferral? Thank you.
No, that's all right. Well, there's 3. There are 3. There was 2 proposals on the table, but no seconders. I've had a 3rd proposal and a seconder for deferral, and that's absolutely fine. You have to have a seconder before you can do anything. Yeah, so that's fine. Am I correct? That's correct. All right. So it doesn't matter. You can test out the votes. So just let me make this clear. I don't think I have to adjourn for this. You're proposing a deferral. Are you? And what are you asking? What are you basing that deferral on? So you're deferring it for X and Y. Yeah, what are the X's and Y's, please?
For A1 and A2 on page 41. Yeah.
You are saying you are happy with the external design, but you want those 2 items to come back for approval at a future point. Is everybody clear on that? I will. There are a couple of people who want to speak, so I'll let them speak before we take a vote on that. You're not first on the list, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Stevens wanted to say something, and then Councillor Ganley.
Just wanted to say, like, I know everyone's pushing aside the parking, and you're saying East Sussex have already agreed, but I am really, interested in the environment. I've got a hybrid car. I cannot walk from the station. Simple as that. And I don't have a disabled badge. So, and you're saying we'll all be dead by then. Yeah, we quite will be. But at the end of the day, we're not yet, are we? Thank you.
I've got Councillor Ganley first. I've got you on the list. I've got a couple before you. Councillor Ganley.
Chairman, I'm full of admiration to the office of getting up at 4:30 in the morning. I do occasionally get up at 4:30 in the morning, but it's not to walk to the town hall, I can assure you. I would like to ask how he would address my situation. Even if I got up at 4:30, well, there's no point in getting up at 4:30 in the morning. There's no bus from Cripswaller at that time of the morning. Or any other means of transport, I imagine. I don't know, I'm not often out there at 4:30. How would you address my transport requirement if I can't use my car? Or a bike. I'm not using a bike. I'm not driving 26 miles round trip.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if it's pertinent to this application. Other than to say the council has committed themselves to a carbon reduction. And that carbon reduction is not just in the fabric of the building, it's the very way of life. And if planning policy can support a change in people's way that they operate to be more conscious of their carbon footprint through encouraging them to use public transport, that is what your intent is in your statement. And there is pain, and I accept what you talk. I accept there are difficulties in that. But if it's the intent of the council that is their emergency statement, then we need to take both big steps and small steps to encouraging that policy to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that. I know that we have Councillor Barnes and Drayson to speak, but we have Jaspreet, who I presume wants to make a specific point about something that's been said. Go on, Jaspreet.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think Councillor Maynard wants to declare an interest. That's come up in the
Thank you very much
chat.
indeed. I'd like to declare an interest, despite the fact that I'm not allowed to speak, which I find quite bizarre, given that this is an application that affects the whole of Rotherham, not just Bexhill members. But I'd like to declare an interest as an executive member of East Sussex County Council, as Councillor Field has done the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And aside from that, Chair, I just wanted to make the quick point about the deferral. So members will need to understand, if you are deferring this matter, the only things that you will be discussing when it comes back are the questions upon which you have deferred this application. So that needs to be, members need to be completely clear and understand. If you pick 3 reasons to defer, only those reasons will be up for discussion at the next meeting of this planning committee that will deal with this application. So just as everyone understands what they're doing if they are choosing to defer, I just thought I'd make that clear to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaspreet. Yes, I think everyone's very clear on that now. I'm going to take Councillor Drayson first, yeah?
Thank you. It follows on from what Jaspreet just said, actually. I just want to get around my brain the deferment, because Councillor Project has just said on those 2 amendments. So if we defer on those 2 amendments, there is no possibility of discussing Councillor Barnes's part about the car park, the memorial gardens and the costing. And in my case, if we defer it for those 2, are we accepting in principle that the 4th floor will happen? Whereas if we refuse it, can we not then make an effort to get rid of, in my opinion, the 4th floor? But if we defer it just on those 2, does that mean we're accepting in principle the 4th floor, but it just needs to be redesigned?
Good question. I think that's for the officer.
Thank you, Councillor. There are 2 items regarding the 4th floor. In terms of planning policy, this is a designated town centre. So in terms of height, scale and massing, it is totally appropriate within its location. In terms of the impact on the heritage asset, our assessment in terms of the significance of the asset, whether it is listed or non-designated, against the harm of the setting and fabric of the building, weighed up against the public benefit, our recommendation still stands that 4 stories is totally and absolutely appropriate in this location, both in planning policy and in heritage terms.
So I think the question was, if it's deferred for those 2 reasons, one is the amendment which relates to the 4th floor, does it mean when it comes back that if members chose to, you were proposing continuing to propose a 4th floor, but they decided that it was not appropriate to have a 4th floor, would it be refusable at that point? I'm not sure if that's a question for you or for Miles or for both. Do you want to have a discussion about that? In other words, it might come back and there's another proposal for 4th floor which doesn't look particularly good, or members are just not happy with the ultimate result of the 4th floor. It's an unachievable objective in terms of design, for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know what the reason is, but because we don't know what the design is.
If you refuse that, you're in effect refusing, aren't you? Because everything is approved up to these 2 points. But if you can't reach agreement on one or other of these points, then the scheme must overall fail. Okay. And I think it's also, I'm correct, that there's no right of appeal for this type of application either. And perhaps Jaspreet might want to confirm that.
Jaspreet, would you like to confirm that? Is there a right of appeal on this?
Yeah. Fundamentally, although the committee wouldn't have effectively resolved those matters by dint of the procedure, effectively, those matters won't really be up for discussion at the next planning committee meeting.
The question was, if this was refused at the next step, does the council have the right of appeal?
Oh no, the council doesn't have a right of appeal because of its in the regulations that govern appeals remove that right for self-referred applications.
The other question, which I think I just want clarity on, Miles has made a point, Peter's made a point on, is if this is deferred for the determination of those two amendments by the committee, if they are not happy with the fourth floor as it stands, so there doesn't think eventually there's no resolution for the fourth floor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What happens then?
The matter would be refused at that committee meeting, and it would be refused on the basis a planning reason related to the fourth floor fundamentally. But as your planning officer has laid out, in principle, a fourth floor is acceptable here on a policy basis.
So it would establish principle of development on the site, but not for the building with this fourth floor. That would be the outcome.
Well, it's not quite as clear as that fundamentally, because you won't have a resolution that allows you to release a planning permission then. You will only have established the principle of developing a building on this site once you've actually released a decision notice, which is why deferring the matter in one way doesn't deal with some of the complex issues around the decision making fundamentally. They'll still be there, because although we won't as an authority accept debate in relation to the matters that aren't forming part of the deferral, technically a council, until it's resolved the matter, is entitled to take a view on the subject matter relating to that resolution. So, although we won't want discussion in relation to other elements of the application, it's not actually by procedural by effective procedure to completely bar it. It would just create a feedback loop effectively in respect to the council's decision making. So we wouldn't be entertaining discussion, but ultimately it would be difficult for the council to not go down the same lines again at the next committee meeting.
Did everyone understand that? Is that sort of clear? Tell me if I get this wrong, Jaspreet. Effectively, if it came back again and you were unhappy with the fourth floor or any of the other parts of the amendment, it would just go into a loop, effectively. Yeah? Just a loop. Until the decision notice is issued, there is still the opportunity to, in certain ways, to bring it back to the committee.
Yes.
Not completely, but it goes into a loop.
Effectively, yeah, which would be avoided.
The applicant has to respond some way.
Yes.
Clearly, if it's going into a loop, the applicant is going to respond in a way that tries to get it out of that loop. In the case of deferral. So if it's deferred for those two amended reasons, and it came back and the committee was unhappy with how those two amendments had been treated, then it would still continue in that loop until such time as that was resolved. That's simply the answer to that question. But you would not be considering the overall design at that next hearing of the deferral. You would not be hearing that. All other matters, if at this meeting here you didn't like somebody brought up the frontage of the building or glass or whatever, that's not a consideration. Put that to the side, forget about it, don't discuss it. Yes, you can hang on there, Jaspreet. I've got Councillor Brian Drayson, I've got Councillor Barnes and Councillor Madeley. I'll go for you second because I know you've been waiting for a bit there. Go on.
Just on your last point there, Chairman. So if you refused it, if it was refused for those two reasons and another three reasons, for example, the appearance, the car park. Deferred. No, refused. If it was refused rather than deferred, because we've only had a proposal to defer for two. If it was refused and the reasons given included 5, 6 objects, the applicant would still have to come back with a plan to address those 5. Correct. It wouldn't restrict us to just the 2 for the deferral.
It would be refused, and they would have to. It would be refused. They wouldn't become.
Presumably, they'd make another application.
They come back with another application, which
would address those issues.
Would address those issues. Yes, one would imagine it'd be the normal thing. Councillor Barnes.
Ellen, I could support deferral if it weren't limited to the two subjects that are actually being in front of us.
You could ask for another one to be added. You could ask the,
you could ask the people. Well, I was proposing to move an amendment, but obviously the wording would have to be. I
think I have to check those amendments.
More detailed. But effectively, I think the parking needs to be reviewed. I think the materials used need to be reviewed. I'm absolutely with Councillor Gray. A modern building is more than acceptable to me, but the way it's constructed needs to be carbon efficient, carbon positive, if we can possibly do it. So materials become a big issue for me, and lifetime costing, because lifetime costing could actually outweigh all the operational benefits if you don't get the materials right. So those two would have certainly to be in, as well as the frontage treatment and
I think you're talking about your refusal proposal. I think just to deal with a couple of those issues.
No, I'm not talking about refusal. I'm talking about
the parking issue. The statutory authority has said that the parking, they've accepted that, so it would not be a reasonable issue to put forward.
Chairman, the statutory authority is ignoring the fact that its own bus routes in the north of the county go east-west. None of them actually run into Bexhill. We are having an ageing population. The fact that I am going to be dead doesn't matter. But the fact that probably the majority of the population will be over 65 does matter. And in the north of the county, where a lot of these people...
If I could stop you there, because I just need to sort of come down a little bit. Let's just deal with the issues at hand. Yes, you can ask the proposer an amendment if they would accept other amendments. I don't think we have a process for voting in amendments and voting on amendments in this committee. And so that's fine. So it's not quite the same as the full council amendment process. Just before we move ahead with that, I have Councillor Madeley who wanted to say something, and also Jaspreet is coming in. So I'll ask Jaspreet to speak directly after that.
Thank you, Chair, but I think my question may have already been answered, and that is, can you have additional amendments if you defer?
Now, Jaspreet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to speak to the committee about this. I mean, this is exactly what I was trying to make the point to avoid. We are effectively redesigning this application through a deferral, which is not something that we would permit in relation to an application that wasn't linked to this authority. So it does make more sense and is procedurally preferable to come out with a list of reasons for refusal, and then the applicant, if they so wish, would be permitted to resubmit an application that deals with those issues. But I'm not in. Obviously, I can't tell the committee what to do. You have to, make your own minds up and decide what's appropriate. But my advice to you is that it makes more sense to refuse, because we are getting into territory where we're redesigning the application. With every new reason we add to the deferral, we're redesigning the application. And as we just had a comment about, a statutory consultee's response and how much weight should be given to it.
Thank you for that, Jaspreet. I mean, I do have a proposal and seconded for deferral specifically on the amendments, and I think that's fine, because what the committee is saying is that they want to see the full picture to make a decision on, and the full picture will be flushed out by those amendments coming forward. I think that's quite reasonable. I take your point that if you start to add what would be additional material amendments, and that would be tantamount to a new application. So just bear with me.
Sorry, could we ask to see the travel plan as part of the reason for deferral, bearing in mind that we do see it for residential developments?
It is part of the conditions. So effectively, in approving the scheme, we would have to work through the conditions. In terms of your materials and the carbon footprint, you can simply build that out into a condition at the same time, rather than creating another amendment to the scheme.
One thing I might like to add is, of the two things here, landscaping potentially could be subject of a condition as well. So it need not be deferred.
I think that's the point, Miles. I think that it's such a big issue that it is not something that what I detect is members would not want anything but public scrutiny on that. Yeah, I think the key issue here is that there is there is unsureness around what would come, what these two issues would create for the whole scheme as one point. They want to see the whole scheme, and the second one is that it should be very open to public scrutiny. I think they are. I think I've read that right. If I haven't, so throw your hands up or something.
Just a comment, Chair, that I thought with the hard and soft landscaping and the issues about parking for people with disability, that actually that could be incorporated to the front of the town hall and could be dealt with under A2.
Yeah. So yes. So yeah. Conditions for disabled parking, should be dealt with appropriately, and I think the conditions do that. Yeah. I mean, you can't. Well, there'll be sufficient. It would be a condition that there would be sufficient disabled parking. I mean, we could. Go on, Pete.
The travel plan is not a passive document. It's an active document. It has to be managed by the recipient, which is effectively the council. So in terms of people with disabilities or elderly who can't walk far, those bays might be on a reserved basis that you phone and you get a bay dedicated to you. That's why a travel plan is an important document, because it's a managed document. It's not something that disappears. It stays in perpetuity with the scheme. It's part of understanding the frontage of the building. So they are, in the current plan, it is indicated 3 disabled bays within that area. So part of the redesign, if it were accepted that it is a redesign, you could add more disabled bays as part of that discussion.
Chairman, we keep switching to disabled. I am worried about the overall level of parking, and I would want that added if we're going to.
No, I think that would be ill-advised, because you have a statutory authority that has agreed what is there, and as has been pointed out, and I think you did attend the PAS training, and I think I've said before, there is very little point in challenging another statutory body, because that's their job. The key is in the word authority. But I'm going to ask the development manager. No. Sorry, no. Please let me. No, you can't. No. But Councillor Barnes, I said no. I'm wanting to speak to the development manager about the specific item. Please do not interrupt. Please do not interrupt. Councillor Barnes, please do not interrupt. Goodness me, that is. Okay, sorry about that. So just to be really clear, when I ask someone not to speak, I mean don't speak. It's as simple as that. And it's not me personally saying that. You're talking to a position, not a person here. You're talking to the chair of the authority, and therefore you're talking to the authority. Right? It's not a personal thing. It's not me, and it's to give everyone the proper respect within a meeting. And so it's really important to understand that. I know this is a very emotive discussion. Absolutely, everyone understands that, and everyone wants to come to the right decision. But let's do it the right way, because that's as simple as that. So I wanted to, Councillor Ganley, so I wanted to just have a discussion with the development manager on this issue of the travel plan, yeah, and what it means and what could happen when it comes back. So when the application comes back and you're dealing with those two amendments that are the reasons for deferral, you still have the opportunity to manage the conditions, yeah, and the conditions deal with the parking and the travel plan. So if in the meantime, no doubt you'll do a lot more research, by looking through the application, and you can come to some more conclusions about that. And in fact, particularly things like investigating, the Wainwright Road car park and the overflow and so forth. But the office has made it very clear that the whole intention is to have this continued reduced push on use of car, but still at the same time being able to provide for those people who still have to use a car. And there are many, including myself, of course we're living in an area where it is completely inaccessible to go to a meeting in a timely fashion. But that is something which can be adequately dealt with by the conditions, and as we have done in the past, before the issue of a decision notice, those conditions can be reviewed by one or two members of the committee to make sure that we're happy with what they say, as we have done on numerous occasions, to ensure that the final condition that goes out is what was the intention of the discussion, hasn't been misinterpreted. I mean, is everyone happy with that? I think that's the point. Councillor Byrne.
Just on clarification then, on design of the fourth floor, if we were to pass with the amendment, then officers are coming back with a design, and at that point we can rule the design to be unacceptable and say go away again?
If you feel it's unacceptable, yes.
All right, that modifies my position. I must admit that modifies my position on deferral.
Okay. So he's saying, Miles is saying...
No, you'll have to refuse that.
Microphone, please.
Jaspreet has expressed that it would be in a room.
My feeling was, I think it was refused. It's refused. The whole point is to get this right. Everything else is accepted. Today we accept everything. You accept everything else if you move to defer.
Well, we're accepting
apart from what you want to defer on.
The deferral is accepting everything else except the 2 points of amendment, one of which is the fourth floor. And the point is, if it comes back and the fourth floor is still not acceptable, that could generate another deferral or a refusal, but only a refusal on those grounds. Yes. So you have the choice at that point in time. You have the choice at that point in time to defer it for further modification of that fourth floor or of actual refusal. Yes, Councillor Byrne.
So if we accept with the amendments, we pass the application, we still are, by definition of this amendment, reserving the right to come back and look at what is re-proposed for the fourth floor.
That's precisely what you will be doing. You'll be looking at...
So we can accept, and those amendments state the two things that we are expecting to come back, even though we accept the application overall.
That is correct. You are accepting the application overall. If you vote yes for the deferral, you are accepting the application overall, with the exception of those areas covered by the amendments.
And we would be saying we accept, apart from the lack of detail on the fourth floor, and apart from the hard and soft landscaping, and as Councillor Barnes pointed out, the East Sussex County Council needing to come back with a statement that will in itself condition some of those points.
But you would be accepting the principle of a fourth floor.
Sorry, I think you've drifted off on the last bit there. You're going very well to about the last 10 words.
Okay, I'll limit it back to, are we accepting the principle of a fourth floor and just saying what size and shape it's going to be, or can we actually say we don't like any of it?
Of the fourth floor? If ultimately...
This is theoretical.
If ultimately you felt the fourth floor couldn't be resolved, then you would refuse, and the applicant would have to figure out what to do. It's unlikely that an applicant will continue to come back if they get in the idea that there's no resolution to the top floor. I think is probably the practical answer to that. Councillor Drayson.
I think Councillor Byrne was referring to a much earlier comment by Councillor Barnes about the square, Memorial Square, and how that affects the landscape in the front, because that's yet another unknown. I just wanted to query this weighting given to the opinion of East Sussex about the car park, in that he starts his email with, given the time constraints, I've only had a chance to view this application briefly. That was a month ago. And we have in the report here that the fact he's just finding an objection to what the applicant suggested difficult, which is not the same as having no objection. I mean, he's just going along with what the applicant has asked him to do very quickly, and he said, I don't see a problem, I can't. But I don't think that's the same as actually considering it and saying 42 spaces are perfect for a place that they recommend 92 for.
The key thing is there's no objection from them. I think that's very clear.
That is unfortunately the point is whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, is if the Highways Authority have assessed it and said no objection, then unless you can convince the applicant that they should provide some more, they don't have to provide any more. Councillor Barnes.
Paragraph 869, Chairman, this is the point I was trying to make. We are told it's a provisional response. We are not told it is a formal response.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just, while you're looking that up, can I just add to what I said before? That sentence, with the time constraints, he continues, I'll do my best to answer the specific points you have raised below and will then provide a full response to the development proposal as soon as possible.
Go on,
the wording provisional response is the fact is subject to provision. So i.e. his wording is he's accepting the reduction in parking numbers based on the submission of a robust travel plan. So there's a condition to which his approval is. It's not a provisional response. It is a complete response of which there's a standard condition that then addresses the travel plan.
Chair, may I raise a point of information?
So the travel plan is a condition. You know, so it's not a reason for deferral. It would be subject to the condition, which is part of which flows after this or with the decision. Okay, you get that? I know it's a little uncomfortable but I get that. I mean, I can feel a lack of comfort there, but refusing it on that grounds would be unreasonable, really, as much as it's uncomfortable. I think we do have to take a vote on it. Yeah, we've got it. I mean, we've all heard it. If you don't feel comfortable with it, vote accordingly. That's what you have to do. That's what you're here for. So we have a proposal proposed and seconded, proposed by Councillor Prochak, seconded. Yeah, we have the first. Yeah, but you have to have a seconder. I asked for seconders, and there was a proposal and a seconder for deferral, Councillor Ganley. I didn't have to request it. There was a proposer, and then the person came in and seconded it. You had Councillor Prochak proposed it, and Councillor Burns seconded it. Okay, well, that will be heard after the proposal for deferral. You have to have the seconder as well, correct? My knowledgeable clerk is confirming that that's the case. Last question before we take the vote or point.
Just a point, Chairman. After Councillor Barnes had proposed it, you said, I want to hear from other people more, and you didn't actually ask or give anyone an opportunity to second it.
Well, anyone could have seconded it, but there was also a proposal to approve, and for the same reason. And then there was a proposal to defer. So you know,
is the motion to approve still on the table? Because
the
motion, not a seconder at the moment.
It is on the table, and there's no seconder for it at the moment. Oh, okay, so so we're going to have three. We may have three votes, or we'll work through them as in order. That if this first vote fails, there will be an adjournment to discuss the reasons for refusal before that vote goes ahead, to make sure that's clear. So the first vote is on deferral. Deferral, and the reasons for deferral is that those two amendments to come back to committee fully completed, and so I'm going to take. It's good to know that in advance, John. But you'll have your opportunity to put your hand up any second now. So those in favour of deferral, please raise your hands. Okay. Sorry, is that three? So I have three in favour of deferral. Okay. Those against deferral, raise your hands. 9-3. Do we have any abstentions? We have one abstention. So on that vote, we have 3 for deferral, 9 against deferral, and 1 abstention. So that motion has failed. The second motion that has been brought forward is one of refusal, at which point I'm going to call for an adjournment. And as it is 1 o'clock, I'm going to say that there is a half-an-hour lunch. And before Councillor Barnes goes off for lunch, if you would like to pop over here, so we can talk about the reasons, the appropriate reasons. Yes, Councillor Grayson, no, the appropriate reasons. So please be back here. No, please be back here by 1:30 sharp at the seats for that. Okay, if you do the you started. Okay, we're restarting the meeting of the Planning Committee of the 13th of October, and we are currently on the first application, RR20221784P, which is the District Council Town Hall, and we have a motion to refuse to vote on. Before we do that, I'm just going to clarify the correct numbers for the deferral was actually 10 against 3 for, and 1 abstention. I did cross-check that count. So we have a motion which has been brought forward by Councillor Barnes for refusal, and that's been seconded. And I'm going to ask the Development Manager to read out the reasons for refusal.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reasons for refusal will be the design and its overbearing impact on the non-designated heritage asset. There's the existing town hall and the surrounding area, and this will be contrary to the relevant policies. This will be fleshed out under delegated authority if you give us permission to do so.
Okay, this is for refusal. Apologies. This is for refusal. You've heard the reasons given. Could we have a show of hands, those in favour of refusal? That's 7 for refusal. Can I have a show of hands for those against refusal? That's 6, I think. Sorry, hang on a second. Is your hand up? No. Just put your hands up again, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 6. Oh no, have you voted for this motion?
You might want to.
I'm going to start again.
Yeah.
Right, please. The motion is for refusal, and the reasons have been given by the development manager. Those in favour of refusal, please put your hands up in the air. 7. 7 for refusal. Those against refusal, please put your hands up in the air. 6. Those abstaining. That doesn't add up. 6.
1 abstention.
Who abstained? Sorry? Oh, you did. 1 abstention. Okay. So that means the application is refused 7 votes to 6 with 1 abstention. Could you make sure you actually record the votes, the number of votes in the thing there? All right, thank you. That is that application done. We are moving on to the second application, which is RR2022/1330/P, Blackfriars, and we have who's doing Blackfriars? Sarah Shepherd is going to be the officer.
And can I repeat my declaration of interest, please?
You can.
Withdraw.
Can I give my apologies for the rest of the meeting? I'm so sorry.
You can. Okay.
Good afternoon.
I should just make a note. Councillor John Barnes has actually left the committee room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors and guests. This application is made under Section 73 to amend and add conditions with regards to the outline and reserve matters relating to the development at Blackfriars in Battle on land owned by the council. The outline permission is varied by the addition of phasing. I go to the phasing plan. As you can see, they're proposing to clearly set out an added condition, and this is condition, it would affect the approved plans of condition 5 of the outline, and it would include an additional condition number 35, which you'd see at the end of your report. There are to be 4 phases in the development. The first one being construction of the spine road, the blue road that runs down through the site, which was the subject of a full permission, even though the rest of the development was outlined. Phase 2 would be construction of plot 1, the northern field. Phase 3 would be construction of the central field at plot 2. And phase 4 would be the construction of the final plot, plot 3, which is at the southern end of the development onto the Spinney. With regard to the amendments relating to the approved plans of the reserve matters, these are summarised as follows. There will be some internal layout changes, which, as you can see, is positionings of bathrooms primarily, alterations to some of the balcony details. On the left-hand side is the scheme that's currently consented. On the right-hand side are the proposed changes. And I've given you 3 different types of unit here so that you can see the general alterations being made. Those changes to the internal layout have consequent changes for the fenestration. As you can see, the windows being proposed now are more traditional in their design and proportions. They haven't got quite the same verticality as being proposed originally. Balcony areas are smaller. Generally, the door fenestration is pretty similar. And again, there's 3 plans there that show you those different building typologies there. The earth-sheltered housing, which is, if you remember, in plot 1, the northern plot, as you go around the bends in the road, there's been some slight reorientation of those units, as you can see by the green blocks there. And that's to take into account the need to have a softer gradient running down to the road. As you can see, the approved scheme at the top is quite a sheer bank running down there. There's been a requirement in discussions, further discussions with highways, that they need to have a shallower bank there. So those slight orientations allow for that softer gradient running round there. And then there's some additional detail there in terms of drainage for those units. Obviously, you need to have this maintenance across the roof area. They still have the bank to the north, and the glazed open elevation will be facing south. As considerable further work has been undertaken to reduce the amount of earth moving and level changes across the site. The spine road remains exactly the same, but the other level changes, trying to keep earth movements to a more of a minimum, have resulted in the inclusion of some split level properties at plot 3. If I go on to the next slide for you, sorry. This is the area particularly to the rear of Kingsdale Close, this line of 4 properties here. What is now proposed for that is, instead of having stepped gardens with high terracing to the rear of the properties, they're now proposing a more gentle incline. So you will have a split level property there, that the accommodation will access onto the garden at the rear at the higher level, so you haven't got the same steps there. In respect of plot 1, the northern plot, you've got a similar issue here where this is the consented scheme. It went into a courtyard area here with these 4 properties served by pedestrian access only. As you can see in the proposed layout here, we've got a smaller courtyard and more direct parking accessible for the other units there. And that has also similarly resulted in removal of these steep steps here to the rear garden and a general incline to a split level property, again to provide a more usable garden space at the rear. In terms of what they've termed focus areas 3 and 4, focus area 3 is the area to the rear of Emmanuel Church and the centre there. You will see that this area, instead of having a looped access road all the way round, where they're proposing level changes, this is going to allow for a new access off of the spine road in this area, if you can see my cursor, and you will have 2 cul-de-sacs rather than 1 continuous road looping round. And again, this alters the gradients here at the back, so these properties would no longer be split level. They'd have a garden on the level, but you will have a more terraced and planted area to some of the courtyard parking that's at the back here. And then on plot 2, we have a similar proposal that instead of having this long access road winding all through this open landscaped area, linking the 2 car parks, we have a separate access to the lower one, which means that we have a better landscape proposal in between the units there. There's some street scenes for you as well, which give you a general feel for how the rhythm of the streets that run through round the spine road. These street scenes are in relation to the spine road, not the cul-de-sacs that come off the spine road. The spine road has been worked out with East Sussex County Council. The spine road is to be adopted, and there's been some minor alterations in respect of the positioning of the footpath and the verges and crossing points to make sure that that complies with the Section 38 requirements for adoption. There is a note on there you may see about street lighting. The street lighting scheme and strategy has already been agreed via conditions, and that takes into account the ecological requirements as well, and that's been signed off by the county ecologist as well. The proposals primarily relate to internal changes and do not have any wider external impacts. I am aware that originally there was a concern about a property on the northern field here, just at the back of the Spinney. An initial plan was an older plan that showed an incorrect relationship for the property backing onto the garden here. That's now been corrected, so that matter's been overcome. Members will recall that the outline permission also includes a development area within the northeast corner of the site. Sorry, if I go back to that's this hatched area over here. Now that area is not part of the council's application, and as such it does not have any reserved matters submissions, and in respect of that all the conditions still remain extant in terms of that part of the previous outline site. So as such the recommendation before you is for approval of these amendments with variation and the additional conditions mentioned, and all the conditions are reapplied because they need to apply to that part of the development as well. Thank you.
We have two speakers for this application. The first one is Neil Thompson, who's the agent. Would you like to come forward? You've probably got the idea.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, councillors. Yes, my name is Neil Thompson. I'm the planning consultant on the project. I've been involved in the scheme since outline and through to the reserve matters and now this section 73. As noted by officers, the application relates to the variation of an already approved reserve matters application for the 200 units at Blackfriars, but includes an additional condition to phase the construction of the development. Members will be aware that since permitting the Development Committee in April 2021, the development was awarded an Inside Housing Development Award for Best Nationwide Rural Housing Development for 2021. The amendments before you today enhance this award-winning scheme, and my colleague Robert Williams from Powell Dobson Architects, who are delivering the scheme architecturally with Waits and the Council, will provide a short summary of the changes proposed, which Sarah's already gone through. They significantly improve the buildability of the units and the standard of accommodation for future occupants. As explained by officers, in terms of the construction phasing, the applicant has now prepared a plan which clarifies the order in which the development will come forward. I'm here to answer any questions relating to planning aspects of the proposal this afternoon. And my colleague, as I say, Robert Williams, will answer any questions that you have in terms of architectural or design matters.
Good, thank you very much. Short and sweet. Does anyone have any questions for Neil? Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Prochak.
You comment on in the report about the footpaths and the way they are being reduced, or county are not very happy with the reduction.
Yes, so I think Sarah officers brought up a detailed plan of the Section 38 drawings that we're currently consulting with East Sussex Highways on. There has been an insistence from them to provide a continuous footpath along the length of the Spine Road, and that will be consulted and assessed in due course as part of Condition 8 of the outline planning permission. That is likely to resolve, that will resolve East Sussex's concerns on various aspects of the Spine Road, in particular the southern edge of Plot 2 as you come down into Plot 3. That should be resolved as part of the Section 38 proposals.
So you're happy with the connectivity within the site?
Yes, we're happy with the connectivity, and obviously it's important to emphasise as well that the scheme will bring forward other improvements to the highways as part of the Section 106 agreement that's already been agreed with County.
Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Drayson.
This may have been more appropriate to the officer, but my concern is still the link or potential link to the train station. I know it's governed by a condition, although I can't find it in the conditions. But it still says investigate, because it may not be possible. Am I right in thinking it may not be possible because of the other houses?
So the layout of the development has always kept free a potential link. This development will not sterilise the opportunity that could be to provide that link.
It's a useful, interesting point, but it's also not actually part of this application. but it's useful to clarify.
Conditions will continue to apply.
That's the most important. Councillor Barnes.
Yes, 612.1 raises poor footway connections by the parish council, or town council, sorry, which is contrary to the... Was that pre the change in the footpath layout? Can you just explain what the problem was?
Yeah, I think it relates to the question I've just answered your colleague next to you. I think the parish council have seen East Sussex's comments on the footpath and said that they agree with them. As I just explained, that footpath element is being agreed as part of the technical approval via the Section 38 under Condition 8 of the original outline. So we are addressing that.
About the footpaths, will they be lit?
There will be sections, well, the Spine Road will be lit, as officers have explained. There will be certain areas of the site which won't be lit, and that's for the requirements of ecology. Many of the streetlights will have cowls on them to direct the light down to prevent impact on dark skies and bats. Other areas of the site may not be lit. They may have low-level bollard lighting. That will be secured via the conditions.
Thank you very much. We have the architect, Robert Williams.
Hi. Yeah, I haven't prepared sort of a speech as such. I was going to talk through the changes that Sarah's already sort of run through. I just wanted to really stress that while we've been making these improvements, we've been very much adhering to the original consent and the design intent of the original application. So things like footpaths and connectivity, all those points remain. Materiality and sort of the general aesthetic of all the housing units look the same. What we have been working on very, very hard with weights, sort of behind the scene, is just rationalising the houses. So as you saw, making sure bathrooms are standardised throughout, also utility pods are introduced, things like that. So although these are internal changes and the footprints stay the same, we have very much improved the buildability of the scheme as well. And then the other big exercise that we undertook were the levels and the levels reviews. So seeing those site sections hopefully helped earlier, but we wanted to improve or reduce the amount of cart away from site, and that was a big driver. But also improving the rear garden usability to all of the units, removing the stacked gardens with the retaining structures, and also the 3B house type, which was previously a split-level property with a sort of a sunken bedroom. We sort of eliminated that now, so that's come out of the ground, and it's a more traditional two-bedroom house, front and back. The additional house type, which is house type 4A, which is on sort of the periphery of the scheme, in those two roads that Sarah highlighted. Those are now split level, but they're double fronted, so they work a lot better. And they do allow for that sort of garden, much flatter, more usable family garden space to the rear. So I think that sort of summarises sort of why and where we've got to with the design changes, and hopefully you see them as an improvement. But yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. You have to sort of toggle the switch on and off, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Drayson.
Yeah, thank you. They're not on our site, but the first couple of slides that the officer brought up with the changes in the internal designs, but she did comment that the balconies are smaller. They seem to be got shorter and a bit deeper. My concern is just, I walk along the seafront here going, what's the point of that balcony? You can only get one chair on it. Are they usable balconies? Will people in a house with 4 people be able to sit on the balcony?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a case of they've got smaller. They're the same footprint. They're just different shape, and we did it for that very reason.
Yep, Councillor Prochet.
Is it you we need to congratulate for the original award?
Afraid not. That's the previous architect.
Can I ask you, why have you changed the fenestration, the design of the windows?
A lot of the windows in the original design were actually clashing with things in bathrooms and kitchens, so we undertook just a rationalisation of them to start with, but also then getting egress through them in places just led us to a slightly different format. So again, they're the same size. We wanted to make sure we weren't impacting the daylighting into the units, but they are sort of wider and less vertical, like Sarah described.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Just on the subject of the windows, I know you're going to have what you call it, air source heat pumps, but does that mean that the windows are? Can you open the windows? Because I think that's important. Some people like to sleep, for example, with windows wide open.
Yes, you can open all the windows. Yeah, absolutely.
No more? Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Sarah before we have a discussion? You need to speak too, don't you, Catherine? Would you like to speak, Catherine?
I'd love to speak, please, yes.
My apologies.
Thank
I got
you.
so used to saying no to you that I
Right.
forgot to say yes.
I would have made my presence known.
And I'm sure you will.
Thank you. I think I need to redeclare my interest as a member of East Sussex County Council, given that so much of this is about the roads. I would just like to say, though, well, first of all, that I think this whole sustainability of the buildings is excellent, and I'm looking forward to seeing this completed. I don't have unreserved joy, but I think, on the whole, it's going to be a really good addition. But I would say the residents are getting really fed up with the state of the site. It's a bit swampy, it's a terrible mess, and they are experiencing a lot of runoff into houses existing when it rains. And I have raised this with the planners, and I've been assured it's nobody's fault. But there's a history, actually, of that site, before it was tampered with, pouring water into the houses in Falconers Drive to the extent that their interiors get flooded. So I would just ask somebody to take careful note of that. Interested in the comments about footways, because highways, in their latest thing that Trish Triggle sent round, talk about footpaths, or footways rather, and certainly Battle Town Council, not Parish Council, Battle Town Council is very concerned that the neighbourhood plan is adhered to, and there is complete footway connectivity within the site, and I'm not sure that a footway all along the length of the Spine Road actually fulfils that desire. Also, the cul-de-sacs, I hope they have a turning circle, because vehicles do need to turn around, and if they're shuffling, it's much less environmentally friendly than being able to turn around in a clean sweep. Spine Road's being adopted, which is good, but I'm wondering why the other roads aren't being adopted, because they will, over time, incur problems, the same as an adopted road would, and then there'll be the responsibility of the frontages. I would have thought that if you're buying a house, you want to make sure that you're buying it next to an adopted road. I would also ask that the public rights of way, which are the subject of some discussion, I know, over the months, are reopened really as soon as possible to give walkers access to the site, because those footpaths particularly are very well used. I just wondered if the redesigning of the houses immediately adjacent to Kingsdale Close would actually help the residents of Kingsdale Close, or is it just a thing for Blackfriars? 815 says that there's no impact on residents, and somebody mentioned the Spinney. 5 the Spinney particularly has always going to be particularly badly affected by this development and being overlooked. It's all about the topography. In fact, the residents of 5 the Spinney wanted that house relocated to, not theirs, the one that's planned, relocated to somewhere else. So my question is, are they happy about what's happening next to the Spinney now? And I noticed Sarah referred to the north of the site. In fact, it's the south of the site, but it always looks like the north of the site because you stand at the bottom and look uphill, and I find it ever so confusing myself, but it is the south of the site, not the north. It's, we do it all the time in battle. You're going uphill, you're going north, well actually not, you're going south. My last thing is about parking and construction vehicles. Clearly, if they're working on the site, they will be on the site, but there's an awful lot of attendant vehicular traffic comes with a large-scale development. Now, I know they can park wherever they want if there aren't yellow lines, but I would ask for the construction people to be really considerate of residents. I've had a lot of complaints from residents close to the development at Lilybank, which is only 50 houses, and along the North Trade Road, at the complete destruction of the highway verge there, and the inconvenient parking of workers' vehicles. Now, I know they have to go somewhere, and I know we can't stop them parking on the public highway, but I would hope that they are asked to make really sure that they are very, very careful about not disturbing existing residents when they're parking and doing their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Field. I will ask you to respond to those questions.
Yeah, I think one particular point you mentioned was about the cul-de-sacs and management of those. The idea is, and it is part of the Section 106 agreement, for a management company to be set up, and that management company would be responsible for maintenance of all those other public areas, such as the cul-de-sac roads, the footways, the landscaping generally throughout the site. So those would be part of the management company's responsibility and not individual households.
So could I just ask who will be paying for that? Who will pay the management company?
Normally, the management company would be set up, and normally whoever lives on the site, it would be they would be paying an amount of money into the management company for the management of the site. That's how it's normally set up.
Good. Are there questions for the officer before we have any discussion you want to have? No? Well, would anyone like to make a comment? We've got the key issues are just one of fenestrations, some land changes.
Move acceptance.
Yes, a motion to approve. And that's been seconded by Councillor Gray and or Councillor Drayson. So on that basis, unless anyone's going to say anything, I'm going to take a vote on it. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation. Unanimous approval of that application. Thank you very much for those who've come in to speak. Thank you.
Somebody get Councillor Barnes back.
So easy to forget, isn't it? here we have item 9, which is RR 2022/219/P, which is Liebland's Potman's Lane, Catsfield, and this was deferred. If you could just sort of clarify the reasons for deferral so we know what we're talking about when you present.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. This application was reported to you at the July 2022 Planning Committee, where it was deferred to seek advice from the Rural Estates Surveyor on the applicant's business plan, which I will get onto later in the presentation. First slide, please. The application site is a field to the south side of Potman's Lane between Bexhill and Catsfield. Permission was granted in 2016 for an agricultural building, where the cursor is, the U-shaped building. There is a polytunnel to the east side, again, which was granted permission in recent years. A variety of animals are kept at the site, including alpacas, Angora goats, pygmy goats, geese, chickens, guinea pigs and rabbits. A certificated caravan site is also run from the site in the northeastern part, and that can accommodate 5 caravans. Permission is sought to retain a permanent dwelling which has been provided within the agricultural building, approximately half of that building. If we stay on this side a minute, please. The residential accommodation is separated into individual rooms comprising a kitchen dining room, a shower room, a living room and a bedroom. The agricultural rooms comprise a store, a processing and dyeing room, a machinery workshop and a spinning workshop. The planning statement advises it is the applicant's intention to begin selling the products made on site, with the creation of a live-work unit and being able to live on site. The applicants will have the confidence to invest further into the business. It is also proposed to grow more exotic and niche plants and start a breeding programme with the alpacas and Angora goats. As I explained earlier, this was deferred at the July 2022 Planning Committee meeting so the Rural Estates Surveyor could be consulted on the business plan. It's also allowed you the opportunity to visit the site due to the cancellation of this back in July because of the extreme heat. In terms of planning policies, core strategy RA3, Part 3A, sets out the extremely limited circumstances under which new dwellings can be allowed in the countryside. This has been applied for as an agricultural justification, so it's section A that is relevant here, which states dwellings to support farming and other land-based industries. Normally, they are provided temporarily for 3 years. Both temporary and permanent dwellings have to comply with the following criteria. So 1, there has to be a clearly established functional need relating to a full-time worker, primarily employed in the farming and other land-based businesses. Second criteria is any functional need cannot be fulfilled by other existing accommodation in the area. That may be down Potman's Lane. Arguably, it could be within the village of Catsfield. It's only a short distance away. Point 3, it has to be demonstrated that the unit and the agricultural activity concerned are financially sound and have a clear prospect of remaining so you're not left with a dwelling in the countryside with no function. And then finally, dwellings have to be of an appropriate size, siting and design. Our core strategy policy is in line with paragraph 80 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which also provides an exception to provide housing in the countryside for an essential need in terms of a rural worker, including those taking majority control of a farm business. As a starting point, the proposal before you is a permanent farm workers' dwelling as opposed to a temporary one. In assessing the development against the exceptional policy requirements, we must have, or you must have, consideration to the Rural Estate Surveyor's comments. The Rural Estate Surveyor has advised that there is no functional need relating to a full-time worker. They say the scale of the proposal in terms of labour need or out-of-hours need is too small to warrant the provision of a rural workers' dwelling. They also advise that the financial test has not been satisfied. No business accounts have been provided, and therefore no evidence to demonstrate the unit and agricultural activity concerned are financially sound and have a clear prospect of remaining so. In such circumstances, the financial tests cannot be met. The brief information that has been provided has limited basis for assessment, no supporting documentation, and the figures do appear to be wholly speculative. So, brief summary for the rural workers' justification. The advice from the rural surveyor is the policy test, both at local and national level, is not satisfied. So there's no functional need and no financial justification. Turning to other issues that have been raised in the officer's report, there are concerns over location. So the site is remote from any settlement, and occupiers will be reliant on private vehicles, which is the least sustainable mode of transport. This is contrary to local and national policies, which seek to minimise the need to travel and to support the transition to a low-carbon future. An additional concern is the quality of living accommodation that has been provided. So I think you will have noted on site that at present most of that internal corridor isn't present at the moment. So you have to, for example, from the bedroom to the living space, you have to go outside, which really is not ideal and not what you'd expect in a modern dwelling. However, they are, as part of this application, they are proposing to enclose it all with this internal courtyard corridor, which would link all the elements. However, there are rooms without any windows in, which means rooms won't be served by natural light, adequate natural light, and provides a poor standard of accommodation. Finally, the unjustified domestic activity that comes with a residential use here would introduce urbanising impacts to the site in this countryside location, which we have policies there to to protect. For the reasons explained in this presentation and the officer's report, it's our recommendation that the proposal doesn't meet local and national policies, and therefore the recommendation is refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I will ask Councillor Curtis to speak first, as he is also the ward member and called this in originally. This is a tricky one. I'm going to have to sort of say to people, you have to think about voting policy rather than voting with your heart on this one. It is a very tricky one when you see the people and absorb all that sort of stuff. But I'd like you to put the viewpoint.
Where do we start? Established use. Well, I think that's has been established because of what they actually do there. When we went and looked the other day, unfortunately, we're at the wrong time of year now because of the end of the season. So a lot of the fauna's died back. They have got quite a few animals there. They would like to invest in more, but I think given the situation, they're reluctant until they've got some sort of form of plan moving forwards. It has been demonstrated, the final financial viability, because originally the income from the caravan site couldn't be included in, or wasn't included in the calculations, but subsequently was, and the rural advisor does agree that the caravan licence should be included in the calculation. Although there are various bits and pieces about that, the applicants intend to invest further in all the facilities there, which would obviously increase their chances of more profit, which would answer the viability issue, I feel. There was about the activities that they do with the animals and general farming on site. I understand that it didn't include any standard man days for any of the activities, i.e. the spinning and the natural wool provision that they're hoping to do. So that would add to that. The thing about security, there was a question asked about security, about somebody living on site, and it's been argued, well, I would argue that there is a need for somebody to be on site. The police report for rural crime in the area confirms that. And there have been instances on that particular site, but which is not restricted to any rural areas in our village. Unfortunately, that's the way it is at the moment. Rural crime is on the increase. Also, the applicants, when you talk about policy, Chair, they're not asking for a new dwelling or a caravan to be located on site as suggested, but to utilise the existing structures on the site to create a small one-bedroom unit. By repurposing part of an existing building, there will be no need for any new structures to be placed on site, and would hope this meets the Council's countryside objectives of retaining the open landscape character in rural areas. By combining the existing agricultural use with a small portion of residential, it will not overly domesticate the site, which is another thing that was suggested. Furthermore, part of the building already benefits from permission for use as a rest facilities, which would be incorporated within the proposed unit. It has been suggested that there are other alternative housing provisions in the area, which I was quite interested on the costings, $250,000 for a property. I haven't seen one for about 20 years, so I'd have to disagree with that. Sustainability. Now, yes, it's most important when we talk about building in the countryside, but sustainability is a big issue. Unfortunately, if you're a rural resident and you've lived in the country and know anything about the countryside, has been alluded to by previous members earlier on, bus services don't exist, or very few on the ground. So against their better judgment, they are stuck with using a car. There's no other way of transport, and I suggest that's been the way for many years. It's not something that's just happened now, and will probably continue into the future, because some of these places, whilst remote by nature, are not intentional. It's just that's how the villages are. So the use of their car or that sort of transport, of course, there is an advantage possibly to living on site. It would reduce the amount of times that they're going in and out. If they were living out away from their property, it would encourage more travel, because they'd have to go if they've got animals, and anyone that keeps animals will know that it's a constant, you're back and forth all the time. So a point worth mentioning. They remain, public transport remains limited. It's just unfortunate that's the way they are. I did note that the inspector concluded that whilst the countryside location was in moderate conflict with local planning policies, and we fully understand those and have to take those into consideration, he says the benefits of the proposal outweighed any harm. This remains the case with the current submission, and highlights that possibly a restrictive approach is not in line with what we maybe need.
What are you referring to there? Which appeal is that? Or
which
appeal, or which inspector's decision?
No, it's not an appeal. I guess that's the Rural Estates guy. It's just trying to answer some of the questions that may be. Which paragraph is that? Profitability of the holding has been based on previous experience with small holdings, and they've had a large amount of experience of that. So one would assume that they wouldn't be doing what they're trying to do without, foolhardily. At this stage, they've not committed to any further investment while they await the confirmation if they're able to stay on site at all. And obviously, if you're dealing with animals, it's another. You don't want to be getting animals that you've got to get rid of. And there is a point that the ancient woodland along the southern boundary of the site is within their ownership, and this too requires maintenance and coppicing along with replanting, which would further add to the man days that would be required to look after the site. That's about all I can say at the moment. Thank you.
But you do retain an open mind in this discussion, don't you? I do have to ask that question, because it was a very positive sort of reference for the application. No, you don't have to apologise. You just have to tell me that you have an open mind to considering the opposite position of this discussion. Is that a yes? But it is important. It's important that you retain an open mind. The discussion might raise something that you feel, okay, that's changed my point of view. It's your own decision in that sense. There were a number of issues raised about the viability assessment by the rural surveyor, and which the councillor raised. Would you like to address those in terms of taking the caravan into account? I think there was also the addition of the actual work in the workshops as well. I think we need to clarify that point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Rural Estate Surveyor has advised that money taken from the certificated caravan site can be included in the sort of profitability of the unit as a whole. However, there's no functional requirement for anyone to be on site, live on site for the caravan use, and with 5 caravans being there, it generates very little maintenance. So, I mean, that's a big contributor towards the profitability of the proposed business. Like I said, we haven't got any business accounts. This is all speculative, really. So, yeah, that covers the caravan, but there is no functional need. No one needs to live on the site to look after a caravan site. In terms of spinning and the workshop use, again, there's no functional need for that to take place on site. It could take place off-site. The functional need arises from the need to look after the animals and the breeding that they say they will be doing. And the Rural Estate Surveyor has said there's no reason why a temporary accommodation could not facilitate that. And given they've got this certificated site to place caravans on the land, there's no reason why a caravan, when livestock is going to be giving birth, why they can temporarily live on the site. They don't need to be there 24 hours a day, every day of the year.
Okay. So this application is made as an agricultural worker, and there's very clear policy statements there, as you've heard, and it's a tough test. I mean, quite big agricultural holdings find it very difficult, nearly impossible to get approval nowadays, because if you're a grazier, you can have sheep and cattle everywhere and anywhere, for example. It is a very, very tough test, and that's what you have to deal with on this occasion. Councillor Drayson.
Two comments and then a question. Pardon the agricultural pun, but I kept thinking horse and cart and chicken and egg when I read this, because they haven't got a need for a person now because they haven't got the number of animals. If they've got a person on site, they'll increase their animals. It's that sort of situation. The sustainable, Councillor Curtis covered my point, they drive to and from as much as, probably more than they would if they were there. But my question is, and it's on the financial stability, this is an application for a permanent, and they have to show financial stability. A temporary permit is to establish finance stability. Are we able, because I think we did for St Mary's, are we able to grant a temporary even though they've asked for a permanent?
Yeah. I mean, they have... What they've proposed is a permanent dwelling. It's in a permanent building. And the advice out there is that we don't grant permission temporarily for what is essentially permanent. So the policy test is quite clear. If you think an agricultural use has a chance, then you give it a 3-year temporary permission in temporary style accommodation, so caravan, chalet, mobile home, whatever, that if the business fails, it's easy to take away. If the business fails in this instance, we've essentially granted permission temporarily for a permanent development. So it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't work.
It would be better, based on that they came back with a application for temporary using a mobile. I mean, the norm is, and farmers do it all the time, is a mobile home that they'll live in for a year or some period of time, and after that time they will apply for a permanent, and it can be assessed on the basis of what's happened during that, over that time, for them to get to that point, and it's a pretty fair. You do see that happen. I mean, I know two of them quite close to where I am. Yes, Councillor Meir.
I'd just like to clarify or seek clarification on something to do with the income from the caravans. I thought we were told that was not a land-based industry and should not be included in the calculations, and that I'm getting a slightly different spin on that.
That's what we believed at the time of reporting to you at the July Planning Committee. And in consulting the Rural Estate Surveyor, they came back and said, well, at appeal, there's not great consistency, but they provided evidence that some inspectors say that these diverse uses, for example, caravan sites can be included as a whole, but there's no functional need there, so you don't need to live on site to look after a caravan site. But it would be part of the income for the business as a whole. Hopefully that clarifies it a bit.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in this functional need for somebody on site. We came and looked at it the other day, but that's for members to make up their own mind. One point I would make is that Rother have designated it a dwelling and are charging them council tax on it. So it is already, as such, designate a dwelling. So the suggestion that has been made that if a permanent permission wasn't available, that a temporary, I mean, I know we've done this before, but I'm minded to think back to when you talk about the agricultural and residential split. It was the one we did in Dallington a little while back, which actually there were no animals involved. It was just purely a carpenter's workshop, as far as I understand, and then residential the other side. So, just a comment, sir.
Well, I think this is the nub of some recent discussion. Each one has to be assessed on its own merits, and really, there's been a lot of discussion, as you will all know, on this issue of he's got one, I should have one. Is not the way it works. The issue of council tax, unfortunately, is not a planning issue. It's an annoying issue. I'll certainly grant you that. Sorry, did somebody want to speak over here? Yes, Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I don't think policy does allow us to do this, but I think we are missing increasingly reality of modern life in the countryside, where agriculture, and we certainly couldn't grant this, I think, under ATA and conform to the rules, isn't actually catching what is happening on a great many agricultural holdings at the moment, which is they diversify because they can't rely entirely on the agricultural income. And that's where you get shoots, you get caravan sites, you get all kinds of things coming together. Were this bid entirely for an agricultural worker working for somebody else, I would have very limited sympathy. What we have here is an owner-occupier who is building up his business. It's called a hobby farm. It goes some way beyond that, but not a lot at the moment. But he has no encouragement to build up his business because he's not allowed to live there. He would therefore have to live away from there, use transport to go in. Councillor Byrne, when we were talking about Dallington, when you were talking about Dallington, because I was not part of that discussion, was referring to paragraph 85 of the MPPF. I can assure you, I've been through that tape more than once because I wanted to make sure the minute was correct because I could see this coming up again. And it does make a difference, it seems to me, in these days of carbon neutrality, that if somebody is building up a rural business and it is their business, do we really want to force them to live away from it? Or do we want them to actually be a live-work business? The problem is current policy doesn't allow us to do that. I'm not unattracted. I could not vote for a permanent permission, but I would like to explore the possibility a little more of whether a temporary permission was done. I remember with one of our fellow councillors, when he was building up his farm, he was allowed, in fact, to move on to the site. He, at that stage, lived in a mobile home. To my mind, the fact that there is an existing building there that has already been partially converted, this is part retrospective. I don't like retrospection, but I have to say there are some attractions to saying, give this chap a chance. It may not work, and that's why it should be temporary. But he has no incentive at all to invest in this business at the moment because he's not allowed to live there. He would have to invest most of his capital in buying a house and then driving in with the current rather exorbitant fuel prices and with the carbon impact. It's a difficult one because the rules forbid, but actually, to some extent, what he's proposing would have benefits to the area. We're told by some of the letters in support this is already bringing tourists into the area, which adds to the economy of the area, adds also to his own economy. We're now told we can count that in, but other things like a craft business, or presumably a pottery or something like that, we wouldn't be allowed to count in.
Can I sort of hold you up there a little bit? I know we're hearing you. Don't worry, we're hearing you. It's always difficult with applications because they have made the applications purely on the basis of an agricultural worker dwelling, and that has a specific test which you judge against, and whether we like it or not, whether this application draws on the heartstrings and many logical things, as pointed out by Councillor Curtis. For example, if you live somewhere else, you have to drive in anyway. So what are you saving in car journeys? You're not. You're increasing it. But they haven't actually put up a sustainability argument, which that would be one factor of. That would be one factor of. And they may succeed on a sustainability argument. They might, particularly under the current housing supply and so forth. But I think you have to be really careful of this. I mean, quite frankly, I would really prefer, my view, it's a view, I'm not giving it any direction of any kind here, to see this person put in for it would seem silly that they have to get a sort of mobile home, but a temporary home, which would not cost a lot of money. They are not expensive. He's even got a caravan site there, and take the time to build that business, and then it would be assessed really effectively as to whether that they are going to generate sufficient income, which would be judged very fairly against that. And I think that would have been their better option. And I think we have to be very careful of judging something against a set of criteria which just doesn't match those criteria, and that doesn't help the goalposts at all. Councillor Curtis, yeah, and then Gandhi, and then Prochak.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the requirement for manpower. The report, it would seem, does not include, I think I mentioned this earlier on, the standard man days for the fibre processing, along with the produce harvested within the holding. These activities account for a significant portion of work time at the site and which add to the viability of the small holding. Discounting this time because it does not fit the standard terminology required for the functional test in assessing the holding seems somewhat unfair. Thank you.
Fine. Councillor Ganley.
I'm puzzled why no business accounts have been provided. I wonder if the officer knows why.
Well, I don't believe it's been trading as a business. I believe this is a proposal, unless...
Right.
There's a proposed business plan that's been submitted. 3 versions now, where things have changed in it, and we've had to have it reassessed. So,
Councillor Prochak, yeah.
I think Councillor Curtis and Councillor Barnes, to some extent, are stretching our policies to. Can I just point out?
Just with respect.
Let Councillor.
Can I, with respect,
No,
correct
you
Councillor?
can't. I know you probably don't like what she says, but talk about it in a minute.
What I wanted to point out was that one of the objectors said the applicant's intention has always been to live on the site. But if you look at the history of this site, in 2004, there was a sighting of a temporary agricultural workers' mobile home retrospective, refused, appeal dismissed. And so it goes on from 2004. So it seems to look like that the applicant really has always wanted just to live on the site. So I think now it's come to crunch time and we've got to follow our policies.
And they can appeal that policy. So yes, you can. You can.
I do want to correct the impression that is given squaring me and Councillor Curtis. I have not spoken in favour. I've asked a question of whether our policy could be flexed into temporary. I think the policy will need some revision because I think agricultural life is moving fast. But I have moved nothing, and I have not said I will support or oppose.
The officer will answer. I think the problem is temporary is something you can take away, whereas it's actually an existing building. So if you give them temporary, then refuse it, they're in the building, and actually it becomes permanent pretty quickly. Would that be correct? Matthew, did you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. It was really Councillor Prochak's point I wanted to just clarify, really. Is that okay? Yeah, just in terms of the planning history of the site, the applicant purchased the site around 2015, so everything before then was a different person.
Okay, I think I said earlier today that we wanted to try and keep tight. This is probably the one that would have taken a little bit longer, although maybe the next one will. I don't know. Does anyone want to put forward a proposal on this so we can decide? Who've got their hand up first?
I propose we give them a 3-year temporary use.
So that means I'm going to have to adjourn the meeting. Well, because you're proposing effectively an approval for 3 years. That's all right. I adjourn the meeting. You have a cup of coffee, and you can discuss the reasons for it. Because I think you'd need to have some reasons for that.
Someone going to second that?
Yeah. Is there a second for that? Oh, goodness me. I'll take Councillor Byrne, who's put his hand up first. Okay. And so you can all have 15 minutes to have a cup of coffee. If Councillor Mary Barnes would like to come forward, and or just sit there anyway. And we are on RR 2022/209/P, and I think the development manager and the proposer have had a discussion. Can you enlighten us to where you're going on this, please?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. After discussion, it's decided that the proposal was withdrawn by the proposer.
Oh, okay. So, proposal has been withdrawn. Does anyone have another proposal they'd like to put forward? Or just for point? I think we have to sort of... All right, Councillor Prochak.
Move the recommendation.
Prochak's moving the recommendation. Is anyone seconding it? Councillor Drayson is seconding that recommendation. The proposal is to take up the officer's recommendation, which is to refuse planning permission for this application. So those in favour of refusal, please raise their hands. In favour of refusal of this application. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, did you? Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 and 10. Yes. Those against refusal. 1. There's more. That's 1, 2. Those abstaining. 1 for and 2 abstain. So the motion to refuse is passed. It's 10 against, 1 for and 2 abstentions. Right, moving on to Western Road 2022/1639P. Right, that's Western Road, Bexhill, and who is handling this one? Okay.
councillors. Beg your pardon, I hadn't put the mic on. Right, this application is for a property located on the southern side of Weston Road within the town centre conservation area for Bexhill. The property comprises 3 floors, being a maisonette above a ground floor shop. The applicant is related to a member of staff and hence the application being in front of the committee. Members may recall their consideration of a similar application at the committee in April this year when permission for UPVC windows and a door were refused. This is a resubmission deleting the proposed replacement of the door and with some variation to the proposed UPVC replacement windows. Members will note that the building currently retains original timber sliding sash windows, as do several of its neighbouring properties. If you go to the street scene, you can see that there are a number of other properties either side that have original timber sash windows. As such, there is a strong original character and appearance to the detail of the conservation area in this locality. Detailed consideration of the proposed UPVC windows is set out at paragraph 7.9 to 7.17 of the report that's in front of you. Alternative options to improve efficiency or install slimline or vacuum glazing within the existing timber frames have not been considered. Typically, UPVC windows have a lifespan of no more than 35 years, whereas a standard timber window has a life expectancy of at least 65 years. As such, the manufacture and design life of UPVC results in an increase in waste and pollution, contrary to the battle against climate change. Could I just alert members to the fact that you will see these windows have only the horizontal bar of the sash element of the windows. If I go back to the proposed plans, you will note that they are proposing a stick-on vertical glazing bar, which is not part of the character of the windows in this area. The substitution of existing timber windows with UPVC replacements would not conserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area, and as such, the proposal is again recommended for refusal.
Thank you. Did either Councillor Bailiff and Cortell, who would you like to speak first? Yeah, go on. Councillor Bailiff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As the local councillor for the area and as a sort of campaigner really for to allow UPVC windows that are of a high quality and replicate the look of sliding sash windows, I would ask that this application be approved. I think the applicant has submitted an amended plan. It has removed the ground floor proposed changes, and I think that's right. As far as the sort of shut fronts are concerned for the conservation area, I absolutely support the conservation area and keeping those wood and keeping those in keeping with the Edwardian look and feel of the town. But in relation to those upper floors, I think we can allow UPVC windows. And don't forget that if this was a single dwelling house in Parkhurst Road or Cornwall Road, they could install these UPVC windows without coming to the council. They would be allowed under permitted development rights. So I just want to make that point. I think they will transform the appearance of this particular building, and I think it will be a catalyst for further smartening up of Weston Road. It would really make Weston Road look look really good. I mean, if you do go down that road, and I know that we've talked about the forthcoming working party on window policy in the town centre, that actually we've asked for a survey
of who actually has got UPVC windows, what type, and who's got the original wood windows. So, as I say, I really hope you'll approve, and it's in line with the current policy of the Bexhill Heritage, who, as you know from previous discussion, are there at the forefront of enforcing conservation, and they're very serious about doing it. And if they support what I'm proposing, then I think we need to listen to them. And finally, it was just a question about cost of living crisis, insulated living space. It will certainly by far reduce people's bills, I don't think that is something that can be overlooked. Just a final comment about consistency of approach here. So, as people know, I've been banging on about this since May 2019. Abergeldy is a building on the seafront in the conservation area. We granted that very, very recently, and with the same type of windows that are being suggested here. 33 Sackville Road, that was turned down by this council, but was agreed on appeal by an inspector who actually talked about the enhancement of the area trumping the conservation points. And of course Devonshire Road, which was refused, but again, not with my agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee have voted unanimously to set up a task and finish group to review the issue of windows in the Bexhill Town Centre Conservation Area. With that in mind, I approached the applicant's agent yesterday with a view to postponing this application until the task and finish group might have recommended some tweaks to existing policy. Unfortunately, this application is too far advanced to be paused. In the likely event of rejection by this committee, I understand that an appeal that rather the council might lose at some financial cost will be seriously considered. I would argue that there is public benefit in accepting this application. What appears to be happening is that, in the full knowledge of the difficulties in obtaining planning permission for UPVC windows, many landlords are installing them unilaterally, knowing that planning enforcement is weak. The honest entrepreneurs, like these applicants, are facing a massive hurdle. Those who install without planning permission tend to install inferior products. The applicants, in this case, are trying to meet the criteria with a high-quality product that would enhance the appearance of Bexhill Town Centre. I appreciate that the Conservation Officer is seeking to undertake his function. No doubt he can spot the difference between a 126mm window frame and a 97mm window frame. But I would suggest that the average resident or visitor to the centre of Bexhill cannot spot the difference on an upper floor. If a UPVC window has a similar design in the same colour with the same granulation as a modern sash as a wooden sash window, I find it hard to see how it's devaluing Bexhill Town Centre. And the energy saving in a double glazed, smart UPVC window over 35 years must weigh heavily in favour of this window's carbon footprint. I therefore urge you to accept this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Courtell. Do members have any questions for the officer? Yes, Councillor Byrne.
I believe that the adopted policy for wooden sash windows, the preferred policy, says replace with wooden sash windows often single glazed, but recommend double glazing fitted, secondary double glazing fitted inside. And as far as I know, this visually, this has an even thicker and uglier, to my mind, vertical bar. Am I correct in that assumption?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So I think we need to clear up a little bit of potential confusion here. So we have single plane glazing is the traditional, normally 4 millimetres in depth, and more prevalent in listed buildings, we'd ask for secondary glazing, where we would put a glass frame in front of a window and create greater energy efficiency that way. Within Bexhill's conservation area, I have spoken about in the past about retrofitting existing timber windows. This is an ideal opportunity, this particular case, for being able to do that. So all of the energy efficiency and costs involved in day-to-day living, they can all be addressed while still maintaining, keeping the historic timber window. You just merely change the glass over for either a slimline double glazed unit or a vacuum glazed unit, like my colleague alluded to earlier. Does that answer your question?
Not totally. You're talking about retrofitting existing wooden windows where, and one wonders why they would be changing those anyway. The main reason for changing them is that the frame has fallen apart. And I would rather question your figures on a wooden frame lasting 65 years. In this area, without regular maintenance, which is not often a feature of certainly the flats above the shops in central Bexhill, that sort of regular maintenance is not a feature. And I think 65 years is over-egging the pudding in terms of the projected life of a wooden window.
Is that the original window?
It
in
is.
That building?
So I actually made a site visit to this property to also inform and educate the applicants about the other options available with regard to retrofit, as has been discussed at previous meetings that we've had. So they've decided to keep the application in for their own reasons, and that's fine. So I did speak to them about draft exclusion, different glazing options, as I've just detailed to you. The windows there are original to the point at which they even still have the original window catches on them. It's actually an example of great Victorian and Edwardian carpentry skills and the quality of timbers we had then. So if you take into account the longevity that is being provided by that original window, which in the photos they may look like they're in poor condition, but they're actually not. They're just in need of a coat of paint. There is principally, structurally, nothing wrong with them.
Can I just ask you a question, Simon? I recall reading in that CAN note that was prepared, that was deferred for scrutiny to have a look at, that it talked about actually the majority of heat loss going through poor seals. Is that correct or not? Am I right? There's a Heritage England reference to how much heat is lost through different parts of the window, the glass versus the edges where you would feel drafts going through. Can you clarify what's what on that?
So Historic England's guidance on repair and care for traditional windows talks about two aspects of heat loss. One is through drafts, which is normally when a traditional sash window is somewhat rattly, when the wind's blowing, the cold air gets in, and through the glass. As far as the percentages of which is through heat transfer through the glass and which one's through the draft, I haven't got those figures to hand. However, I would say that in order to address both issues with traditional timber windows, products are available to address them. So there are inbuilt draft excluders to the staff beads and parting beads that can be retrofitted in. There is vacuum glazing that will not just give you the energy efficiency of double glazing, it will give you the energy efficiency of triple glazing, which then, if you put that together with the longevity of the timber window that we have, which is currently in good condition, I see no reason to allow any detriment to the conservation area, and there isn't sufficient public interest or public benefit in terms of carbon savings or climate change in order to allow that change from the timber windows to the plastic windows to go ahead.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. just listening to the comments of the conservation officer, but I have to say, I have a couple of case studies that I've actually dealt with in the last 2 weeks about secondary glazing. And they look awful. Whichever way you look at it, a secondary glazing is exactly that, secondary glazing. It's trying to make up for something that wasn't adequately efficient in the first place. They have removed the secondary glazing and put in UPVC windows with double glazing, and it's transformed the properties overnight. It's transformed them, and they're absolutely thrilled. So whilst I'm not a window expert, I can only speak on case studies on 2 period properties in my area. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor John Barnes.
I think actually, on principle, if we are going to alter policy, it should not be done on a case-by-case basis. I agree it's perfectly sensible for a task and finish group to look to see and can look at the arguments which are put forward strongly by our conservation officer in terms of the effectiveness of other measures. And I have to say UPVC, when disposed of, I've yet to be convinced doesn't have a carbon cost, but I look at some interest at the point that Councillor Bayliss, I think it was made, that you can get paving slabs out of it. If you can, that's good. But these things really are best addressed as a policy rather than trying to determine individual applications against the rules. So I'm afraid I'm going to move refusal, but without prejudice to the long-term approach that this council should adopt.
Councillor Ganley.
Note from paragraph 7.23 the remark, there would be a clear increase in waste and pollution, and the use of such windows would therefore be a backward step in the battle against climate change. In a previous paragraph, 7.22, the harm to the conservation area cannot be weighed against any public benefit of the proposal. I'm not quite clear what that means. Could the officer explain that for me, please?
Yeah, sure. So the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 202, I believe, talks about the mitigation of harm to the conservation area or a designated heritage asset by way of public benefit. Public benefit could be considered as tackling climate change would be an obvious public benefit to act as a mitigation. There is no public benefit in this case because the steps that can be taken to tackle climate change are actually more beneficial by keeping the window and retrofitting it rather than putting in a plastic window on the basis of production, lack of recyclability and so on and so forth. So there isn't a tangible public benefit to installing plastic windows. There's a significant public benefit to retaining the windows we have.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Gray.
I second refusal.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder for refusal, and I think I'm going to. I just asked them to put that picture up again so you could see it in perspective to the relationship to the properties left and right. So we have a proposal for refusal, which is that's the recommendation. Those in favour of refusal, please raise your hands. Okay, that's one. 10, and those those against refusal, 1, and those abstaining, 2. Am I missing one? Oh, yes, of course we're missing Chris now. So that the application has been refused, and the vote was 10-1 with 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. The next item is Beeching Road, Bexhill, RR 2022 1920P. Sorry? No. No, you can't have a conditional refusal, no. They can well, they have the opportunity to, within a certain period of time, to put in a new application. Yeah. 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 But I think the point that Councillor Barnes made is that policy should be made as a policy, not by case by case. Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd be amending policy. I think you're being given guidance. I think a TAN gives guidance as to how you interpret policy. The actual policy can only be adjusted through the policy development and examination process. Sarah, are you dealing with this one?
Next item on the agenda is 16 Beeching Road. This is a property owned by the council. The application is made by East Sussex Healthcare Trust. The proposal seeks a change of use of part of a former and now vacant car sales and showroom workshop in Beeching Road here. And the proposed change is for a community diagnostic hub. It requires some alteration of the existing building internally, with the siting of a mobile unit, which you can just see on the western side here. The long sort of almost looks a bit like a lollipop there with a bit sticking out. That would be a long-term temporary unit, retaining the rest of the car park for use by staff and patients. This is obviously the other bit of the building is still retained in a more commercial use, and this is the element that gets changed on this northern part of the building, and there's the mobile unit there with parking, disabled parking obviously closer to the unit. It's considered to be a suitable and sustainable development, reusing an existing commercial building within the industrial estate. It would provide 22 full-time equivalent jobs. There's been no particular objections to the proposal. The use would not be considered to harm the residential amenity of the properties to the rear or prejudice highway safety. It is recommended for approval, subject to conditions. And that's the front of the building there with a potential signage. Obviously, that may be subject to a separate advertisement consent if that's required. But otherwise, as you can see, it's this northern end of the building, and that's the frontage that fronts onto Beeching Road itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the ward member, did you want to say anything about this, Councillor Quattel? Oh, you're not the ward member for this. Who's the ward member for this? Oh, my apologies. My sincere apologies, Councillor Drayson. Would you like to speak on this matter first?
No, I'll come back to it in a minute when I've looked up something, but I don't at the moment.
Councillor Gray, did you want to speak on this?
I think this is great, and I propose approval.
This is all terribly quick. I'm not used to this. There is a proposal and a seconder for approval on... Yes? Would you like to speak?
I was just looking at something. I just wanted to confirm for completeness, because I've just looked up the minutes of the Bexhill Town Council planning, and it was resolved to support this application and welcome it. But I notice on there it says no comments received. That's what I was just checking. Bexhill Town Council welcome this.
It's recorded now. I don't know why that's happened. So we have a vote for and a seconder for approval. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is a unanimous decision. Thank you very much. The next application is Lee Farm, RR 2022/737/P, called in by Councillor Hacking, who cannot attend today due to work commitments. And we attempted to visit the site. We turned up, and unfortunately the gate was locked and the owner was called to an emergency, Councillor, yes. Hello, Katie, how are you? Just appeared in front of me.
Good afternoon.
You may be appearing for no reason. The applicant, as Katie will know, has asked if we could defer this so that we could actually walk down into the site properly, because it's a little way down. You don't have to defer it. We can, but I'll put it to the Councillor Drayson et al. Yeah, sorry. I'll put it to the committee as to whether you want to defer it or not. If somebody wants to defer it, they need to propose a deferral. There is a move for a deferral. Does anyone want to second that? So there's a seconding. So those who wish to defer this, please vote. Yeah, you need to vote on it. Okay. So what's that then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 to defer, and those against deferring? You're for deferral too. 9 for deferral. Those against deferring is 4, and that's us, isn't it? All right, so we will defer that. Sorry to take your time up, Katie, on that. You've appeared and went in one go. Good. That takes us on to the next application, which is RR 2022-1350P, and this is the Oast at Brickyard Lane, Brightling, called in by Councillor Barnes and Kirby Green, who I see is with us. Thank you. We have the officers' report. Are you reporting on this?
No, this is Michael.
Oh, Michael, thank you. Welcome, Michael. We're ready for...
guy needs to
yes.
Get off the screen.
Yes, if you could, if Edward, you could sort of just come off the screen for a couple of minutes, and I'll call you in. Okay. Unvideo yourself. Turn your camera off. Edward, could you? That's it. Whenever you're ready, Michael.
Yeah, no worries. So the next application is, bring it up. Yep, so the next application is RR 2022-1350. And this is the first of 2 applications regarding the Oast. And this first application seeks planning permission for the retention of an outbuilding, which is retrospective, and the reinstatement of grassland. Next slide, please, Sarah. Just before we start, to give a bit of background, this is the current arrangement at the site. This is the current line of the boundary at the minute. And the next slide should demonstrate, as you can see, it curves upwards. And this is what is proposed now. So it's proposed to reinstate it back into what was previously approved, and a more logical rounding off. That was just to provide the committee with a bit of an update. But as you can see, the application site forms part of the land holding for the Oast, which is located in Ockley Greens and originally part of a farmstead. As you can see there, it's not really clear in that plan, but the outbuilding we're concerned about is the one to the north, and is located close to the northern boundary, just where the cruiser is there, which forms part of the applicant's land holding. The only designation to note is that the site's in the Highfield AONB. This application follows on from a previous refusal, which sought permission for the use of the outbuilding for ancillary residential accommodation and extension of the residential curtilage, as you've seen on the previous slide. That application was refused as it was considered out of keeping and out of character with the surrounding area. There's quite a bit of glazing on it, which I think should be shown in one of the later slides. That's just an aerial shot of this outbuilding there. It's hard to make out, but it's just sort of beneath that tree. And yeah, that's sort of it in context there. Next slide, please, Sarah. So this is what it is at the minute. So as you can see, it's it's quite domestic, with glazed windows and patio doors, and as you can see, there was we do believe it was being lived in. As you can see there was like a dining area, office, wash closet. It's maybe hard to make out from that plan, but the next plan should show the initial, such as the block plan. So this was what was initially proposed. So it's proposed to block up the windows with shutters, and also add in the door. Just for context, the two windows serving the stores, so as you can see on the north and south on the location plan, they have been removed. So the only two windows are sort of shutters, should I say, just serve the potting area on the west elevation, so the two windows have been removed. It's considered that the main considerations are impact to the character and appearance of the AONB and impact on neighbouring amenities. It's considered that the outbuilding is uncomplicated in form and scale, and is commensurate with existing ancillary buildings in the locality, subservient to the host building, and it's also a similar scale and design of an approved workshop on the site, so it wouldn't appear out of character or out of place. In addition, it is not considered to lead to any significant harm surrounding landscape, as it would be pretty well screened from woodland, although glimpses of the site, would be visible. Taking the amendments into consideration, the recommendation is for approval subject to conditions limiting the use of the building and requesting soft landscaping. Also, to provide an update, I do believe that we need another condition to be added, a timeframe condition, requesting the reinstatement of the grassland back to the original, as shown in the plans. I'm not sure if Sarah or Miles, if you want to give an update, but I feel like we do need an extra condition in there. A timeframe condition should be added in, so if committee is supporting approval, we'll need an additional condition in, but yeah, it's been recommended for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And just to be sure, we're dealing with this application, not the next one, and not the two together. So we're looking at this application and its acceptability. I think we have Councillor Kirby-Green. Did you want to speak?
Please, if I may. First, I'd like to say that the Parish Council wished to speak to this application to raise their serious concerns. However, unfortunately, they missed the deadline by a few hours, so were unable to do so, but I know a member of Brightling Parish Council is here. As Michael has explained, this is a rerun of the very recent application, which was a retrospective application for a log cabin. That application was rightly refused, with one of the reasons being, and I quote, "The proposed outbuilding, by reasons of its size, scale and siting within the open countryside of the High Weald OMB, would form an incongruous domestic feature within the field visible from the surrounding area." This is the same building. However, the description has changed from log cabin to outhouse stroke garden store stroke potting shed. A couple of windows have been removed, and the front door is now a stable one rather than fully glazed. Bizarrely, officers are now recommending this application for approval, but have given no reasons in their report as to why this building is now deemed acceptable when the one in April wasn't. I don't believe that the removal of windows and a change of front door overcomes the original objection about the size, scale and siting within the AONB. I would ask why a potting shed requires a kitchen and a loo, as well as sectioned off rooms akin to living accommodation. When deliberating this application, I would ask members to take into account that this building sits within the curtilage of a Grade 2 listed building, is totally out of character within the setting, and does not conform to the High Weald Design Guide. I would urge the committee to refuse this application using the very same reasons that officers gave for refusing the original application in April of this year. That was 6 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Green. I've got things a little out of order because actually Edward Youngson is the agent and should have spoken first. but I would invite him to do his arriving virtually. My apologies, Edward.
Not at all, Chair. I'm trying to, are you able to see and hear me now?
We can, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for having us on today, and also Michael for the report, which I think reflects where we've got to with this proposal. The main thing, from the outset, regrettably, we're in a situation where works requiring planning consent were undertaken, and at the time, the applicant wasn't aware that planning consent was needed. The council then obviously became aware, undertook a site visit and informed the applicant of the need for retrospective planning consent for associated works. And the applicant duly engaged us, and we've subsequently been working with the applicant and the council to regularise the situation. Outbuildings such as these often are typically permitted development that don't come under the remit of or need for planning permission, or if they do, they tend to be determined under delegated authority. But nonetheless, planning permission is obviously required on this occasion, and accordingly, this retrospective application has been submitted. The outbuilding, which is the subject of this application, is of a scale and appearance and a similar form to a former stable that occupied the site of the building. The outbuilding has timber elevations, a similar form, and a low-pitched roof with an overhang to the front elevation. The previous application for the retention of the outbuilding referred to the use of the building as ancillary residential, which is very different to what we're proposing here. And the extension to the garden curtilage has also been removed. To address the council's concerns and pragmatically regularise the situation, the revised proposals have been prepared and no longer seek to extend the residential curtilage of the property, and will return that land to grassland. And it's also proposed to revise the elevations of the building to better reflect the stables that were previously on the site and approved in the late 1990s. The outbuilding is a feature of the locality. It's similar in form to the previous building. It was located on the site. The use and appearance of the building is and will be controlled by the conditions that are included in the officer report. And we agree with the officer's conclusions that the uncomplicated form and appearance is commensurate with the existing ancillary buildings in the vicinity, and the building replaces a similar building that was there previously. So therefore, we're obviously in support of recommending this application for approval.
Thank you very much, Edward. Do we have any questions for the agent? Councillor Prochak.
Just to be clear, it's in the curtilage of the garden, of the house rather. It's within the curtilage?
Correct, yes.
It is within the curtilage of the garden, yeah. Any other questions on this application? No questions? You have any questions? Thank you, Edward. I think we're going to discuss it. Are there any questions?
I'll try and disappear.
Oh, sorry, no, don't go yet. Councillor Barnes.
Oh, no, okay.
Just had one question. When we visited the site, this building was surrounded by a gravel patch. Is that going to be retained?
John, it's going back to grass. It's within the application. John? The application is to grass that area. Yeah, that is within the application. It is within the application. It's very clear that it says to regrass. Any other questions on this application? Thank you, Edward. You stay around because you're going to be around for the next application too.
Okay, I will do.
All right, straightforward. I suppose to just sort of answer Councillor Kirby-Green's thing, welcome to planning in England. You really need to choose. If you choose the policy that you apply for, it might change the outcome of what you do. Yes, Councillor. Yes, Sarah, could you?
Yes, to respond to Councillor Kirby-Green's comment about the previous refusal, it talks about the domestic appearance and the extension of the residential curtilage, being a domestic incursion, use of the log cabin for domestic purposes would result in additional domestic paraphernalia. All of those elements were part of that previous refusal. Now, the view is now that if you take out those windows, you're taking away that domestic appearance of the building. And the other thing, as the agent was saying then as well, there was a previous stable block on this site. And, you know, we have to weigh up, is the building as now proposed to be amended significantly different from the stable block that was there, that we would have a good case to go to appeal on if it's for a, you know, general storage potting shed use and not a domestic use. That was part of the previous considerations, was a residential use of this building. That's not now proposed. There would be a condition to preclude residential use of the building, and you are then changing the whole dynamics. You're taking out the windows. You're not going to have that nighttime use of light and potential impacts to dark skies either. So, you know, while we have still got a building of the same size, the use and the changes to the external elements are considered to change and move away from that previous reason for refusal, such that officers are of a view that it would be difficult to sustain an appeal on that basis, to go down that route as we did before.
Thank you. You can speak at the end before we take a vote, yeah? Okay, Councillor Barnes, you're also a ward member, so I'll ask you to speak first.
Yes, I'm one of the ward members. I won't repeat what Councillor Kirby-Green has said. What I would point out is that this is not an outbuilding that conforms to the normal outbuildings around this listed building. There is, as you will see from the plan, a sizable set of outbuildings. They have pitched roofs. This is virtually a flat roof and does not conform to the High Weald Design Guide. If you're going to replace a building, I think it would be wise to conform to what the High Weald recommend, rather than put back a building which was out of character anyway. The other worry I have, and Sarah is quite right, Chairman, that there are differences from the previous proposal, but it's going to be very difficult to remove those windows. What therefore effectively is happening is those windows are going to be blocked. They won't be removed. Yes, I think we can put in appropriate conditions that they should not be reopened, but my fear is sooner or later we'll be back in enforcement territory. I have to say, it worries me if we depart from our view of the AONB, the visibility of this building and its scale. It has improved. This will not be a holiday let or accommodation ancillary to the house. Those things do need to be very firmly conditioned. But I still am worried that we haven't got a building that really fits into the High Weald. It will still look incongruous, and it's incongruous within the curtilage of the actually listed building. It would be better if it had a pitched roof and was much more like a normal potting shed.
Thank you. Just before I pick up on the next person, I've got, before I get you, Councillor Curtis, I've got Michael Ladenau who wants to make a comment, the officer.
Yeah, just to give a bit of update on the site and more sort of confirmation. There has been another workshop approved on the site. I believe it was in 2022 with the reference number RR20211945/P. And I believe that was for a larger building, which the design is almost identical or very similar to the building proposed now, with a very shallow flat roof. So just to be aware, there is another building of the same design and same appearance, you know, at the site within the curtilage as well. So just to make members aware of that as well.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. Point of clarification, if I may. Councillor Barnes made a comment about what he thought the applicant might do, and etc. etc. Am I right that in planning we can't assume it's just based on the application at hand? I just wanted some clarification on that, please.
Well, you're making the decision what you're looking at today, but Sarah, you may like to correct me if there is the principle of development there, because there was a building there on the same footprint, and there is an if I'm correct with what Michael said, there is an approved application. Is that correct? Is that the same? There's an approved permission on that site for a building of a similar form, and I think, if I'm correct, the windows are being shuttered. Is that right? Not sort of blocked up, but put shutters on them. Is that what?
No. The initial intention was to shutter the windows, but we actually said no, we wanted them removed.
Okay.
So it is to remove the window, except for the 2 windows have got shutters on. The others are to be removed, and those areas reboarded with the horizontal cladding. So, as you say, they would be blocked up, but it would be done properly. Take the window frames out and put in new boarding.
And would I say the design guide would relate to a new build, not a existing one that you're seeking retrospective on?
Yeah, I mean, and it's the housing design guide, which generally is aimed at housing as opposed to outbuildings particularly. But, we have all sorts of forms of outbuilding. I know what Councillor was referring to, particular listed buildings. As you say, historically, they would have had a small brick-built potting shed with a tiled pitch roof. Obviously, we're not in that situation with this going down the line. But the siting of the building, as members saw at the site visit on Tuesday, is sort of tucked up. It's got a bank behind it with the tree overhanging it. It's not considered to impact the setting of the listed building. That's something else to be borne in mind as well.
Yeah, I'd like to make a point as well that we can't second guess whether something may or may not end up in enforcement territory. It's about the merits of this scheme. If it does end up in enforcement territory, we do have a planning enforcement service, which, in my humble opinion, isn't weak, despite what we heard a little while earlier. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ganley.
Chairman, I seek clarification also. As I understand it, there is a presumption against new dwellings in the country, in the AONB, except in 3 very specific set of circumstances.
This is not a dwelling.
It's not a dwelling.
It's not being proposed as a dwelling. This is a shed.
Potting shed.
Oh, it's a potting shed. I beg your pardon.
That's right.
Totally misunderstood.
Are you on the right page? Is there, Councillor
Yeah, I'm on the right page. Yeah, I just assumed it was a dwelling. I don't know what.
That's why they're taking out the window.
Yes.
Would you like me to read the application number out again?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Right. Sorry, Councillor Drayson. After Councillor Drayson, let's see if somebody wants to propose this.
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sense of...
Could you turn your...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
So in the one that the officer just referred to, the 1945 one, was conditionally approved and is 8.4 metres by 4.7. That's not been acted on, but we then had another application, which was 1969, for a smaller building, which was refused. And now they're still asking for permission for... I don't see why we've got to this stage and why haven't they acted on 1945, which was approved.
You can have as many applications as you like.
Can you not build something smaller than something that was approved, or do they have to keep coming back every time they've made a metres difference?
Not in accordance with the approved plans, then potentially they could be. It's unauthorised. Okay, and they may be subject to enforcement action.
Okay, would anyone like to propose a...
Sorry, could I just come back?
Oh, sorry, I will give you the opportunity to speak if you'd like to at this point, before the proposal.
Yeah, I only just wanted to reiterate that this is within the curtilage of a Grade 2 listed building. And notwithstanding what Sarah has said, the reason that the previous log cabin was refused is because of reasons of its size, scale and siting. And taking away the domestic site, the size, scale and siting has not changed.
Weird, isn't it? So, would anyone like to propose? There's the officer's recommendation there on the table is for approval. Would anyone like to propose that? Sorry?
With amendment of the condition to include removal of those windows.
With the condition to remove the. Would anyone like to propose? Sorry? Propose anything? Let's start with the officer's recommendation. We have somebody wanting to propose the officer's recommendation. Well, I'll test it out if you like. But no, I'll propose the officer's recommendation. Would anyone like to second the officer's recommendation? Councillor Meir would like to second the officer's recommendation. So the proposal is for the officer's recommendation, which is approval with the condition of removal of the windows. Those in favour of that recommendation raise their hand. That's for the officer's recommendation. Those against? Nine. That's 13. So would anyone like to propose another recommendation?
Chair, would the procedure allow me to propose acceptance of the officer's recommendation with a modification that the shed be painted green or some other suitable colour?
I think you should keep in mind that the likelihood of success of appeal of this is very, very high, extraordinarily high. There's already an approved decision on this. There is an approved decision for effectively the same floor plan, outer building, and that is going to absolutely crash for a refusal. I mean, you need to take that into account, because we do get marked down by losses at appeal. So I just put that warning out there. Yes, Councillor Meir.
I entirely agree with you, Chair, and that's why I'm trying to put forward something which a majority of the members of this committee might find acceptable.
Question is of the design of that potting shed. There is a query about scale, but I accept what you say about scale, but I still would prefer a pitched roof.
It's a low pitch roof, Councillor Barnes. It's a low pitch roof. It's a pitch roof. It is a pitch roof.
Just having a discussion with the clerk as to whether we can re-propose. Jaspreet is the man of the moment. Yes, thank you, Jaspreet.
Thank you, Joe. First of all, I just wanted to address the committee about conditions. Now, you can only put a condition upon an application if it is necessary to make that development acceptable in planning terms, which I'm sure you went through in great detail at your training. So a condition requiring to specify the colour of the building is unlikely to pass the test of being sufficient to make development acceptable in planning terms, because as it stands right now, given that there is an approval for effectively a building with the same exterior appearance, then it's not considered to be necessary to mandate the colour of that building through condition. So that's the first point I'd just like to address the committee on. In terms of re-proposing the resolution, so was the cut out temporarily, was it voted down, the officer's recommendation?
It was, yes.
It is within the scope of the committee for someone to, given that we have no resolution or no way of resolving this matter, to re-propose that the matter is the officer's recommendation is approved, but we have left ourselves in a bit of a fix procedurally. I think if a member proposes reconsidering the officer's recommendation and that's seconded, then there would be no issue with re-voting on that point in the absence of a recommendation the other way. So a proposal, the other way. So if there's no proposal forthcoming to go against the officer's recommendation, then it would be open for the committee to resolve in favour of the application in this circumstance, because we're in quite an odd position.
Okay. Councillor Ganley.
I think I understood from that that it is possible to propose to reconsider the decision that the council has made.
If no other proposal comes forward.
If no other proposal comes forward. Okay, that's clear.
Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. Just for matters of clarity, could you just could the officers go through again the reasons for rejecting the previous proposal?
It was a dwelling. It was a dwelling. This is a shed. Well, would you just Sarah, would you clarify, and then Brian, you can come in.
Yes, Councillor, if you'd like to look at paragraph 7.2.7 in your report, that actually quotes the whole reason for you. Yes, it does refer to size, scale and siting, but that's only part of the reason. So, it is part of the reason, but it's the combination with the domestic use and the extension of the curtilage. There was more than just that element. What we're now concerned is that if you take away that domestic use, you take away those windows and the light pollution, you take away the domestic paraphernalia, we haven't got the extension to the curtilage now. You've whittled away quite substantially at that reason for refusal. And because there were stables there before, there was a permission for stables on that site before, and the stables weren't that dissimilar in appearance to the building you've now got. So while we do accept that, that was an element of the refusal before, size, scale and siting, it was a combination with those other factors that we felt we had a stronger reason for refusal last time than what we're left with now.
In your opinion, the fact that it would still represent an incongruous domestic feature within the field, visible from the surrounding area, that's not enough on its own to...
Domestic, I mean, you imagine what goes with
domestic. By domestic, I thought it just meant within the curtilage of the existing building.
It's talking about a house, dwelling.
Okay.
Yeah.
But its visibility and position still remain unchanged from the original refusal.
Well, you're correct, but then a house is sitting there with lights on all the time and things occurring. I mean, there's a lot more. What the officer is trying to say is all that paraphernalia includes what goes on, as opposed to a shed which people go to occasionally to pull their logs out. I mean, you could haul a portable stable onto that land, and it's a portable stable, and it's exactly the same. The point is that there is an existing planning permission for the same style and type, and I would bet any money to anybody in this room or listening that if refused, this would tank at appeal. Absolutely tank. Just Councillor Drayson first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get my brain around this, and it goes back to the one that was approved, but it actually starts earlier because this began as an enforcement because they put the building there without permission, and as a result of the enforcement, they applied. The one that's been approved was for a workshop shed and was bigger than the one that was refused, which was domestic. So we're now left with this one, which is still smaller than the one that was approved, which I can't understand. If it was retrospective and the building was built, it should be the same size as the previous one, but I'll forget that one. But so we've ended up with an application which is just trying to rectify the problems that caused the refusal before. So they're trying to take out the domestic bit by making the building, unfortunately, look worse with boarded up windows. But so it's just trying to get back to the point where it fits in with the original granting of a shed.
And they are adding the grass area too.
Yeah.
Lights. I mean, it is a shed. So that is what you've got. You're absolutely right. I mean, there is an existing approval which they could activate, which would generate the same building. So, you know, if you refuse it, they'll just have the building because they've already effectively got approval for, they might have to modify it some way, but it would still be effectively the same building. So your refusal would be not only pointless, but able to be, it would be 100% challengeable. I shouldn't say 100%, I should say 99.999. Well, maybe 0.2 off. Yes, Councillor Ganley.
I move that this committee reconsider the decision to refuse the application and support the planning officer's recommendation.
Anyone like to second that as a proposal? All right, we have a second to reconsider. That's probably quite a good way to do it. So, yes, Councillor Barnes.
Can I ask if we do that we do strengthen the conditions to refer to the listed building and not get into the AOB? Because I am at least as worried.
What are you asking for the condition to be?
Well, when you look at the conditions, they all refer to the AOB and are aimed at buildings outside the development.
Well, if you're approving it, you're approving what's there. I don't understand what condition you're asking for.
It'd be the reasons for grants.
We are applying conditions to the development that's retained. At the moment, all of those refer to the AOB. I would like them to refer also to the curtilage.
Yeah, okay. Is that right? We have a proposal and a seconder to reconsider the vote. All those in favour of reconsidering the vote, please raise your hand. And those against reconsidering the vote? Those against? Those abstaining? That's 2. Okay, so we are going to reconsider the vote. So, would anyone like to... we're reconsidering the vote, so the vote was for approval with the conditions that the windows are closed up, and also with the reference as set out by Councillor Barnes a couple of minutes ago for the conditions. So, all those in favour of the officer's report, officer's recommendation, please raise your hand. All those against? All those abstaining? 1. So the officer's recommendation is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next application, which is the same, and that is RR 2021 1982. 1982P, please give the officer a moment to get that up on screen. Michael, come back again.
Back again.
Okay, I think we're ready to go, and this deals with the application on the same site. Please take it away, Michael.
Yep, so this is the second application at the site, and it seeks retrospective planning permission for the creation of a field track and a widened field access opening. Next slide, please. As you can see, that would be the route of the proposed track. So it goes quite tightly around the eastern boundary and then sort of swivels around to the south. And I'll just stop. You maybe can't make it out there, but the smaller square is a below ground sewage treatment plant, and that's where the track will end. So the field track is there at the minute. It's just grassed, and it's approximately 120 metres long and 4 metres wide. That's just it, zoomed in a little bit more. The applicant has outlined in the planning statement that the field track and the access was needed to empty and maintain the new below ground sewage treatment tank, and to provide better access and help to ensure management of the land holding, and to support the good condition of the land. You've maybe seen from your side that this is grassed area, most of that. If you go on the next slide, it should show. So initially it was grass was proposed, amendments were sought, and the proposed track would now comprise of two 0.6 metre wide tracks with grass in between. The two tracks would be finished with 80mm compacted hardcore and 80mm compacted crushed rock gravel. Just to provide an update, as well as being amended to form a two-wheel track, it was also reduced in length. So initially it was proposed to go the whole way sort of down towards the curtilage, but it's been reduced in length just to stop at the sewage treatment plant. And that was to just minimise any visual impact. Overall, due to the reduction in length and given the proposed design of the track as a twin-wheel track, it is not considered to have an unacceptable impact on the character appearance of the locality within the OMB. And indeed, the use of these type of tracks has been accepted by the Planning Inspectorate for use on other land holdings and within the OMB. The closest neighbouring property is that of Fillons and Brightling Place, located to the west. But it's considered that due to the nature of the development and the existing use of the access point, that no adverse harm would be caused to the residential amenities of this or any nearby properties. As such, the recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions. The conditions are quite important here, and they are time frame conditions. So one states that within 2 months, the track shall be reduced in length and constructed as a two-wheel track, in accordance with the submitted plans, and there's also been a condition added to ensure that the track is only used for agricultural purposes and the maintenance of the septic tank, and not as a new access to the residential property, which are relevant in this case. And that's it for this one.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Green, did you want to speak on this?
Is the applicant's agent going to speak first?
Have the agent again. I'm terribly sorry. It's the virtual thing. Edward, please come in and speak.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you. Thank you.
You can, fantastic. And you can say thank you for remembering me this time. It's much appreciated. Again, I don't want to overcomplicate things on matters that, in our opinion, are relatively straightforward. Particularly with these sorts of proposals, field tracks are, as I'm sure you're all aware, often don't need planning consent and benefit from permitted development rights under the General Permitted Development Order for obvious reasons. They're a feature of this landscape and enable it to function. So I think in this case, again, it's a sort of hands held up in relation to the fact that the works were undertaken without requisite consent. But obviously we're now trying to rectify that situation. And part of that has been through engaging with the council and officers to get to a point where matters of concern are addressed. And I think Michael's point about the conditions is particularly relevant, because I think a lot of concerns circulating around these proposals was in relation to the use of the track. That's quite clearly clarified in terms of the conditions. The main emphasis from our side of things is that it's a feature that's common to the area and required for the maintenance of the land and the sewage tank that's been approved. The gated field access and field tracks, as I say, are typical features of the OMB. These are minor operational works that, without creating an issue with access into the field, potentially when the conditions aren't as good, particularly during wet weather, the field track will allow for regular maintenance and inspection of the sewage treatment plant, as well as the maintenance of the land as well. So, as per the officer's conclusions, the proposal is not considered to have an unacceptable impact on the character and appearance of the locality, and they support the use and upkeep of the land. So, as such, we believe the officer's report should be supported by members.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the agent, please? Yes, Councillor Ganley, then Councillor Byrne.
Thank you. I have one question. Would the emptying of the sewage treatment tank be possible without creating the tank, or without creating the track?
I suppose anything is possible, but the practicalities of it are such that access to the treatment plant itself via the field is the most efficient and easy way to empty the tank. Other options, such as using a hose or what have you, the risks there are associated with blocking Brickyard Lane, which is, I don't know if, I believe members have been to site, so they'll understand the width of the lane isn't such that large vehicles are, they'll block it basically. But I think the other thing is it's not necessarily just to do with the sewage treatment plant, it's to do with access to the field more generally as well. So hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Byrne.
Thank you. The sewage treatment plant, does that serve all the buildings on that site?
The main residential property, yes, yeah.
So it's being regularly serviced and maintained to date. How often does that happen?
So this sewage treatment plant that's currently there has replaced an old sewage treatment plant that was installed in the 1960s. So there are efficiencies that have been gained through new equipment, both in terms of improvements of how the sewage is treated itself and also in terms of the requirement for desludging. Nonetheless, the requirements still exist, and maintenance as required will be something that needs to be sort of borne in mind.
Any idea how often that a vehicle will need to visit that sewage treatment plant?
Well, I think desludging is something that is 6 months annually, and in terms of maintenance, obviously, that will depend on whether or not anything ever goes wrong with it. So, but again, I think the point is that's part of it, but it's also for access to the field generally as well.
Because I can understand the need for that track when you're proposing a domestic use of that building. The need for the track merely to service a store, and to sporadically service the sewage treatment, which has already been serviced anyway. I don't really see that track is still all that relevant with the current proposed use.
So that track isn't serving any other buildings. It's for enabling access onto the field in terms of for agricultural purposes, which is the principal use of that field. It's grazing land. It's not in relation to accessing other buildings. And again, that goes back to Michael's conditions attached to his recommendation, which are for the use of the track in relation to agricultural purposes and the sewage treatment plant.
Perhaps you can expand on these agricultural purposes. What sort of machinery doing what?
Grazing land, so access for people to bring on animals to the site to graze the land, cutting the grass for hay, and also general maintenance, repair in relation to drainage on site. That sort of thing. It's not.
So you're going to use vehicles that are quite happy to go across the field and don't need a track.
Exactly.
I think it's worth bearing in mind that when fields go across the track, they might be happy, but if the conditions aren't particularly favourable, then they're going to chew up the ground, and that in itself potentially is more unsightly than a track. So.
I must say I can't see this track as anything other than enabling the domestic use of that building. I take your points, but that is my view.
Okay, Terry, I think some of that is for discussion amongst the committee. I think that would probably help in commentary. Any other questions for the agent? No? Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay in the meeting for this application. Thank you very much for coming and being patient.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Kirby-Green.
Thank you, Chairman. You'll be pleased to know I haven't got much to say, but I think Councillor Byrne is exactly hitting the nail on the head. Why you need a track that runs directly to the building, which was lived in and is now not being lived in. It's a potting shed. And it really frustrates me because I know Miles will say there's enforcement. And I know, I'll place a bet with anyone here, a year's time, I will be told we're not taking enforcement action because it isn't in the public interest. And we will have a building that's being lived in. We will have a separate entrance through a field. And it really makes me cross. I have a water treatment plant, and it's emptied every July. I don't have a track running to it. It's you know, and if maintenance is needed, they get to it. You know, it's not needed to be maintained every 2 weeks. If you're ploughing the field or whatever, you said harvesting the hay, you're going in with a tractor. You don't need a track. So that's all I'm going to say. I know you've obviously got to discuss it for planning reasons. But from a logical point of view, it's pretty obvious why the track is being requested.
I think Miles wants to add something. Just to say, you're talking about enforcement, but that would be if you're minded to refuse, wouldn't it? It's not what's in front of you now, which is to grant.
Okay. If you approve it, this track, and that's exactly the point I'm making, and then it's lifted in 6 months' time. You didn't
I have to stop you. I know you can speak at the end again. I know he'll respond to your question, but sadly you're not part of the discussion. I want to clarify, I want the officer to clarify what is the current situation with the hardcore that has been laid down now. Does that have permitted development rights as it sits there? Does the hardcore, there is a hardcore track around there now, at least you could see over the fence there was hardcore that started to run around, I'm assuming it continued. What is the position with that? Does that have permitted development rights because it hasn't been dug in, it's just been laid down on top? It is not uncommon in agriculture to lay down tracks like that. I think we have Michael. Who's answering that question?
Yeah, there's no, just to confirm, there's no permission for the track. However, you can probably do this application on permitted development subject to FN notifications, and if it meets them, you need to go through the GPDO to see if it does meet the permitted development regulations, but there's a retrospective application that doesn't have any prior planning permission or anything at the site. But you could potentially do it for permitted development, but you need to check the regs on that one. I'm not sure if Sarah Miles might have a better idea on it, but
thank you. You're gone.
Just going to say yes. You know, there is a prior approval route to go down in terms of tracks for agricultural purposes. But once you've put a track in, if you haven't followed that prior approval route, then you can only rectify that by putting in a full application, which is what we've got here.
The committee are not familiar with farm notifications and prior approval. That's a whole other area that you don't even see that goes on, because they're not consulted on. And that they just operate in a different arena. However, what I will say, and I don't usually sort of speak from the beginning, is I have a sewage tank which is down in a field, and it's about at least 200 metres from the road, if not more, which the tank comes down every year, not similar to Councillor Kirby-Green, in July or thereabouts, empties it out and takes it away. And I can tell you the ground sometimes can be a little soft. You have to be careful when it goes down, but there is no need, for, and if you talk about haymaking, I can tell you that because I make thousands of bales of hay a year, and you don't need a track, you have a tractor. and you have vehicles that can go on fields. And so that is not a good reason for a track. But frankly, a lot of the machinery you don't want to go on a track.
Can I ask whose sewage goes into this sewage treatment plant?
Is this something that you normally ask people, Councillor Ganley?
I'm not in the habit of doing so, no, but on special circumstances.
Presumably it's the house.
It is the main house term, I asked.
The OST. Presumably the OST. Yeah. Because I also have a cesspit that requires emptying every so often. It's about every once in a blue moon, in fact. There you go.
Member, Chairman, you've said it all. I regret to say this is totally unnecessary. We're saving the guy money if we actually refuse this, because if you have a tank like that and it has to be emptied possibly once a year, we have one that services our property, emptied from 200 yards, no, probably 100 yards away. The vehicle simply stops, the hose goes out, you empty the track. You do not need this length of track running to that particular field gate. The previous Clarges here, well, whatever the form is of the sewage tank, was emptied for the last 60 odd years from the road. The road is so unbusy that actually the tanker didn't even need to pull more than to the side of the road. And this one could be emptied from the road. The widening of the field gate and the track are totally unnecessary and actually affect, not badly, but they affect the view of the AMB, and they can't possibly be justified.
Did anyone want to propose anything in relation to this? And on what basis did you want to propose refusal? And did you want the officers? Did you want to sort of is that unnecessary impact on the AOMB? Is that an acceptable reason? Normally we would adjourn, but we may be able to do this without adjourning. Yes.
Retrospective.
No, it's there is a track there, but
exactly.
But that track has to be taken up and reformed because.
Well, no, this says retrospective. In other words, it's already there. Could we put conditions that that if we approve it, it doesn't get any sort of improvement, makeover, widening, or whatever?
Well, there's an existing track, but the track's unacceptable, and so the application to make it acceptable is to dig it up and basically put the two-track down there, which is of a different construction because it's got hardcore base. What's down there is just...
So paragraph 3.1 that says seeks retrospective planning permission, that's not what's implied in 3.2 or 3.3?
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's effectively the rectification will be the creation of a two-wheel track. So there is a proposal for refusal on the basis of unnecessary impact on the AOMB. I just ask the officers if they consider that to be an acceptable reason or not, or do I have to adjourn the meeting?
It's a bit more than that.
Okay, go on. And that it's not been demonstrated, the need has not been sufficiently well demonstrated. Are you happy with those reasons, or do I have to adjourn? So we have would you accept the reason being that the need has not been justified for the track? Yeah, is that sufficient? Okay. I think it's probably better that you stick to the justification of the track. I think you're going into other territory there, which we have not discussed as well. I'm sorry, Brian, we already voted. No, we haven't. Did we have a seconder for that? I don't recall seeing a seconder. Did anyone second that vote? Sarah Errington, Councillor Errington. So the proposal is refusal on the basis that there is not sufficient justification for the construction of the track. Those who are in favour of that proposal. I think that is unanimous. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was unanimously refused. Thank you very much, Edward, for coming along, and thank you, Michael, as well. The next application is, we're nearly there, 2022-1587P, which is Springfield, Sprays Lane, Westfield. And you presenting that one, Sarah?
No, this is Michael.
Oh, Michael, please again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's the last one from me, you'll be glad to know. This is RR 1587 at Springfield, and this application seeks permission for the construction of a new 3-bay garage / garden store with ancillary accommodation above. It's an alternative to an extant approval, RR 20201372/P. This application was called in by Councillor Maynard due to concerns over conditions, i.e. no Section 106 tying the building to the main dwelling and overdevelopment of the site. So as you can see, that's the site itself. The area in red is the proposed location of the garage, and the white outline is the dwelling. So the site contains a shell bungalow that was subject to extension and modernisation. It sits within a spacious plot and surrounded by lawn areas to the rear and side, and it's also surrounded by trees on most sides as well. The site is accessed to the northwest. Like I said, mature hard hedgerows along the boundaries. The property faces north as well. Just by way of context, the previous application at the site was essentially for the same development and footprint. And the principle of use of that building as a garage with ancillary home office and living accommodation above has already been established under the previous application. So there is a previous approval for a garage and living accommodation above. There has been no change in footprint of the building, site circumstances, or policy considerations since the previous permission was granted to justify an alternative decision. So as you can see, that's what was previously approved. And so as you can see, it's garage on the ground floor, and on the upper floor, it's office and guest accommodation. As you can see, there is 2 dormers to the front, which faces north west, and to the rear there is 2 roof lights and a single door. The next slide should hopefully show what's proposed. So this is proposed. So as you can see, it's essentially the same. It's got the same footprint, the same height, and the only difference is that there's 2 dormers included to the rear, elevation which would match that to the 2 dormers in the front. As you can see, the 2 dormers would be set down from the ridge and set in from the sides, and would form a subservient addition to the garage building. Due to the location of the dormers to the rear of the building, which reflect the use of dormers in the main dwelling and which be out of public view, It is not considered that the dormers would have a detrimental impact upon the character and appearance of the area within the AONB. And overall, it was considered the proposed works are of modest size in association with which was what previously approved on the chalet dwelling and would be improvement to the subject property. Just to provide a note, I'm not sure if Jaspreet will want to add anything to this, but regarding the use of conditions in Section 106, government guidance is quite clear that conditions should only be used where appropriate, and that a Section 106 agreement should only rarely be utilised where conditions cannot achieve the required controls. So in this case, the proposed outbuilding sits adjacent to the existing dwelling. It utilises the same access, the same parking arrangements and the same garden area. And a condition to control the use and preclude use as a dwelling is considered appropriate in this situation and is as utilised on the previous approval and also seen with other applications for the district. So it was considered a Section 106 which would replicate conditions wouldn't be justified in this instance. So overall, the conclusion is that the application was recommended for approval, subject to conditions which limit the use of the building, ensure there's no external lightings, and ensure that drainage is investigated. I think that's it for that one.
Michael, before you finish, could you please just read I think there are two conditions which relate to the use of the building.
Yep, I will get them up now. So it should be condition. So condition 4 is the building hereby permitted shall only be used for incidental use in association with the existing dwelling in brackets Springfield, and shall not be used as a separate dwelling to protect the character and appearance of the area and preclude the creation of a new dwelling on the countryside. Condition 5 states that the building hereby permitted shall be used only for purposes incidental to the occupation and enjoyment of the existing dwelling, brackets Springfield, as such, and not for any business, commercial or industrial purpose, and that's in the interest of protecting the character of the area. So technically there's two conditions. Condition 4, which means that the garage can't be used as a separate dwelling, and also condition 5, which means that the garage building cannot be used for any business, commercial or industrial purposes, and these were considered relevant and appropriate in this case.
Thank you very much. Now we have two ward members, Councillor Maynard and myself. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. And certainly thank you, members, for viewing the site. I've been asked by the parish council, who feel very strongly about this, to make a representation to you. And there have been a number of three-bay garages and new garages with ancillary accommodation above them. And on the whole, the parish council has been consistent insofar as it doesn't object to such developments when the buildings look like garages. The key feature of this, obviously, as comparing to the previous planning application, is that the current plan now includes 2 new dormers, which makes the garage look distinctly like a dwelling. They haven't given a reason for those additional windows, and the garage now looks like a small dwelling within the countryside. Other garage conversions have been refused because of the distance from the properties, and the officer feels that the building is too close to the property to be considered as a separate dwelling, and therefore doesn't go against policy DHG 10. However, other properties that have been built in close approximation to other dwellings, such as One Staplefields in Westfield, illustrate that perhaps that's not consistent. And as councillors have seen on site, to the extremely large driveway, there's a significant amount of land behind the dwelling, or the building rather, making it feasible that it could in fact be seen as a separate dwelling or be used as one in the future. There seems to be a danger looking at these annexes, just as...
Councillor Maynard, we've lost your video.
Chairman, it's because I've just had to plug it in because we've been on so long. There seems to be a danger of solely looking at these annexes just as an annex, which no longer look like an annex, but look like new dwellings in the countryside. So one wonders whether policy RA3 should apply. The site is also opposite one of Westfield's oldest properties of architectural significance. I believe it's grade 1 or certainly, if not grade 2 listed. So the setting, the overall setting is extremely important. In conclusion, Rotherham will have obviously not at section 106, but you've talked about those conditions that could be put in, but we are encouraging, I believe, small dwellings to be approved as annexes, which residents can continuously apply to have conditions approved, as is happening with other holiday lets, to turn them into separate dwellings. Policy DHT 10 is still relevant. The Parish Council is not opposed, as I've said, to those that look like garages. And while small changes in extra dormers are in keeping with annexes given permission, and planning 2022-1266 was refused exactly on that basis. The Parish Council would argue that additional dormers now make the building significantly different and far more suburban in design and appearance and should be refused. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maynard. Will I speak as a ward member? I think I might speak as a ward member now, but only briefly. I cannot understand why this has been called in. It's two dormers facing away on an already approved building that don't really change the internal space, and the conditions are very clear there. I did desperately attempt to speak to both the Parish Council, my joint ward member, the officers together, for everyone to sort of get together to listen to rational comment on this, because I cannot. This is very common sort of building in this area in the High Weald, and it nearly amounts to sort of resident persecution. I mean, I do not understand why the Parish Council have become so obsessive about this sort of thing. It sits quite a way away from that particular building that Councillor Maynard mentioned. It is ancillary, and it is well conditioned, as was the previous application. And what I've made comment on already is that dealing with this by condition rather than Section 106 is far more effective, because I don't know whether people know, I'm not sure if we discussed it during the enforcement training, but a breach of condition is, if a breach of condition occurs, a breach of condition notice is a much more efficient way of dealing with this sort of problem, because one, it's not appealable, and two, it can go straight to the Magistrates' Court, I think. Is that correct? So I just see this as a very incidental thing, but I'll put it to the committee. You may have a different view. Who would like to speak? Councillor Curtis. If you would like, yeah. Move approval.
Move approval.
There is a proposal for approval. Is anyone prepared to second that? Second by Councillor Prochak. Okay, let's have a vote on that. Those in favour of approval, please raise their hands. That is unanimous. The approval is unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you, Michael, and thank you, Councillor Maynard, for attending. I know it took some time to get to you today, and our apologies for that. The last application is RR 2022-1681P, Broome Cottage, Westdown Lane, Burwash. And Sarah, are you dealing with this one? Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Pardon. Sorry, microphone. Councillors visited this site on Tuesday and were able to have a wander around the site. It is for extensions and refurbishment of the existing dwelling. As you are aware from the site visit, the application property lies within the countryside of the High Weald AONB and adjacent ancient woodland. As you can see there, it is got quite a large curtilage amenity area that's associated with the property, although it is quite tight on the side rear elevation here. And as members are aware from their visit, it is a very treed site. The existing And there's the aerial that shows you where we went in down the track here, and you're able to wander around the small grassed areas here. And that's the views going down the track, entrance into the site. The existing property has a two-storey element, the first floor of which dates from a permission granted in 1987, and that's this element here with the little oriel window on the corner. It's then got two other elements which are single stories stepping down here to the south, which members viewed on site. Permission was granted in 2014 for roofs within the roof of the single story element, and that permission has now expired. That permission was not implemented. The current proposal before you is the same as the one that was refused earlier this year under the scheme of delegation. The only change is from that refused scheme is deletion of a detached garage, which itself was not objectionable. As can be seen from the plan for the proposals, it's for a substantial two-storey extensions with rooms in the roof as well, including dormer windows. The resulting dwelling would increase floor space from around 170 square metres to around 329 square metres, which is a 94% increase in floor space. The primary consideration with this type of application relates to policy DHG9 of the Development and Site Allocations Local Plan, and that at criteria 6 states, in the case of extensions and alterations, they will look to approve where they are physically and visually subservient to the building, including its roof form, taking into account its original form and function and the cumulative impact of extensions. As you can see, if I go back to, that's the existing property we've got with the two-storey element and the single stories that jump down the hillside. The proposal, that element at this right-hand end is the existing two-storey with the oriel window. These other elements are where the single-storey elements are at the moment. They also become two-storey, and then dormer windows are added into the roof. So it's quite a substantial increase in floor space and size. In this instance, the extensions are not physically or visually subservient, but entirely subsume the existing building and in no way reflect the original single-storey form of the cottage. The addition of the large extensions also increases the number of windows and amount of glazing, with consequential potential impacts from light pollution, a particular issue for ecology in the ancient woodland and the location within the dark skies of the AONB. The resubmission has made no attempt to address the previous reasons for refusal. The extensions are not considered to comply with the policy requirements, and as such, the application with the recommendation before you is for refusal.
Thank you very much. And we have the applicant here. You don't know the group, so if you come forward to the table in front of you, it's Louise Dainty Woodham, if I have that pronounced correctly. So, so you probably know that you have 5 minutes to speak, and after which members may ask you questions. If they don't be offended. It probably means you've just explained everything well. When you speak, you need to press the button so the red light goes on. When you're not speaking and somebody else is, you need to turn it off, which is quite annoying, but otherwise the camera will not be on the right person. So whenever you're ready, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in regard to our application to extend and improve our family home. Thank you too for visiting our home on Tuesday, as we feel that the site visit was imperative to understanding the nature of our application, and sadly this wasn't carried out by planning officers. My husband and I purchased Broom Cottage with the intention of creating our forever home for us and our children. It is a wonderful location, down a quiet country track with a few very good neighbours and high levels of privacy. It is exactly where we dreamed to live. The existing property has been extended, but is in a mixed state of repair, with the older south section of the property having a very limited lifespan if left in its current, very poor condition. Our aim is to enhance the appearance of the dwelling and to tidy the site generally, whilst remaining true to the countryside setting. We have already started on the garden by planting a small orchard and some new native tree saplings. creating wildflower areas, a wildlife pond, vegetable garden and homes for our ducks, chickens and quail, all of which support our desire for a wholesome, self-sufficient country living. The large gardens that surround Broom Cottage were something we fell in love with immediately. There is much more work to be done, but we look forward to many happy years ahead, creating more areas to the garden and welcoming more flora and fauna. The designs put before you today reflect our desire for a home that complements the large secluded plot in which it stands and allows for our family to grow up in. We commissioned a local architect who focuses on domestic properties and whose works include many sympathetic countryside homes across Sussex. We knew that he would design the most cohesive extension project for our unbalanced and mismatched property, whilst being sympathetic to the area of outstanding natural beauty and dark skies status. The designs are really very attractive and are befitting to the local area. We feel it is a vast improvement on the existing building and an enhancement to the site and setting. Protecting the dark skies is incredibly important to us and was therefore something that we consulted with the Parish Council about prior to our application. We have ensured that no Velux roof lights or large expanses of glass are included in the design and intend on fitting internal shutters to each window. Additionally, the verandas to the south, east and north elevations were included to further deflect light pollution. Our intention for lighting is to use low lumen LED lights, but keep outside lighting to an absolute minimum. We moved to Bearwash Common because we wanted to be able to see the stars. It is obvious that this 70 to 80-year-old house is now in a poor condition and very unenvironmentally friendly. As you will have seen, the render is failing and no longer fully protects the timber framing behind. The older roof spaces leak in numerous places and are not insulated. Neither are the walls of this part of the house, which are single timber stud walls, therefore with no cavity. With our plans for the property, we will be significantly upgrading the insulation throughout the house, replacing all the windows so that they are far more thermally efficient, and harvesting as much rainwater as possible for use in our garden and for our animals, all of which will make the dwelling considerably more eco-friendly. We wish to protect the original cottage and will therefore be building around and over the existing structure, thus maintaining all of the internal features, including the rather lovely stepped appearance of the house over 3 levels. This will also generate a double cavity to the original cottage, creating further thermal benefits. The designs have been met with strong local support, with no objections at all from any of our neighbours and only positive feedback from local people and the parish council. We are a young family who want to become part of and contribute to the local community. Broom Cottage is no longer a largely uninhabited second home, as it had been for 50 years, and everyone has warmly welcomed us. We would very much like to take forward the application in front of you today and create a wonderful family home for our children and perhaps even grandchildren one day. And so I would kindly urge you all to consider supporting us in this and recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Some questions for the applicant? Questions? Yes, Councillor Pritchett.
Thank you for your presentation. When you look at the design that you want, it looks like a totally new house. And I just wondered, wasn't that be, rather than an extension, wouldn't the application be for a new home?
I think that the pictures, the problem with the house at the moment is that the north portion, the 2-storey extension, is completely and utterly different to the cottage itself and completely unbalances the whole appearance of the entire plot and setting. What we did with our architect was sit down and say, how can we make this very large portion, which we think at the moment looks so unbalanced, link better in with the old cottage? And so that's what we've done. We've taken the elements from that north portion and tried to bring it right across the entire property.
Anyone else? Have any other questions? Any questions? Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I'd just like to bring out the full implication of what you're saying, because I rather agree with Councillor Pritchett. When you look at the design, it's difficult to see where the extension, the 1987 extension, stops and the rest of the house begins. In fact, you've retained the entirety, I think, of the 1987 extension. Is that correct?
The whole extension is still there, yes, and we are retaining, as I say, the entire cottage by building up and around it. We didn't want to demolish the cottage, which the previous application, I believe, back in 2014, the previous owners had permission to knock the entire cottage down and rebuild. Now, to me, that ruins the entire character. So we wouldn't be doing that. We would be building up and over. So internally, you've still got the stepping, and with the roof lines, you would still have the stepping. It's very difficult to see on those diagrams how, but as you've seen from coming, their land is on a slope, and so the character of the house will still be on those 3 levels. You won't be able to walk all the way around the property upstairs because of the fact that the roof lines will be separate. We'll be repeating what is currently there.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. It was a very complete presentation. As I said, lack of questions doesn't mean people aren't interested. I think it was really useful, and thank you for presenting the way you did. Councillor Kirby-Green, did you no doubt want to speak?
Yes, please. Once again, the Parish Council wanted to speak today, but unfortunately they too missed the deadline. So they asked me to make it clear to members that they strongly support this application. Despite requests, no site visit took place prior to the recommendation to refuse. And I think this is a prime example of an application where a site visit has to take place. I'm assuming it looked very different when you got there to having looked at the plans before you visited. I am going to be brief, you'll be pleased, but towards the end of the day. When one reads that one of the objections is that plans will erode the character of the original building, you wouldn't think that what is currently there is, quite frankly, an eyesore. It's a late 1940s, early 50s bungalow with an incongruous 1980s extension. In Paris 7.16 of the officer's report, it states that the plans would result in a sizable 2-storey dwelling that completely loses the original cottage. Now, again, if you read that, you think it's a 16th century cottage. It's a 1940s bungalow. And it has, what is there at the moment has no architectural merit. This house will sit in a large plot, as you saw. It's not overdevelopment. And I think one of the really important things is that every other house in that lane has been developed, from tiny bungalows to large buildings. In fact, the immediate neighbour's house was smaller than what is currently on this site, yet it's now a 2- and 3-storey house. So in terms of, the whole lane is now full of 2- and 3-storey houses. So this would not be out of keeping with the immediate neighbours. With regards to the comments about the glazing, I just can't agree. The applicants, as you heard, have avoided large expanses of glass. Other properties locally that have been approved have had far more glazing. Burwash Parish Council, which is a strong advocate of its dark skies policy and was, I think, the first parish to actually implement a dark skies policy, have absolutely no concerns. In fact, they warmly welcome the plans and they requested that the application be brought to committee. As you will have seen on your visit, the bungalow has fallen into disrepair, and I hasten to add that was under the previous owner, not the existing ownership. The applicants have worked hard with their architect to produce a sympathetic, high-quality design which can only enhance the location. Are we really saying that this should be refused because it is not subservient to a 1980s extension? This house has for many decades been an unloved second home. If this application is approved, it will turn into a warm, energy-efficient family home, creating a more sustainable home for the long term. The local community and I believe that the plans significantly enhance the current property and address underlying issues with the older southern side part of the current building. The location is such that it would not impact on the Burwash Dark Skies policy. It will result in a highly attractive property with no adverse impact upon neighbouring amenity or the wider countryside. And for these reasons, I would ask the Planning Committee to grant approval.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. Councillor Barnes, you're also the ward member. I did just want to ask you before you start to speak. On the site visit, you did say that you felt this should be approved, as did the Parish Council. It was a little bit of a definitive statement. Have you considered whether you actually prejudiced yourself by saying that? Predetermined.
I was speaking as local member at the request of the Parish Council. One wears 2 hats. As a member of this...
In this meeting, you only can wear 1 hat.
No, I had a conversation, as the planning officer will, who explained to me the rules about subservience on the site. And
I'm just talking to you about your statement about saying you supported, you did more than support approval. You thought it should be approved. And that was a very clear language being used there. And I just want to explore that and make sure that
I remain open to argument.
Fine, that's good.
And
that's
indeed,
good.
later in that meeting, on the site, we explored the whole issue of subservience, because I wanted to make sure I understood what the arguments were.
You remain open to argument, and that is the key thing. And I wanted to make sure that was absolutely clarified, because we all have to be very careful of the language that we use, and not step over that line between predisposition, representing wards, representing residents, and predetermination. So would you like to speak on this?
I will make quite clear, Chairman, I'm speaking as ward member and at the request of the parish council when I'm saying this.
You're representing the views of the parish council.
I am representing the views of the parish council, and it's quite important, I think, to understand how short the history of this particular property is. If you actually look at the overhead photographs that were taken in the 1940s, there are no houses on this track beyond the farmhouse at the end, and I believe what was Mrs. Simpson and Edward VIII's love nest. Since in the 50s, there were quite a number of bungalows actually created, and they are very typical of that period. They are relatively flimsy holiday homes. They were not built to even, I think, the best building standards in those days, let alone current standards that we will require. And this one has been particularly neglected. I think my fellow councillor called it unloved. I think that is a reasonable presumption from the state into which it was allowed to get. The last owner, but one I think, but he may have been the last owner, went for an extension in the late 1980s and got it. And it is the most totally incongruous extension, I think, that I know in the area. Far from being subservient, it is 2 stories, dominates the whole site, and is not particularly good architecturally. I think what we had when the parish council first considered this, the last application, the assumption seemed to be, I was not present at that planning committee, the assumption seemed to be that there will be no problem this would go through. I think otherwise we would have been asked to call it in then. So when this was turned down, the parish council felt fairly aggrieved, I think. They thought that to have this as a family home, as an integrated and pretty attractive design, as opposed to the current extraordinary unbalanced design, was much better for the AONB, much more in keeping with the whole lane and the properties around. And it really has no impact on any other property. Indeed, all the surrounding properties support what is being proposed. So does the local residents committee, so do the parish council. I've looked at the previous application which actually got permission from this council, and it is most bizarre because what it has created is a chalet bungalow with a kind of separate Scottish tower alongside it.
John,
sorry, I'm coming.
No, I just want to interrupt you because Jasper Reed is desperately trying to say something, so I'm going to just ask him to. I'm sorry to interrupt, but he's been desperate to say something.
Yeah, hello.
In relation
hello,
to what
good
you're
evening. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address the committee about one point quickly. Councillor Barnes has said he's representing the parish council's views. I think he might want to reconsider his language a little bit, because you're not, as a member sitting on planning committee, you can certainly have discussed it with the parish council, but you don't represent anyone's views. You're there to consider the applications that have been presented to you. So I think maybe Councillor Barnes just wants to clarify he's not actually representing anyone other than sitting in his role as a member of this planning committee. But there is no issue of having discussed it with the parish council. That's fine. But he's not representing any other body whilst he's sitting on this committee. I just wanted to make that quite clear, and I just wanted Councillor Barnes just to reiterate that point if he could.
My understanding of the word representative is that I need to put the views of my constituents on all sides to this planning committee.
The parish council has the opportunity to speak themselves. They missed it, but that's their bad management, really.
Yes, my point goes well beyond the parish council. Normally, you have people who would ask you to speak for an application or against. I have rarely come across an application which nobody is against locally. And I can safely say, hand on heart, that nobody is against locally. So there is no alternative view. My own views, I will...
All right, no, thank you very much. Thank you for that. But you do need to confirm that you're not representing the parish council in this matter.
I am not a delegate of the parish council. I'm a representative.
Well, you can't be representing them. You're not a representative of the parish council. You're a member of the planning committee. So you either have to be in the meeting or out of the meeting, one of the two. I'm sorry. I'm following the legal.
I am not an ambassador or a delegate or a representative with a mandate from the parish council.
No, it's good.
Does that satisfy?
Well, I'm trying to make sure that the process is correctly followed. So, because there's been some criticism recently, occasionally, of these things. Councillor Mary Barnes, would you like to speak?
Have absolutely no contact with the parish council, and probably I'll get killed on the way home. But
Again.
I find this whole idea of building a house on top of an existing house absolutely fascinating, and wondered how they're going to do it. Presumably they're going to take the roof off the bungalow. But to actually build a house that's actually going to cause them inconvenience as they live in it, I find really very interesting. Do we actually know how it's, if we took the lid off it, what would we see?
Okay, so before we start the conversation, the core issue here, as identified by the officer, is that the application has been made as an extension, and policy is very clear, we're a policy-driven committee, that an extension must be subservient to the main house, right? Am I correct in what that is correct? And that is the core. So that's the basis on which you must make this decision. You might like the design or you might not like the design, and you can add that into the mix. That's a separate thing, but that's where it is. You have two options in terms of making an application. One is an extension if it is subservient, and the second one is a replacement house, and that's a different type of application. So, would you like to make a point?
Yes, I'd just like to respond to some of the points that have already been raised. Officers have visited the site, both the officer that dealt with the previous refusal and the officer that dealt with this refusal. We don't tend to make appointments for every site. You go out, we have a badge which says that we have powers of entry. You can see this from the road as well, the existing property and things, but it has been visited by two officers. The second point I want to reiterate is that you've made reference to other properties having extensions. They were older properties and older applications. What we're now dealing with is the policy that was set out in the DASA 2019. That policy didn't exist before. There was no policy that talked about subservience and things in the way that this new policy does. So we were looking at this application in respect of the DASA policy, which did not exist prior to 2019. The other thing is, as the applicant and councillors have said, the original property was single-storey. The 1987 extension created the two-storey element. The original property, the original form and character of that property was single-storey. And what we're now looking at, as actually commented on by the applicant, is that they're building above and around it. So the original form gets totally subsumed in the new extensions. And hence why, as you've been referring, you're looking at a full two-storey house now, as opposed to a single-storey cottage with a two-storey extension.
So, yes, Councillor Projak.
Thank you. Did you have your hand up before me? Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we all applaud, a young family wanting to find a beautiful home for themselves in such an amazing location, a beautiful location. And absolutely support the vision that they've got with the architecture's drawing. I mean, lovely. It's a lovely idea. I was absolutely, totally surprised at Burwash Parish Council because they have a big, big thing about dark skies. And there's under 719, it's 720. The proposal introduces a significant amount of additional glazing, not only in the external walls, if they're going to have shutters of the dwelling, but the roofscape with the dormers. And they're right in the middle of this ancient woodland. So I'm just quite amazed that Burwash Parish Council were quite happy with because they've got I know this is not in the neighbourhood plan area, but they have a policy, I think it's EN4, which is a dark skies policy. So that's one thing I was quite surprised about. But I think the main thing is this subservience thing. And I just wonder if it's just been an application made under the wrong heading. Shouldn't it be a new property? Shouldn't it be a new property? And I'm interested with Councillor Mary Barnes' question, how they're going to do it. But then when I asked the officers, why didn't you advise them that this should come under a new property? They said, well, actually, you pay SIL on a new property. So that actually becomes a different kind of application. So I'm beginning to understand now why it's come in as it is. But actually, it's going against the applicant by putting it under this title. So I don't know where we're left with that.
I will ask Councillor Cathy before you, because you've spoken already. Then I'll come back to you, Cathy.
Thank you, Chair. This is a learning curve, and it's a fascinating point that Councillor Barnes made and Councillor Projak. I'm very interested to know this because I think you've explained the SIL part. When a cottage becomes a much bigger dwelling, and in effect, what is applied as extensions, then the original house gets demolished inside it, or they're allowed to just demolish the house for them very reasons. And then it ends up being really complicated. I'm sure that would be beautiful and a wonderful family home for generations to come. But it's not always the case. What might look good on there and in here might turn out to be sandbanks down a country lane. And this is where, being on the planning committee previously, I would have really benefited from that training to realise the difference. How come someone can apply for extensions to a property that on paper look beautiful and then proceed to demolish their house and change it from a cottage to sandbanks? Not in keeping with the rest of the area, but I just think going forward, maybe people on the planning committee would greatly benefit from training from this very thing, where it's a technical way in which you create something else by enveloping it in. Thank you very much.
Yes, I wanted to make a question to the officers, actually, at this stage. The purpose of subservience, the underlying reason for the policy, because the policy must have an objective. And what is the objective of the policy of subservience? Why do we have it?
Well, the idea is that, as referenced in the policy, that you retain the original form and prominence of the existing building, and that any extensions to it are minor. So you can still see the original building as a distinct element, and the extensions are smaller additions. So you'd still read the small single-storey cottage with an extension. I mean, albeit whether we like it or not, if you talk about that 1987 extension, you can still see the original single-storey cottage with that extension. And I mean, I wouldn't describe that as being subservient either, because it is a lot taller and quite dominating. But, you know, that's the whole thing, that you're trying to protect, retain the original form of the building that was there.
So what we're really trying to do is to preserve history. And that actually seems to be quite reasonable when we're actually talking about buildings that go back some considerable time or have some architectural merit. The question of whether one really wants to retain the history of what was a very unhappy period in terms of bungalow development in the countryside in the 1940s, when planning had really hardly got underway, is an interesting one. In order to be subservient to this monstrosity that was put on, you have in fact create, and I have looked at the plans which were approved 8 years ago. What they create is a chalet bungalow with a tower alongside.
Okay. But, John, if I could just make the point, the problem here is that they have applied as an extension, and what we're looking at is effectively a replacement. I mean, they're replacing all the windows, the insulation, and effectively that will be a rebuild one way or the other. And that is the core issue here. You know, we're here to make decisions based on policy, and they aren't that flexible in these areas. This is not an area of that has a lot of subjectivity to it. So just hold that thought, because that's where the core is. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving a little direction there. I've got 2 or 3 people.
Cameron, I didn't think you were disagreeing, but I was just coming to that point, because actually it's quite an important point. Yes, I agree with you that what is happening on the bungalow site will leave the interior of the bungalow much more visible than the exterior. But yes, you're quite right. But it's not a total replacement, because the entirety of the extension has actually been incorporated, and such design features that actually are attractive have been incorporated into the design. The question is, and we are about good design and not simply about history, is do we want to deliberately create unattractive buildings in order to preserve a history that is hardly worth preserving? That's my question to my colleagues.
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you. The answer is policy, unfortunately. Councillor Curtis. You're done. Councillor Errington.
Sorry, I can't believe I'm asking this question part way through, and I've looked at this upside down. So the 2-bedroom weatherboarded white house is the extension. The original were one of the 2 little cottages that we walked past. Thank you.
Councillor Byrne.
This really follows on from Councillor Errington's point. Is an extension always an extension? Is there a point at which it becomes part of the house? In which case, if we were looking at the existing large white bit, are we talking about an extension to that? Or are we talking about everything being an extension to this old rusty bungalow that was the first thing on the site? So is there a period at which you start to consider what is there as being the house, regardless of the fact that it wasn't all built at the same time?
Can I just say that whether you're looking at the single-storey element or the 2-storey extension, the proposed extensions aren't subservient to either. So whether you're looking at single-storey or that existing 2-storey element, the proposed extensions subsume the whole lot.
I'm going to make a point. Perhaps my opinion at this point is this has been brought forward as an extension. There is a policy which deals with that. We need to try and be consistent in the thing about consistency in planning is following the policies. That's what consistency is, right? You know, people talk about precedent, all this sort of thing. Consistency is following the policies in a consistent way. You start to not do that, you're just going in every direction. And actually that can bring forward appeals, JRs, all that sort of thing. I would not actually have an objection to a replacement because I think the building is past its prime. You could tell that it's higgledy-piggledy and all the things that have been mentioned here. And this is a situation where perhaps policy, doesn't work the way it should work. There's no question about that. And I hate to imply, it's very hard to imply your own sort of opinion of design or whatever, but actually I think this is an opportunity for an applicant, for an architect, a good architect, to really figure out how to evolve high-wheel design. Because there are good ways to do it, using the materials, using the technologies to make sure that it respects the design guide, but actually do something which is advancing us, taking us forward. And I do feel, and I apologise if this offends, I do feel the proposed design, whether dealt with in this application or another application, doesn't take that opportunity. I mean, it's a real opportunity, and I think from my gauging of this committee over the few years is that it responds very well. And I'm not talking about necessarily a modernistic box or whatever. I'm talking about the sort of creativity that a good architect can put into something that brings forward something unexpected, but that you think, wow, that's how you can go forward. And it's different for different parts. It is a different type of design in different parts of our district. Well, they are my thoughts for it, for what they're worth. Councillor Prochak.
Going back to the point that I made, could we actually say defer this and say to the applicant, put it in under a new dwelling? No? No. A different application.
They can have a second, or this is a second application.
This was a second.
There's a sort of different school. Yeah. So, yes, Councillor Drayson, I think I'll probably try and round it up after that.
Yeah, just a very minor point. It just comes down to, I'm sure the decision notice before with the refusal met everything required in the law, but it didn't give any hint to the applicants that it was because it was an extension. It didn't use the word extension. It just said it's too big, it's too wide, and there was no help to them. So they've come back again using the same word extension. Be it their architect shouldn't have used the word extension. They've come back again and they had no steer as to what went wrong the first time except for the size. They weren't told it's because you asked for an extension. And I think if we gave better information, we would have had a better application there.
Yeah. Matt, please.
Well, all I was going to say on that is that it is the size, it is a valid reason for refusal. We have pre-application service, which has been going great guns since the start of the year. They have the right to resubmit, yes, but it's also what we encourage is pre-app, because that is a way that it can be discussed and a solution can be found before an application is submitted.
It is the job of the agent or architect to know, the policies as well. The advice part comes in a pre-app if that's what you want to do. Okay, I mean, where are we? Does anyone want to put forward a proposal, either a recommendation by the officers or an alternative proposal? Councillor Prochak is proposing the recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? I have a seconder for the recommendation. Councillor Errington is seconding that recommendation. So the recommendation is for...
Chair, does the board member have a...
you can have a last say.
Right,
before we vote, you can have the final
thank you.
word.
Two comments. One is, taking on board what you said, I think, obviously the applicant can't speak again and neither can the architect, but the whole point was they were taking the cue from the extension. So that's why, I think you said, why haven't they looked at it and decided to do something completely different? So because it's an extension, so if you look at the plans, they're extending the weatherboarding, so they're trying to replicate the extension. Secondly, could Sarah or Miles confirm, my understanding was that CIL is not payable on single properties and that we've never charged CIL on a single property.
No, it would be... You can, yeah.
Okay, what happens is that any extension or a new dwelling, if an extension is more than 100 square metres, which this is, or any new property is liable for CIL. Now, you can apply for exemption of that if you are building the extension or the new dwelling yourself. What I tried to explain on Tuesday when the question was put to me, And what we've had I think we've had 3 or 4 issues, and I think Councillor Harmer referred to one of these, is that sometimes people put in for an extension. When they start building and they start going through the building reg process, they discover that actually they can't do it as an extension because the existing bit that's there isn't capable of taking the extra weight or loading of the upper floors, or there's so little of the existing building left that they're advised to demolish. Now, as soon as they demolish, they then become liable to pay the full seal payment because they haven't applied for the correct exemption certificate. So that all gets a bit confusing for developers and public sometimes when they are developing. They get caught out by that. But as I say, there is a position whereby you can apply for exemption where you're building the extension or the new dwelling yourself.
Sorry, I'm being maybe stupid. So if these applicants put in a new application, because Councillor Prochak was alluding to the fact that it's only been putting as an extension to get around SIL, but what you're saying is if the applicants put in a new application for it to build a new property, they will be able to apply for exemption. And does that, so they will be exempt, or because obviously, so will they be exempt from paying SIL? That's the question.
Providing they apply for the exemption before they start works, then they wouldn't need to pay the SIL if they're doing the works themselves, and they have to live in the property a certain time period afterwards as well. Otherwise, they become liable as well.
Thank you, Sarah. So just to clarify, the applicants haven't not put it in as a new build because they were trying to get around SIL, which was alluded to earlier. Thank you.
No, that's understandable, and it is true that they have exemption. That exemption doesn't work if you sell the property. I can't remember 3 years or 4 years. I think it's 3 years. You would have to sell it. Somebody else would have to pay. So there is yes, Councillor Meir, last question before we take a vote.
Could I just clarify, when you say doing it yourself, that would include bringing in a builder to do it? It doesn't mean physically doing it yourself. Thank you.
Not as a developer.
Not as a developer.
Build, sell straight away. And if you did build and sell it straight away, the exemption is expunged. You have to pay the next. Well, I'm not sure who pays, but one of the parties pays. All right. So we have a proposal for the officer's recommendation, which is of refusal. Those in favour of that recommendation, please raise your hands. Those in favour, those against that recommendation, please raise your hands. That's 5. Those abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, so the recommendation is passed. 7 for the recommendation, 5 against and 1 abstention, and that takes us to the end of that application. The end of the applications. Thank you very much. It's quite long. We just have the appeals to go through, which I'm hoping we might do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So the appeals. Miles.
Well,
do you want to say anything about them?
Not very much, Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions best I can. There has been a flurry of appeals being allowed, and that's perked up our interest. I mean, 2 spring steps. A lot of them seem to be delegated authority too. So, we have a chance now, I think, to look. We have capacity now to analyse why, the appeal decisions we're getting, what ones we're losing, why, and try and think about that in terms of future decision making as well. So it's, all I'd say is that. Obviously, we've got a lot of appeals. We've had a lot of decisions because of the backlog. Also, too, there's some new agents, but we're noticing the proportion of permissions are going down as well for some certain applications. So looking at what the existing appeals are as well is interesting, and a lot of them actually come down to dwellings, single dwellings or 1 or 2 dwellings. So that's an interesting thing that I've picked up on. So, yes, it's about trying to do some analysis of that, and it may well be that our decision-making may change slightly as a consequence. It'd be interesting to see what we can defend and what we're not able to defend, because the culture of planning changes all the time, and PINs, the planning inspectorate, change as well. and what was perhaps defendable in the past might not be in the future. So I'll look forward to reporting back on that. But next month, the quarter will come out, won't it? The second quarter stats. So that should be something to discuss as well at the November committee. Thank you.
It is there. It's on the bottom of the agenda. Councillor Projak.
Quick comment, Chair. Just forthcoming hearings. I do hope we are going to do the Tyser Spantham Farm one with rigour and attention.
One, just to say, we did try and link the appeals, both the planning and the enforcement appeal, but the inspectorate doesn't agree, so we're not. That's a bit unfortunate. And of course, we have Friart's Way coming up, appeal against non-determination. The inquiry starts on the 29th of November, booked for 4 days for now. Could be a couple of reserved days the following week, a couple of weeks later as well, just in case. There are various things there. National Highways are coming back. They haven't yet formally written to us. We're expecting that soon. There was a hold-in position, which was on a don't grant permission. The county highway objects and the landscape objects. County couldn't provide landscape in the inquiry. Peter is a landscape architect, fortunately, and he stepped into the breach. So Claire will be the planner, but Peter will be the expert on landscape, and highways are providing someone for their objection. So you know, a proof of evidence 1st of November, so it's going to be very tight. Deadline to be met. But obviously we're working with the applicant and trying to say what we can resolve potentially beforehand.
Questions on appeals? No? Well, it's been a long day with a very difficult decisions right up front, so thank you everybody for being patient and keeping your energy up. So thank you very much, and the meeting ends at 5:25. Thank you very much.